Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, People in the Future Time and Space, I, Broken Arm Son Gohan. Chapter 81. The speed at which the ultimate cell explodes in an instant is as fast as lightning and shaped like an aurora. The previous Son Gohan, when faced with his full attack, would definitely be beaten badly, but now the Son Gohan is different. He has recovered a complete body, and he can liberate his own strength 100%. Based on the power of the second level of Super Saiyan, he now possesses the combat power of the Ultimate Cell, and even stronger. The Ultimate Cell attacked with all its strength, and swept towards Son Gohan's body like a storm. Faced with this continuous attack from many different directions, Son Gohan's body danced in this fierce attack. His figure, like a ghost, shuttles through the space, avoiding all the attacks of the Ultimate Cell with perfect precision. Such a huge change in strength shocked the Ultimate Cell hard. It was nothing more than recovering a broken arm, and Son Gohan suddenly had the strength to compete with him, or even equal. Exclamation mark 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 quote. With an earth-shattering bang, the iron fists of both sides collided at the same time. The mighty energy produced by the collision burst into dazzling white light, covering everything within dozens of kilometers around. All the spectators involuntarily raised their hands to protect their eyes. When the dazzling light dissipated, Ultimate Cell and Son Gohan kept punching at the same time. Located on their arms, countless currents linger, like tiny poisonous snakes baring their teeth and claws. The darkness in the sky was broken by the power of the collision punch. The two were at a stalemate. Their eyes were facing each other, and their eyes burst out with a fanatical fighting spirit towards each other. It's unbelievable for the Ultimate Cell to restore a broken arm and reverse the situation of the battle in an instant. I underestimated you, Son Gohan. Ultimate Cell no longer had the previous arrogance and domineering, replaced by a deep solemnity and that touch of intriguing fear. From the beginning, you have been in my calculations, Cell. Did you have a good time just now? Now it's my turn. After the voice fell, Son Gohan took the initiative to attack. After recovering his severed arm, his offensive was as fast as thunder, and the strength and frequency of his attacks had increased several levels. The overwhelming attack, howling again and again like thunder, and the lightning-fast attack even defeated the Ultimate Cell in an instant. The speed of the attack became faster and faster, and the attack became more fierce and ferocious. Under Son Gohan's fierce attack, the Ultimate Warrior could only be forced to fight back. His attacking style has completely changed, and it is completely unpredictable. Ultimate Cell is trying to find the pattern of Son Gohan's attack. But the opponent's offensive was too fierce, and the successive attacks made his nerves tense. Analyzing the tricks will reveal his flaws. There was a muffled sound of bang. A powerful blow landed on the face of Ultimate Cell, and in just a split second, Ultimate Cell's distorted body turned into a cannonball that pierced through the space and flew out backwards. The breath of the flying Ultimate Cell exploded, and the huge wings behind him spread out, allowing him to quickly stabilize his body perfectly. The index finger and the middle finger are brought together, and the energy is gathered accordingly. Death Beam. The energy was accumulated to the extreme, and the Ultimate Cell waved his hand, releasing a purple-golden energy beam, breaking through the space and heading towards Son Gohan. Small tricks. Faced with this oncoming energy, Son Gohan did not dodge or evade, and swung it violently while raising his hand. There was a bang of boom, and the space caused layer upon layer of storms due to the impact of this energy. The death beam was shattered by a palm, and the overflowing energy scattered in the space. Ding! Automatically absorb the energy of the Ultimate Cell death beam and convert it into energy points, 2 million. But at the moment when Son Gohan scattered the death beam, the Ultimate Cell exploded at full speed, broke through the space, and hit Son Gohan's face heavily with a head hammer. There was a muffled sound of bang. Son Gohan was knocked tens of meters away and stabilized his body. A bright red blood stain emerged from the corner of his mouth. Ultra Cell's head hammer didn't do him much damage. It seems that after my arm recovered, the gap between us has shortened a lot. With a confident smile, Son Gohan wiped away the blood stains from the corner of his mouth. HMPH. You are very confident in your own strength, Son Gohan, I have to remind you, don't forget that there are your cells in my body, everything you know, I can do too. Adjusted in his own state, Ultimate Cell put on the same posture as Son Gohan. Huh, are you starting to imitate my fighting style? Son Gohan became a little interested when he saw this. Die, Son Gohan. The Ultimate Cell condensed the energy of the magic flash without Son Gohan noticing it, and shot out a golden wave of light from both hands to confuse Son Gohan's vision. Son Gohan, who had been on guard for a long time, left an afterimage on his body for a moment, and cleverly dodged the attack of the magic flash. I saw it. The Ultimate Cell quickly locked on Son Gohan's position, rushed towards Son Gohan with lightning speed, and killed Son Gohan. The punches and kicks are as fierce as thunder, and every move is enough to destroy the world, and its power is even more sturdy than the fight that broke out just now. In addition to the attack power, even Son Gohan of the second level of Super Saiyan felt a little pressure. However, Ultimate Cell's attack is exactly the same as his previous fighting style, and so are the flaws. Who can understand himself better than Son Gohan? The fighting style of the Ultimate Cell has been understood, and Son Gohan accurately predicts every attack of the Ultimate Cell. All attacks were cracked by him, and he used his overwhelming combat power to deal a devastating blow to the Ultimate Cell. On the surface, it seems that the battle between the two sides is inextricable, and no one can tell the difference. Whether it's the Z-fighters watching the battle at the edge of the battlefield, or the cyborgs watching in secret, they can't see the movement of both sides clearly. Subconsciously, they thought that both of them were on equal terms, and neither of them took advantage. But in fact, Son Gohan has the upper hand. After recovering his arm, his condition gradually became hotter, his fighting style changed, and his combat power value also increased accordingly. He is using the pressure brought by the Ultimate Cell to adapt himself to this arm as soon as possible, which also makes him stronger as he fights. The fierce battle between the two sides gradually became intense. In this continuous competition, the Saiyan cells in the Ultimate Cell began to go crazy. Now, like Saiyan, he has shown a unique talent. In the battle, he became stronger and stronger, and his fighting style also changed. Abandoning the same fighting style as Son Gohan, he adopts the most primitive and effective attacking style, without the slightest tricks or rules. Just relying on one's own reaction to make various coping actions and attacking actions. At the beginning, Son Gohan didn't take Cell in this state seriously, and could easily dodge his attacks. Even if he couldn't dodge, he could perfectly block it with his fists and feet. But as the battle became more and more intense, Son Gohan was surprised to find that the Ultimate Cell was constantly growing as the battle progressed. The situation is slowly changing, from being evenly matched at the beginning, to being steadily suppressed, and now it's the other way around, and Son Gohan is vaguely at a disadvantage. This reversal of the situation brought Son Gohan back to his senses, and he remembered a little. As the ultimate artificial human created by Dr. Glow, the Ultimate Cell has never experienced any training since its birth. It can reach a level beyond artificial human just by absorbing human energy. Strong, all because by chance and coincidence, he devoured himself in another time and space. It can be said that the current Ultimate Cell is a piece of exquisite gemstone. It only needs to be carefully crafted to become perfect, and its strength can even show an explosive improvement. When fighting before, this guy was not as strong as he is now, but after fighting for a long time, he has grown to the point where he is now. This guy is a monster through and through. His limit is not as simple as portrayed in the original book. If he is given enough time, with his talent and potential, among the Z-fighters, even Son Gohan, who is known as unlimited potential, may not be comparable to Cell. Terrible. This guy is horrible, far above Frieza. In the original book, Frieza, like Cell, has not practiced seriously since birth, but during the Dragon Ball Super period, after resurrection, Frieza showed a terrifying talent to the extreme, and after only 4 short months of practice, his strength Son Goku and Vegeta, who have increased so much that they can fight against Super Saiyan Blue, have independently developed their own golden form. You know, at that time, Son Goku and Vegeta used decades of penance to reach the level of Super Saiyan Blue, or they only mastered this level of power under the guidance of Whis. Saiyan is certainly powerful, and can even be regarded as the top group in the universe, but he is still far from the real top. Frieza, a member of the Frozen Demon family, has a talent so powerful that it makes people frightened and outrageous. The Ultimate Cell possesses the cells of both Saiyan and the Frozen Demon family. His talent will only be more terrifying. In addition to Cell, there is another existence that has appeared millions of years ago, and it is so powerful that it makes people afraid when it appears. That is Majin Buu. As soon as he appeared, he could kill 3 Supreme Kais with his overwhelming combat power, and in the end it was the big Supreme Kai who could barely dilute the purest destructive emotions in the heart of this scourge. If Majin Buu also practiced, how strong would he become? I dare not think at all. At the same time, Gods of Destruction is inside. As a spectator, Angel Whis was deeply attracted by this evenly matched super fierce battle. It was even more exciting than he expected. The potential of these two people is very good. Whether it is Son Gohan from another world, or this person called Cell, the potential in him is unfathomable. Whis muttered to himself, and a touch of deep meaning. It's a pity that they don't belong to this space-time world. If it is a person of this era, with their potential, it is not impossible to become a candidate for Gods of Destruction. In the next second, Angel Whis' attention turned towards Son Gohan. He values Son Gohan more than Ultimate Cell. The former is certainly powerful, but as an angel, with his eyesight, he can see where the limit of the Ultimate Cell is. But the latter has infinite possibilities. Even though he has lived countless reincarnations, he still can't see through the Son Gohan in front of him. Son Gohan, you probably still have hidden strength that you haven't revealed yet. After recovering from a severed arm, your strength should be more than what I saw. Whis said silently in his heart. Earth. On the battlefield in the sky. Son Gohan's battle with Ultra Cell intensifies. Land battles and air battles switch back and forth, fighting from the sky to the ground, and then rushing from the ground to the sky. The scene changes back and forth constantly, and the scope of the two battles becomes wider and wider. The Ultimate Cell became stronger as the battle continued, and he himself discovered this. This feeling made him completely let go of himself. Without restraint or consideration, he would only become stronger and stronger. Under his onslaught, even if Son Gohan could resist, he couldn't support continuously. What about Son Gohan? After recovering from the severed arm, coupled with the pressure brought by the Ultimate Cell, the Saiyan blood in his body began to boil, the temperature of his body rose, and the fighting spirit rolled out from his eyes. This is the first time he has experienced this kind of evenly matched battle. The strength of the Ultra Cell is unprecedented among the enemies he has encountered, making his battles feel great. The blood in his body began to boil, which finally made him feel the joy of fighting. This is also the first time since Son Gohan crossed over. He was excited because of the battle, and his blood was surging because of the battle. Now he finally understands why in the Dragon Ball world, so many powerful beings are eager to fight against evenly matched opponents, because the feeling of increasing strength and becoming stronger is simply too beautiful. After fighting for so long, it's my turn now. After being suppressed one after another, Son Gohan also endured to the extreme, and it was his turn to counterattack. Terrifying aura erupted from his body. Super Saiyan's second-level combat power soared to 13 billion, and a steady stream of energy gushed out from his body. The momentary burst of breath now also made his breath overwhelm the growing Ultimate Cell at this moment. Combining punches and kicks, Son Gohan launched a counterattack against Ultimate Cell. Even if the opponent's attack is as fast as lightning, and every move carries the power of destroying heaven and earth, Son Gohan will not lose to him. The ultimate attack suppressed the Ultimate Cell in an instant, and the balance of victory began to pour towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan's fierce offensive broke out in an instant, and the Ultimate Cell was suppressed and retreated steadily. When he had only one hand before, he couldn't exert such a strong suppressing force at all. After all, without an arm, it will definitely be slightly weaker in terms of offense. Now that his arm has recovered, his offensive is fierce while still retaining a great deal of leeway. Both offense and defense, defense with offense, offense with defense. Boom, pounds, boom, pounds, boom, pounds, boom, pounds, boom, pounds. The sound of collisions exploded in the space one after another, and each deafening roar was so breathtaking that it made people feel terrified. Fortunately, the battle between the two of them is now at a high altitude. If it is on the ground, the terrifying shock waves brought by each collision can tear the ground apart in an instant. Sun, Wu, Fan, being violently suppressed, the anger in Ultimate Cell's heart swelled, and at this moment, he also launched a crazy counterattack. He had a vague tendency to go crazy, and began to devote himself to the attack, abandoning the defense. Under Ultra Cell's relentless continuous attack, it is inevitable that Son Gohan will be injured. Until the two sides were forced to separate due to the impact of a collision, the hand-to-hand combat also turned into an energy battle at this moment. Magic, shine, light, energy accumulation, Son Gohan decisively played his nirvana. Turtle, Cell's wave of Kamehameha at the fastest speed. Boom, the two energies collided, creating layers of turbulent storms in the sky. The energies of both sides are in a state of maximum power release, and there is no stalemate. Ding, automatically absorb the energy dropped by the Ultimate Cell Kamehameha wave and convert it into energy points, 5 million. Ding, automatically absorb the energy dropped by the Ultimate Cell Kamehameha wave and convert it into energy points, 15 million. Ding, automatically absorb the energy dropped by the Ultimate Cell Kamehameha wave and convert it into energy points, 15 million. Being able to fight with me to this point, since I mastered this transformation, you are the first one. Your strength is indeed beyond my imagination. Son Gohan maintained the output of energy with both hands, filling the tunnel. The Ultimate Cell at this moment also maintains the liberation of energy, and at the same time enters into thinking. Son Gohan, it's an inextricable battle with my ultimate posture that surpasses the perfect body. You are indeed a very good opponent. It's a pity that you are just at the end of your strength. You must have discovered it. Your strength is constantly increasing with the battle, although you are also becoming stronger, but my speed of becoming stronger is far faster than yours. The Ultimate Cell provocatively increased the output of energy. Now, take the move. My Kamehameha wave with all my strength. All bets, Ultra Cell no longer wants to maintain the status quo. The energy released at full strength increases the output of Kamehameha waves. He doesn't care how much damage this energy release will bring to the Earth. Now, he just wants to defeat Son Gohan and then swallow him. Knowing Cell's intentions, Son Gohan had an evil smile on his face, the muscles of his arms swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his aura became even more terrifying. The output of energy increased, and the power of Son Gohan's magic flash was upgraded again. Nani, the Kamehameha wave that was fully released was blocked. This scene made Ultimate Cell's eyes glaze over, and his face was full of shock and disbelief. This time the energy attack is his most confident blow, and it is also his full strength. He is sure to kill Son Gohan, even if it blows up the Earth, because he has Frieza and the King Cold cells. Even if the Earth is gone, he can survive in the universe. But Saiyan, it is absolutely impossible to survive in the universe in such a harsh environment. Now, his Kamehameha wave was blocked by Son Gohan's magic flash like an impenetrable wall of iron, unable to go any further. The speed of the spread of the storm brought about by the energy collision continued to accelerate, which caused a huge impact on the range of hundreds of miles, and the entire Earth trembled continuously and even showed signs of cracking. The Earth collapsed, torn apart, and the territory shifted. At this moment, no matter where it is on the Earth, there is no safe place. The collision between energy tricks is unprecedentedly powerful, and even more terrifying. The entire Earth suffered the brunt of the impact, and even the solar system outside the Earth, and even the more distant galaxy were subjected to the collision of two extremely terrifying energies, causing violent tremors. Among them, it attracted many powerful people in the universe, and began to pay attention to the planet Earth. These existences, basically any one of them, is the existence of the universe hegemony level, and some even bring huge troubles to the Z fighters in the future world. At this moment, wandering around the edge of the galaxy, looking for the powerful energy needed to revive Majin Buu, the magician Babidi and his group wandering between the four major galaxies. In addition, there is also a planet that is sealed with the galaxy pirate Bojack and his gang, which has also been impacted by this force, and the seal has been loosened. Because the energy fluctuations generated by the collision between Son Gohan and the Ultimate Cell were too strong, the powerful existence of these original books began to notice this inconspicuous blue planet. Son Gohan's ability was activated, and he saw that the combat power value of the Ultimate Cell at this moment has soared to a terrifying level. It's over now, Cell, this time I will completely kill you without a single cell left. I killed too many of you, and I'm getting tired of it already. Son Gohan stared with his eyes fixed. He knew that the position of the energy collision center at this moment had reached a critical point. If there was no winner, once it exploded, not only the Earth, but also the solar system might be blown to pieces. He couldn't drag on any longer. He had already guessed the trick in Ultimate Cell's mind. As long as it is delayed until the energy explosion, the Earth will inevitably turn into dust in the universe and disappear into thin air. And the Ultimate Cell has no worries at all. The first point is that the cells given by Frieza and King Cold of the Frozen Demon family gave him the ability to survive in the universe. The second point is that the cells of Piccolo, even if they are exploded, if it spreads to pieces, he will not die. As long as the central core remains, he can be reborn again. Although the planet exploded, Son Gohan was sure to cast instant transmission and leave the Earth at the moment of the explosion. However, the Z fighters on this planet are bound to die. Once the Earth explodes and all the Z fighters die, history will be rewritten. HMPH. The strength between you and me is at best between the bosses. You say you can kill me. Stop talking nonsense, Son Gohan. Ultimate Cell continued to add with the release of great energy. He now has nothing to worry about, and he doesn't have to worry about the consequences at all. That's why I said you are a hopeless idiot. Cell, what you see now is just what I want to show you. How strong I am depends on how strong you are. My real power is far more than here. The power of the magic flash continued to increase, and Son Gohan began to truly release his power. After recovering his arm, his normal combat power has skyrocketed, and at the same time, his second-level transformation of Super Saiyan has also made a breakthrough. What he used just now was just the peak combat power of the first stage of Super Saiyan. Now, he can take out the second level of Super Saiyan of higher level. The recovery and adaptation of his arm made his normal combat strength soar to 150 million. In the mid-stage of the second stage of Super Saiyan, the normal 120 times combat power multiplier will raise the limit of his combat power to 18 billion at once. Unleashing all the energy, Son Gohan's arm muscles swelled in a big circle, and the lightning around his body became more dense. With the release of energy, huge pressure hit, the eyes of the Ultimate Cell suddenly widened, and the color of fear appeared in the eyes. This power. Impossible. Why can you continue to improve your power? You should have reached the limit. I don't believe it. Son Gohan's strength is unfathomable, see nowhere to be seen, which makes the mentality of Ultimate Cell almost collapsed. He has grown to such heights in battle, but still not as good as Son Gohan. He surpassed the perfect body, advanced to become the power of the ultimate life body, and completely lost. The Kamehameha wave he released with all his strength was constantly forced by Son Gohan's magic flash and sturdy aura, and the huge blue energy beam was suppressed and only a small part remained. If this continues, his fate is to wait to be completely wiped out by his own energy and Son Gohan's energy. My power will never stop here, alas. The roar erupted from the mouth of the Ultimate Cell, and the golden flames of his whole body continued to be like a mad dragon. Roaring and roaring. The value of combat power soared again with his shouting, and now his combat power value is as high as 15 billion. Although the strength of the Ultimate Cell has improved again, for Son Gohan, this 1 billion increase in combat power is simply nothing to worry about. The resistance of the dying struggle had little effect. The last struggle before dying is useless. Cell, die with peace of mind. It can be regarded as revenge for me in another time and space. This time, the situation is reversed. The violent energy is constantly increasing. Son Gohan is in the Ultimate Cell gave him his last words before dying. Between the lightning and the flint, the energy of the magic flash increased sharply again, and a blue energy beam appeared in the center of it. The blue energy beam, representing the skills, is impressively Kamehameha wave. When two different energies are mixed, the power of an instant burst is qualitatively changed. The power of the Ultimate Cell became vulnerable under the mixed energy attack of Son Gohan's Kamehameha wave and magic flash. In just the blink of an eye, the energy that was enough to engulf several Earths before was swallowed by a more powerful energy. The Ultimate Cell has no resistance at all. Even if he can continue to grow stronger, he has no chance. In the face of this energy bombardment that can subvert everything, he will witness his body being swallowed up with his own eyes. Boom! The golden and blue energy beams continued to expand with the full release of Son Gohan, the terrifying energy in space had a violent impact, and the Earth's space trembled. The ultimate cell was devoured by energy, and he didn't even have time to say the last words. He saw with his own eyes that not a single cell in his body was left, including its central core, which can continuously regenerate, and was also destroyed by this move. There are not even atoms left. This shocking scene will never be forgotten by those who saw it. Energy collisions of this level, even in a lifetime, may not necessarily have a chance to be seen. The Z fighters on the edge of the battlefield witnessed this scene with their own eyes, let go of the hanging heart, but were in shock for a long time and couldn't recover. In their hearts, Son Gohan has completely become an unsurpassable existence, an existence that can only be looked up to. Even Super Saiyan Vegeta, the strongest among Z fighters, is like an ant in front of him. When Gohan. 1. Piccolo opened his mouth wide, and the shock in his heart made him unable to recover for a long time. When the shock disappeared, it was replaced by excitement. Really won. That monster. Dead. The breath is gone too. Keelan shouted loudly. This short few minutes of fighting really benefited them greatly, like a dream. They are already very satisfied to see this level of battle in their lifetime. Brother Gohan. 1. This is the power beyond Super Saiyan. Really. 1. Trunks' excited tears welled up in their eyes. Originally, they all saw despair and believed that they must die, and the earth would be destroyed accordingly. But Son Gohan brought them hope and let them see the higher and unpredictable realm of Super Saiyan. Some of the people present were happy and some were sad. Among the few people, Vegeta's mentality has undergone an earth-shaking change. Being surpassed by his old enemy, and then surpassed by his old enemy's son, this dealt a severe blow to his self-esteem. Kakarot. And his son Son Gohan. Vegeta, turned out to be the weakest of you. Gritting biting, Vegeta couldn't accept that he was thrown by such a long distance by Son Gohan. His self-esteem and arrogance as a Saiyan prince were shattered at this moment. It's the same as the strong mood swings after Son Gohan defeated Cell in the original book, but the only difference is that he was not completely crushed by it, which led to a loss of confidence and a stronger feeling. I won. I really won. The monster's anger completely disappeared. Son Gohan in this life shouted. He had been in a state of high nervous tension before. Now that another self in the future world has won, he doesn't have to be as frightened as before. The Z fighters except Vegeta became angry and flew towards Son Gohan's position. Sky. The battle was finally over. Son Gohan removed Super Saiyan's second-order transformation, the golden arrogance faded, and there was no impact or aftermath, and the whole Earth also returned to its previous calm after shaking several times. Exhaling a long breath, his body felt tired suddenly, and the energy consumption put a heavy burden on his mind. Under Super Saiyan's second-order transformation beyond the limit, he forcibly casts the energy trick of double fusion, and wants to continue to cast it. For him now, the pressure is too great, and he can only use it as the last blow. The sense of breath expands, and Son Gohan searches for traces of the ultimate cell. He didn't let out a long sigh of relief until he was completely sure that this guy's aura had disappeared. That guy should be dead. Son Gohan was finally completely relieved when he found no trace of the ultimate cell still alive. The power of this ultimate cell, even he did not expect that it would bring such a huge pressure to the current self. This past trip to the world has been very fruitful, not only surpassing the original limit, but also ushering in a rapid increase in the combat power value, and even the second-level realm of the Super Saiyan has also climbed. The most important thing is that because of this battle, his energy point has soared a lot again. At the same time, the ultimate cell located in the underworld immediately came to King Yama after his death. As soon as he arrived in the underworld, he wanted to turn the world upside down. Unfortunately, since he came here as a dead person, then the only thing waiting for him is to be terminated and judged. In this world, King Yama is the supreme ruler, even if he is not that powerful, but his judgment on the undead of the underworld is absolute, no one can resist. The ultimate cell, which has become a dead soul, was sentenced to hell by King Yama. After going to hell, although this guy will be arrogant for a long time, but in front of those masters in the underworld, the ultimate cell is not necessarily good enough. Before he was alive, his strength could be kept at 15 billion. After death, due to lack of soul, the combat power he could display was less than half of his life. It is estimated that he is now at the level of a lightning cell. None of the powerhouses in the underworld who are favored by the Realm King and can keep their physical bodies to practice on the Great Realm King planet are fuel efficient. Gods of Destruction Realm. Angel Whis held the scepter, and after witnessing the demise of the ultimate cell, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. It was a wonderful battle, Son Gohan from the future world. I wonder if Master Beerus and I from the future world will find you because of Super Saiyan God's prophecy. Angel Whis turned off the power in his hand rod projection. This battle is over, and he is not interested in the rest of it. Standing up, Whis held the scepter and walked towards the depths of the Gods of Destruction world. On the earth, the Z fighters except Vegeta all came to Son Gohan one after another. Although they had 1,000 words in their hearts, they didn't know how to express them at the moment. Except for some comforting words, they didn't know how to express their excited hearts. In this battle, Son Gohan won, and the Earth was saved. If you have anything to say, it's not too late to say it after you go back. Son Gohan said after calming the excited hearts of several people. Well, let's go, everyone, to the Temple of Heaven. Now we need to use the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron to restore the Earth to its original appearance. Too many innocent people died in this battle, Piccolo suggested. The other Z fighters nodded, their breaths surging, and when they were about to leave this place, Android 18, who had been watching the battle in secret, emerged. In her arms, there is also Android 16, which is half dead, with only half of its body remaining on the remaining energy. Number 18. The appearance of the cyborg made Trunks suddenly raise his vigilance and maintain a fighting posture at all times. I'm not here to fight, please help the 16th, and the soldiers will ask for help from the 18th. Before, Son Gohan saved her and made her feel that she could get help from Son Gohan. Who will help you artificial humans? Tianjing Fan refused. Artificial man is the chief culprit that caused this crisis. He doesn't even have a good impression of artificial man. Unlike the other Z fighters, Keelan hesitated intermittently. After all, Android 18 doesn't look like a bad guy to him. Such a lovely and pitiful girl doesn't look like a devil who can destroy the world. He really wants to speak for number 18, but he doesn't know how to speak for a while. Because, he does not have the qualifications to decide. Piccolo on the side, his eyes fell on Son Gohan, he waited for Son Gohan's decision. He is the most qualified person who has solved the crisis of the survival of the Earth. Looking at Android 18 looking for help in front of him, Son Gohan also made a decision. Although in the future world, artificial humans are out-and-out demons, but in this time and space, they are just ordinary people with slightly stronger strength. Trunks, take it easy, don't look at anyone with hatred. Son Gohan stepped forward, patted Trunks on the shoulder to let him dispel the resentment in his heart. Brother Gohan. Trunks turned his head to meet Son Gohan's gaze, and in an instant, familiar memories flooded his mind. Since the eldest brother has said so, how can he make a choice? If you want to restore number 16, follow along, and your brother number 17, we can also use the Dragon Ball's ability to revive him. Son Gohan looked at number 18 without any hostility. Communicate in a normal tone. As soon as these words came out, the Z fighters on the side all showed a look of surprise. Son Gohan will not only help number 18 restore number 16, but also use the ability of Dragon Ball to restore No. 17. What you said is true. No 18's pupils suddenly shrank, and a color of disbelief appeared in the pupils. Is there anything in the world that can bring people back to life? Whether it's true or not, you'll know when you follow up. Without any explanation, Son Gohan's breath exploded, bearing the brunt of it, and flew towards the Temple of Heaven. The battle is over, except that the Earth is now devastated. None of the fighting members of the Z fighters died. Son Goku didn't die because he left with the self-destructing cell. History has been rewritten, but its role is not great. Since Gohan has agreed, then I don't have any opinion, just follow up. Piccolo got up first and caught up with Son Gohan's footsteps. Wait for me, Piccolo uncle, Son Gohan of this world shouted, and immediately flew into the sky violently. Watch Piccolo leave. Tianjing Fan and Keelan looked at each other, nodded, and followed closely behind. Among the people present, there is only one Trunks left. He stared at Android 18, and all kinds of memories from the past came to his heart. In the future world, this woman is a heinous demon. But now it seems that he is no different from an ordinary person. After hesitating for a moment, Trunks shook his head, throwing away all the chaotic emotions in his heart, and violently caught up with the other Z fighters. Dragon Ball can revive my brother. Whether it is true or not, I will try it, and restore you. Number 16. Number 18 does not want to let go of this opportunity, even though he does not know whether it is true or not. Her intuition told her that Son Gohan would not cheat him. With number 16 and number 18 who were already paralyzed, they went straight to the sky, following in the footsteps of the Z fighters. 10 minutes later, the temple on the cloud. Son Gohan arrived first. When he came to the Tenjin Temple, Son Gohan looked around. The environment here is even more shocking than in the original book. Tenjin Temple. It's been a long time. Son Gohan said with emotion from the bottom of his heart. In the future world, not only the Kalen Tower was destroyed, but even the Temple of Heaven was blown to pieces. This also led to the destruction of the spiritual time house, a treasure of cultivation. Hello, Gohan. God servant Bobo came forward to greet Son Gohan. As a servant of the gods, he also has the ability to see into the human world, and he already knows the identity of Son Gohan. Hello, Popo of this era. Son Gohan greeted friendly. At the same time, Bobo's combat power value appeared in front of his eyes. In the original book, Bobo's combat power value is 1030 points. But now, Bobo, who appeared in front of Son Gohan, has hundreds of thousands of combat power points. What the hell, does Bobo in this period have such a strong combat power? It's too inferior to be a servant of a god who has been unknown all the time. It's no wonder that during the period of Majin Buu in the original book, Bobo was able to block the attacks of Son Goten and Trunks, and even after the opponent became Super Saiyan, he was able to stop them with his own experience. A few seconds passed, and Z Warrior, Android 18 and Android 16, who had been following closely behind, also arrived. For the Z fighters, they have been to this place many times. But for Android 18 and Android 16, there is such a huge palace in the sky, and there is no record in their materials. God, that old guy should have assembled the Dragon Ball long ago, right? Bobo, go and take out the Dragon Ball. Piccolo stared at Bobo and said with a blank expression. In this time period, then has not yet become one with God fusion. The gods of the earth still exist. Master Tianshan has gathered all the Dragon Balls. I will take out the Dragon Balls right now. Without the slightest hesitation, Bobo turned and walked towards the depths of the palace. About 3 minutes later, Bobo took out 7 Dragon Balls. With the chanting of the mantra, the sky above the Temple of Heaven became dark in an instant, and a green shenron covering the sky flew out from the 7 Dragon Balls. Those who have collected all 7 Dragon Balls, please tell me your wish. No matter what kind of wish you have, I can make one come true. When Shenron appeared on the stage, it was the opening line that would never change for thousands of years. That's Shenron, Android 18 revealed. With a look of disbelief, he stared at the huge Shenron that covered the sky and the sun. A feeling of fear arose in her heart. Shenron has been summoned. Make a wish, Gohan. Piccolo handed over the power of this wish to Son Gohan. Only he is qualified to make this wish. Shenron, my wish is to restore all the people on the earth who were killed by Cell and the things that were destroyed. Son Gohan looked at Shenron in the sky and made a wish. Road. Hearing this, Shenron was silent for a while, and explained, strictly speaking, your wish counts as 2 wishes, but since you have done something to protect the earth, this dragon can make an exception to realize this wish. A wish, but after this wish, it will take 2 years for the Dragon Ball to return to its original state. Is that okay? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, and finally Son Gohan nodded. Okay. After the words fell, Shenron got the answer and started to activate his ability. Single quote comma comma exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Scarlet light flashed in its eyes. In an instant, the endless power of will spread, covering the whole world, repairing everything that was destroyed by the battle in the area, and all the human beings who died because of the cell. The majestic wish power enveloped the whole world. Under this magical power, the dead human beings came back to life, and the destroyed earth also recovered, including the earth that was blown into 2 by the cell. Android 16 is also back to business as usual. No, 16. You really recovered. Number 18 was deeply shocked by the scene in front of her. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. This is a bit too dreamy. If she hadn't been awake all the time, she would definitely think that this was a dream. I actually, really recovered. Number 16 felt unbelievable about his own changes, and at the same time Shenron also entered his database. Your wish has been granted, goodbye. Having completed my mission, Shenron began to dissipate. Your wish has been granted, goodbye. Having completed his mission, Shenron began to dissipate. With the disappearance of Shenron, the sky once again returned to a bright and clear sky. 7 Dragon Balls ejected at the same time, flew towards 7 different directions, and scattered all over the world. Now, it's all over. Stretching his waist, Son Gohan turned around, looked at Android 18, and reminded, the wishing is over, and number 17 has been resurrected. As for his position, it's up to you, find it yourself. Quote. Thanks, Son Gohan. After pondering for a while, number 18 walked up to Son Gohan and thanked him. It's easy to do. Son Gohan didn't care about anything, but the next move of Android 18 exceeded his expectations. Taking advantage of his inattention, number 18 gave him a sweet kiss on the right cheek. This scene stunned all the Z fighters, including Son Gohan himself. This is your reward for saving me and resurrecting No. 17. Number 18 left a sentence, turned and flew to Li Tian Temple. Android 16 on the side glanced at a few people before leaving, remained silent, jumped and flew down the Temple of Heaven. It's overwhelming. Son Gohan rubbed his face, the remaining warmth was still there, and laughed. In the future world, he killed number 17 and number 18 with his own hands, but in the past world, he made number 18 develop some feelings for himself. Forget it, these are irrelevant, anyway, after a while, I will leave. As for whether they will come back, it's hard to say. Noticing the gazes from the Z fighters on the side, Son Gohan faintly smelled some sour smell. That emanated from Kling. According to the track in the original book, number 18 was supposed to be cheaper than Keelan, but now, because of his appearance, this track has changed. By the way, Mr. Popo, can you help me prepare the spiritual time room? After this battle, Son Gohan has touched a better realm. But in the past era, the spiritual time room is undoubtedly the best place to practice. What Son Gohan said surprised the Z fighters present, and both Tianjing Fan and Keelan showed puzzled expressions. Spiritual time room. Isn't it the spiritual time room? Tianjing Fan asked unexpectedly. Gohan, do you want to enter that place to practice? Piccolo frowned. Thinking about the spiritual time house, he knew what it was. I, the god, will explain to you about the spiritual time house. At this moment, in the depths of the temple, an old figure with a hunched waist appeared, and the god of the earth also walked out of the shadows come out. Seeing the appearance of the god, Piccolo turned around angrily. He didn't want to waste time with this other half of himself. Master Tianshan, Bobo said respectfully to Tianshan. Bobo, go and prepare the things you need to enter the spiritual time room. The god said to Bobo. Yes, Bobo nodded, turned around and walked towards the depths of the Temple of Heaven. Noticing the puzzled eyes of several people, the god began to speak. Except for Piccolo, maybe all of you are very strange, isn't it the spiritual time room? Why is there a spiritual time room? In fact, the spiritual time room is part of the spiritual time room. Another manifestation. The spiritual time house, in its true appearance, is a place of extreme cultivation in the Temple of Heaven, because it is not a world of the same dimension as this world, and the time will be different from this world. Years, the outside world has only passed a day. Following the explanation given by the god, all the Z fighters were shocked. The spiritual time house is actually such a treasured place for cultivation. They have no idea. This is just the first point. The second point is that the spiritual time house is a place for the gods to practice. In addition to the different speed of time, the internal environment is also very cruel. Not to mention the thin air, and it is extremely hot, day and night. The temperature fluctuates between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius, and the gravity is 10 times that of the Earth. Once a weak-willed person enters it to practice, it will not take long before he will have hallucinations. Tianshan added. As a god, what he said has been very comprehensive. It turns out, the spiritual time house is such a training place. 1 day outside is equal to 1 year inside. If you want to become stronger quickly, you can just go there and practice. As a martial artist, Tianjin fan, after hearing Tianxian talk about the effect of the spiritual time room, he also showed a longing look. The spiritual time house has a very big temptation for martial arts masters like them. I advise everyone, don't regard the spiritual time room as a place that can be entered infinitely. Everyone can only enter twice in a lifetime, and only 2 people can be accommodated at a time. If that time is exceeded, the exit of the spiritual time room will disappear. The people who will be lost in the world of another dimension will be lost forever. Tianxian added after seeing the other people so excited. Afterwards, the god's eyes fell on Son Gohan again. Before you go in, I have to remind you that not everyone can bear the torture inside, and the spiritual time room is a training treasure for you to quickly become stronger. But even your father's son Goku didn't persist in it for more than 2 months, even if your strength is very strong. Thank you for the reminder from the gods, I know it well. It is imperative for Son Gohan to enter the spiritual time room for exercise. He has to go back to his own time and space, but obviously such a little strength is not enough. Because of his timeline, not long after that, it will be the beginning of the Majin Buu chapter. Even if he can kill the ultimate cell now, he still has no chance of winning against a monster like Majin Buu. According to his guess, the strength of Majin Buu has most likely exceeded the 100 million unit, and even entered the trillion level. Nearly half an hour passed. Gohan-san, the necessities for daily life in the spiritual time house are ready. During the exchange, Bobo came over and said, "Thank you, Bobo." Son Gohan followed Bobo's footsteps and walked towards the depths of the spiritual time room. Seeing this, everyone followed. In half an hour, everything has been said clearly. But, who isn't curious? Of course, for the Z fighters, they only know a rough idea now. After Son Gohan entered the spiritual time room, the Z fighters also began to leave, and finally only Piccolo was left alone. After all, Son Goku's current situation is not very good. With this gap, the god of this age came to Piccolo's side after hesitating for a moment. "Old man, what do you want?" Piccolo said blankly. "I think we can have a good talk." The gods obviously came with a purpose this time. "There's nothing to talk about between me and you." Piccolo didn't give the god a good look. "I know what you are thinking now, but you are not complete after all. Even if you enter the spiritual time room to practice, the effect will not be ideal." Tien Shenxin was forcibly interrupted by Piccolo. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Piccolo turned around and met the god with a cold gaze. "After so many years, I also want to understand that what is really needed in this world is no longer a useless god, but a powerful warrior. Because of me, your strength growth is limited. Now, I have done it, a decision has been made." The words of the god made Piccolo instantly understand the real purpose of this old guy. He was also shocked. "Old man, do you want to become one with me again?" Wishful thinking. Piccolo immediately refused. "I know what you are worried about. After being integrated, I will only become your strength and will not affect your character. The consciousness is still dominated by you," the god said to Piccolo. Hearing this, Piccolo's eyes became serious. He didn't believe that the gods really have no desires, no purpose. In this world, gods are no longer needed, but powerful fighters are needed. God and Piccolo looked at each other, and the determination in his eyes remained undiminished. After the two looked at each other for a while, finally, Piccolo backed down. "Are you sure you want to reunite with me? If you become one person, you will never be separated again, and you will cease to exist." Piccolo confirmed again. When the god heard the words, he didn't answer the words, but only showed a smile. He put one hand on Piccolo's shoulder, and his body turned into a white light, which directly merged into Piccolo's body. After the light dissipated, the god disappeared, and Piccolo finally became a complete body, and his strength also ushered in a qualitative change at this moment. "Old thing. Ha." Piccolo snorted coldly, feeling that his own strength had soared, but he couldn't bring up the slightest joy. At the exit of the Temple of Heaven, Bobo has already come out, and witnessed the scene where Piccolo and the God of God reunited. "God." Bobo's voice was a little hoarse, and tears welled up in his eyes. From now on, there will be no more gods. Soon, another 2 hours passed. Inside the spiritual time room. 2 hours have passed outside, which is equal to 1 month in the spiritual time room. 2 hours is very short for outsiders, almost like a blink of an eye. But for Son Gohan, who is practicing in the spiritual time room, it is actually 30 days. During this month, Son Gohan not only completely stabilized the mid-second stage of Super Saiyan that he broke through in the battle, but also allowed his strength to improve again. Although it is not that kind of huge improvement, but the harvest is also very good. At this moment, Son Gohan, Super Saiyan's transformation state of the second level is so stable, people can't tell the depth. After finishing a round of training, he opened his own system. Since the battle with Ultimate Cell, his energy points have increased a lot, so he just went to see what is worth exchanging in the system store. Host: Son Gohan. Age: 27. Bloodline: Earthman Hybrid Saiyan Special. Normal Combat Power Index: 200 million. Currently holding system energy points. Host remaining energy points: 3,067,948,500 points. Li Hao Mall List Recommended Exchange. Opening square bracket ... Black magic, do whatever you want, omnipotent, can develop potential and control others. Energy points required: 1 billion points. Energy points required to redeem the full version: 10 billion points. The first item that catches the eye is black magic, which surprised Son Gohan. Isn't this thing the black magic used by Babidi in the original book to control Dabra, the king of the demon world? Even Vegeta has been controlled by black magic and has become stronger. But this thing is a bit too expensive. Not the full version requires 10 billion energy points. It's not the full version, it doesn't help him much, and he is Saiyan, he is a fighter, and he doesn't need black magic to help him become stronger. Looking down, Son Gohan's attention fell on the second item recommended for exchange. The items this time directly exceeded his expectations. Super Race. Energy points required for the third level of Demahumans: 500 billion. Original price 1 trillion. This, black-hearted system, you are such a profiteer. Seeing this scene, Son Gohan was speechless, and couldn't help scolding the system severely. This thing, knowing that his energy points are pitifully low, but still recommending him such a thing that he can't afford, makes him greedy. The third level of Super Saiyan requires 500 billion energy points, and the original price is 1 trillion energy points. It was a half-price sale, but he still couldn't afford it. Moreover, even if he really has 500 billion energy points, he will never waste 10 Super Saiyan main stages. Look towards the items that are recommended for exchange at the next level. This is. Seeing the recommended exchange items in this line, Son Gohan showed surprise on his face. This time, there finally appeared a good thing that he could afford and was of great value to him. Nuclear regeneration ability. As long as the central core is not destroyed, it can be continuously regenerated. The energy points required to exchange the basic version: 2 billion. The energy points required to exchange the full version: 20 billion. The same regeneration ability is Cell. As long as the central core is not destroyed, there is enough time and energy to complete the regeneration. He couldn't afford the full version, but it was enough to exchange for a basic version. With this thing, even in the face of an opponent whose strength surpasses his own, he can still leapfrog challenges. At least, there are means of life-saving. System: this time I was tricked by you to exchange for nuclear regeneration ability. Without hesitation, Son Gohan exchanged this ability decisively. Ding! The nuclear regeneration ability of the basic version was successfully exchanged, and the host energy points were deducted: 2 billion. Host remaining energy points: 1,067,948,500 points. In just an instant, the exchanged abilities began to transform his body. Son Gohan can feel that there is a small thing in the center of his brain. As long as this thing is not destroyed, he can achieve countless regenerations. After spending 2 billion energy points, although my combat strength has not increased, the regenerative ability can make my battles full of infinite possibilities. Even if I suffer fatal injuries, I will not die. Son Gohan clenched his hands secretly. He raised his fist and was very satisfied with the result in his heart. The ability to regenerate plus Saiyan's combat power surge after his near-death resurrection is simply a combination of bugs. Alas, not Majin Buu's resilience. After the exchange was successful, Son Gohan no longer missed it, closed the system interface, and prepared to continue his long practice. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. In the outside world, 2 days have passed, and in the spiritual time house, 2 years have passed. These 2 days, to outsiders, are but a fleeting moment. For Son Gohan, it's solid hell. Known as the spiritual time house for the mentally devastated, those who are not strong enough to stay in it for 2 years will suffer from insanity, but this did not happen to Son Gohan. In 2 years, he not only thoroughly cultivated the second level of Super Saiyan to the extreme, but also broke his own limit and cultivated to the third level of Super Saiyan. 010. But even after reaching the third level of Super Saiyan transformation, he still feels dissatisfied. Does the mysterious state in the original work still need to be developed with the help of the potential of the old Supreme Kai? After 2 years of practice, I have no clue about that form, let alone a Super Saiyan beast. Son Gohan said to himself. His previous plan was to master the mysterious state that belonged to him in the spiritual time room. But after 2 years of tempering, he found that this was simply not feasible. The mysterious state, as if it didn't exist at all, even with his deep understanding of Saiyan's transformation, he couldn't find the trick to change into that form. Should I go to the Supreme Kai world? Son Gohan set his mind on the old Supreme Kai of this period. But after he thought for a while, he completely dismissed this idea. He is an outsider himself, and if he goes to Supreme Kai like this, if he gets involved too much, it will bring a lot of unnecessary troubles. Regarding the matter of the mysterious state, he can wait until he returns to his own parallel world before making a decision. When he came back to his senses, Son Gohan looked towards the exit of the spiritual time room. His time has come, and now, too, he should go out. Walking out of the spiritual time room, Son Gohan's sturdy aura came to the world again. Piccolo and Bobo, who were in the temple of the god, were the first to be shocked, and looked at the entrance of the spiritual time room at the same time. Although the normal Son Gohan's aura is far less terrifying than Super Saiyan's state, but the current Son Gohan's aura is more calm and unfathomable than the previous normal state, and the invisible coercion is even more impressive. Tremble with fear. Soon Son Gohan walked up to the two of them. Unbelievable, this is the first time I've seen someone stay there for such a long time. Bobo came back to his senses, gasped in disbelief, and exclaimed. Gohan, you have become stronger again. Piccolo noticed the calmness and toughness of Son Gohan's aura, and felt happy for Son Gohan from the bottom of his heart. Now Son Gohan has undoubtedly become the #1 powerhouse in the world. Moreover, it is to implement the past, present and future. Piccolo uncle, you two, are completely different from before I entered the spiritual time room. Could it be that you have become one with the gods? His eyes narrowed, and the value of Piccolo's combat power at this time appeared in front of Son Gohan's eyes. Up to 800 million level of combat power, 8 times stronger than the previous Piccolo. Yes, there will no longer be gods in this world. So, Gohan, what are you going to do next? Piccolo asked curiously. I want to temporarily live in this world for a few days and return to Baozi Mountain. I see, that's right. You should go. Piccolo nodded. With the deepening and ending of a period of communication. Finally, Son Gohan cast flying technique and leapt down the Temple of Heaven. Watching Son Gohan leave, the corners of Piccolo's mouth undulated slightly, and an intriguing smile appeared. Gohan, you in the future are really amazing, even I am left far behind by you. At this time, Piccolo was full of emotions, some gratified, but also unwilling. The strength of Son Gohan aroused his desire to become stronger. In the past, because he was not a complete body, the improvement of his strength was limited. Now that he has recovered his complete body, his talent and strength will have a qualitative leap. Turning around, Piccolo hesitated for a moment, then walked towards the entrance of the spiritual time room. Time flies, and 3 days later in the blink of an eye. Everything is proceeding according to the route planned in the original book. Son Goku's viral heart disease was resolved under the action of special medicine. Under Trunks' proposal, Vegeta entered the spiritual time room to practice. The only change is that Son Goku in this period did not die, but lived well. Living in the past world for 3 days, Son Gohan relaxes his tight nerves. If possible, he also wants to stay in this place for a while, and even, not return to the future world. However, he has to go back to the future world. After all, he is not from this era. There is no problem in staying in this world for a while, but he cannot stay for a long time. The most important thing is what is going to happen in the future world. Counting the time, it will not be long before the events of Majin Buu will happen in the current future world. Even before long, there will be a Zamasu who has taken Son Goku's body. After staying here for a few days, he should go too. It is located in an open space in the back of Baozi Mountain. Son Goku, Son Gohan, and the little Son Gohan of this world are gathered here. Are you going back to the future world in such a hurry? Why don't you stay and live for a while? Son Goku felt a little bit sad when his son from the future world suddenly left. To be precise, it's not because of reluctance, but because I want Son Gohan to show him the transformation of Super Saiyan beyond the limit, so that I can get more inspiration. Father, although I also want to stay and live for a while longer, there are still many things that I need to deal with in the future world. I don't belong to this world, so I can't stay for a long time. Son Gohan can't see Son Goku careful thinking. Ha ha ha, okay. Son Goku gave a helpless wry smile and nodded to Son Gohan. Before leaving, Son Gohan squatted down and looked at himself, who was only 11 years old at this time. The other me, I am looking forward to what you will be like in the future. If we meet again one day, CJBI, then you should be a fighter who can stand alone. To be honest, Son Gohan is quite looking forward to it. What kind of butterfly effect will happen in this world after he has experienced his influence? If the little Son Gohan of this period does not give up his cultivation, his future achievements will not be as good as his current one. In the future, I will become very strong, just like you. The little Son Gohan in this world has already made up his mind. He also wants, like his future self, to surpass Super Saiyan. Okay, I'll wait and see. After saying that, Son Gohan stretched out his right hand and clenched it into a fist. The little Son Gohan in this world understood, also clenched his right hand and touched it. This is an agreement between different Son Gohans located in 2 eras. Aren't you going to say goodbye to your mother? Looking at Son Gohan, Son Goku reminded. That's right, the future me, you don't have to be so anxious. Little Son Gohan said. Hearing these words, Son Gohan shook his head thoughtfully. No, it's too sad to say goodbye. Everything that should be explained has been explained. Son Gohan got up, took out the universal capsule from his arms, pressed the switch, and threw it aside. Boom! The universal capsule exploded, and the time machine appeared. Go to the time machine and press the switch. The operating compartment on the time machine opens, and Son Gohan leaps into the control room. As he entered, the door of the time machine closed, and the time machine took off slowly. When flying to a certain height and about to enter the time tunnel, Son Gohan deeply felt the reluctance of Son Goku and little Son Gohan in this time and space. At the same time, a cry came from the mother of this time and space, asking him where he was going and that he would have lunch in a while. Son Gohan smiled in relief. Finally, there was another person behind a rock not far away. Is she 18? Son Gohan was taken aback when he noticed Android 18, who was hiding behind a rock tens of meters ahead and secretly watching. He didn't expect that this woman would appear here. Noticing the change in No 18's eyes, Son Gohan also felt helpless. They, who are not people of a world, are doomed to no results. Su. There was a burst of piercing sound. The time machine disappears in place and enters the space-time tunnel. With the departure of Son Gohan, the Son family father and son did not stay any longer. They flew over and left Baozi Mountain. After they left, Android 18 finally emerged from behind the rock. She raised her head and looked at the sky. Even if she felt so sad in her heart, there was nothing she could do at the moment. With a helpless sigh, number 18 jumped and left Baozi Mountain. The future world 20 years later. Inside Magnum Capsule's huge backyard. The huge back courtyard at this moment is no longer dilapidated as before, and has restored its previous appearance. Every once in a while, Satan will regularly send a batch of supplies over. Now, Today, the Magnum Capsule Company and other destroyed buildings are being rebuilt. At the same time, the huge circular gravity training room. Compared with the previous ones, the gravity training room at this time has undergone tremendous changes. Not only is the volume larger, but after the transformation of Bulma, the upper limit of gravity has also been improved to a certain extent. Improvement. The red light reflects every part of the gravity training room. At this time, Trunks is doing gravity training again, so that after Brother Gohan comes back, he can see a different. For himself, Trunks kept urging himself. Trunks, who is working hard to practice hard, has been able to practice in an environment of 500 times the gravity under normal conditions. The first level of Super Saiyan is also complete at this moment, entering the state of full power, and it is only one step away from completely entering the second level of Super Saiyan. At this moment, 10 meters away from the front of the gravity training room, there was a change in the space, and the time machine driven by Son Gohan appeared. Trunks, who was practicing in the gravity training room, stopped training immediately after Son Gohan's breath appeared in his breath perception, turned off the gravity in the gravity training room, and opened the door. Came out. Brother Gohan. Seeing Son Gohan's return, Trunks ran to Son Gohan's side. Yo, Trunks. Restored the time machine into a capsule, Son Gohan turned around and greeted Trunks. In front of his eyes, Trunks' normal combat power value appeared in front of his eyes. At this moment, Trunks' normal combat strength has reached 15 million. Even more powerful than the Trunks that appeared in the world in the past. It seems that during my absence, you have been practicing seriously. Son Gohan was surprised by Trunks' rapid progress. This kid's cultivation talent is no worse than him. Brother Gohan, your arm. Trunks' eyes brightened after noticing the recovery of Son Gohan's broken left arm. In the past 20 years, I used a fairy bean to restore this severed arm. Son Gohan explained to Trunks, moving his left arm. This is really great. Son Gohan's broken arm has always been a hurdle in Trunks' heart. If it wasn't for protecting him, Son Gohan's left arm would not have been broken at all. Now that the arm has been restored, the knot in Trunks' heart that has been difficult to resolve has been resolved. Let's go to the living room first. Mom will be very happy to see you back. Trunks couldn't wait to tell his mother the news of Son Gohan's return. Okay. Nodding, Son Gohan did not refuse, and followed Trunks into the underground living room. At the same time, in a distant world of another dimension, gods of destruction. Son Gohan returned across time and space and was sensed by Angel Whis. This world is about to usher in a new change, and there will be a new future. Angel Whis stared at Son Gohan and muttered to himself. As an angel, he can see things deeper than others. Although he can't directly predict the distant future, he has a feeling in his heart that this parallel world, which should have been abandoned and restarted, will be on a new track again, and all of this is precisely because of this strange Son Gohan. Son Gohan, what kind of future will your existence bring to this world? It's really exciting. He became very interested in Son Gohan, a mortal, and even remembered the prophecy, a fish that came many years ago, then prophecy. In the prophecy, Super Saiyan God, who is said to be able to fight against gods of destruction, may appear again, and with his insight as an angel, this Super Saiyan God is most likely Son Gohan. The screen turns and returns to Earth. Exodus, in the living room of the field house in the all-purpose adhesive manner. Son Gohan roughly described what happened in the past world to Bulma and Trunks. Bulma was taken aback when he heard that a Trunks from another parallel world appeared 20 years ago. Long before building the time machine, she had guessed whether there would be people in other time and space trying to change the past and travel from the distant future. It now appears that her guess theory is correct. Then, Brother Gohan, the me from another future world that you met 20 years ago is the one who travels through time. Then, in his world, don't you? Tananksi wanted to stop talking. He had already guessed the tragic scene that happened in another parallel world. Since he replaced Son Gohan and traveled back in time and space to 20 years ago, there is only one possibility. You guessed it right, in different parallel worlds, different results will happen. In this parallel world, I survived. In another parallel world, I died in the battle with the artificial man. Everything that Trunks had in mind, Son Gohan explained. Hearing this, Trunks fell into silence. In another parallel world, He must have lost his last relative besides his mother, how desperate he must have been. What should be said has already been said. Son Gohan got up and walked towards the door. Go back to the future world, tell them what happened in the past, and then prepare for the new future. In this future world, Majin Buu does not know when it will appear, and what he needs to do now has already been considered. Coming to the open space outside, with a thought, Son Gohan initiated contact according to the coordinates given to him by King Kai. Located in the underworld world, above the great realm King Planet. As the supervisor of the Northern Galaxy, King Kai is currently sleeping leisurely on his recliner. Suddenly, Son Gohan's voice sounded in his mind, waking Beiji Wangli who was sleeping soundly. Who is calling me? King Kai got up in a daze, looking around. Son Gohan. King Kai, it's me, Son Gohan. Son Gohan, it's you, what's the matter? Beiji Wangli came back to his senses immediately. Last time, he gave Son Gohan the ability to communicate. If there is anything, he can contact him at any time through his mind. King Kai, I want to know the coordinates of the new Namek. I hope you can tell me where is the specific location. I need to borrow their Dragon Ball. Son Gohan's audio transmission. Make King Kai serious. You want to use the Dragon Ball on the new Namek to make a wish. If someone else communicated with him, the king of the world, he would definitely ignore him. However, Son Gohan is different, the son of his apprentice Son Goku. Son Gohan. Yes. I can tell you the coordinates on the new Namek, but before using the Dragon Ball, I need to remind you that unless it is absolutely necessary, do not use the Dragon Ball. This thing will disrupt the order of the world, will suffer karmic retribution. After pondering for a moment, King Kai said thoughtfully. Son Gohan. Thank you for reminding me, I know all of this, but King Kai, I still have to go. Well, since you have decided to go, then I will tell you the coordinates of the new Namek. King Kai transmitted the coordinates of the new Namek at this moment to Sun Wufan's mind king through his thoughts. After telling Son Gohan the coordinates, King Kai vaguely guessed what wish Son Gohan would make with the Dragon Ball on the new Namek. He got up from the chair, and walked in the direction of Z Fighter who was practicing on the Great Realm King. Son Gohan this way. The exact coordinates of Namek emerged in his mind. Son Gohan closed his eyes, and his breath perception expanded towards the direction King Kai was pointing at. About a minute or so passed. Son Gohan felt many auras quite similar to Piccolo. I found it. With a thought, instant transmission was cast, and Son Gohan also disappeared in place. Across countless star rivers, travel to Namek. New Namek. Since the death of the Universe Emperor Frieza more than 10 years ago, Namek used Shenron to find a suitable home for them to live in, and made a wish with Belunga again. People with evil thoughts could not find Namek. Countless Namek people are working hard, working day after day, year after year. They seem to be used to this kind of ordinary life without any complaints. It is located in the village where the great elder of Namek resides. Son Gohan descended upon the new Namek across the galaxy. Who? Son Gohan's sudden appearance aroused the vigilance of the Namek people guarding the village. They have finally lived in peace for more than 10 years, and now there are outsiders coming. These new Namek fighters subconsciously regard Son Gohan as an enemy. Son Gohan glanced at the surrounding battle-shaped Namek people, and the combat power value of each person entered his sight. The lowest one has a combat power of 2,300, and the highest one has a combat power value of 30,000. It should be said that as expected of the Namek people in the new era, it is not easy. Who are you? Why did you suddenly appear in Namek? Outsider, how did you get in Namek? Countless noises, all questioning Son Gohan. Just when Son Gohan was about to explain, the great elder of Namek appeared. Don't be disrespectful, he is one of the benefactors who saved our Namek. With the words of the great elder, he shouted back several Namek fighters who surrounded Son Gohan. He was one of the benefactors who saved our Namek. Could it be that he was the companion horse that fought Frieza with Super Saiyan Son Goku back then? That's why, forgive us for our disrespect. After learning of Son Gohan's identity, the Namek warriors who surrounded Son Gohan apologized sincerely for Son Gohan and then retreated. Hello, Great Elder, I haven't seen you for many years. Son Gohan greeted him politely. The Great Elder of the new Namek walked up to Son Gohan, and looked at Son Gohan with a smile on his face. The guest from the earth is also the benefactor of our Namek people. You don't have to be polite. The reason for your visit, Master King Kai has already told me. Yes, we have always prepared the Dragon Ball, and now I will ask someone to take it out. Well, thank you, Great Elder. Son Gohan said respectfully. Soon, following the order of the Great Elder, the Namek people in different villages began to act, and brought the Dragon Balls distributed in 7 different villages to the palace of the Great Elder. Are you, Gohan? Just then, a young Namek noticed Son Gohan and stepped forward. I am Son Gohan, you are. Dend. Seeing the face of this Namek, Son Gohan immediately recalled who this person was. It's me, I'm Dend. Gohan, long time no see, I thought I'd never see you again in this life. Seeing his childhood friend, Dend became excited. Didn't we meet now, Dend? You have grown a lot taller. Son Gohan looked at Dend, the second god of the earth in the original book. 5 minutes passed. The Dragon Balls distributed in 7 different corner villages were brought by Namek warriors from all over the place. As 7 Dragon Balls larger than watermelons fell, the Great Elder of Namek cast a spell on the Dragon Balls. As the skies darkened in the new Namek, Shenron Palenga appeared in a shocking scene. Those who have gathered 7 Dragon Balls, tell us your wish. No matter what kind of wish you have, I can grant 3 of them. Balunga came down and told his 5-year-old wish. Okay, Gohan, tell us your wish. The Great Elder reminded Son Gohan with his eyes on Son Gohan. Looking at the huge and mighty Shenron Balunga in the sky, Son Gohan thought for a moment, and then expressed his wish. Shenron, please restore the destroyed Temple of Heaven and Kalen Tower on Earth. This wish is too simple. Shenron Balunga made an okay gesture, a red light flashed in his eyes, and his own wish power spread. The invisible mysterious power king general on Earth has been the Kalen Tower and the Temple of Heaven, which were blown to pieces by the androids, or restored. Your first wish has been fulfilled, and by the way, I also gave you a little benefit. Next, please tell me your second wish. Palanga also knows Son Gohan, and it seems to have sold a trick. After Son Gohan was surprised for a moment, he couldn't ask further, because he knew that even if he asked, he wouldn't get an answer. The second wish. Son Gohan pondered for a moment, thinking whether to revive the anti-warriors in this time and space. Just as he was thinking, King Kai suddenly transmitted voice to his mind. Gohan, I just went to ask Goku and others, and they all refused to be resurrected. Dad, did they all refuse to be resurrected? Okay. King Kai's voice transmission made Son Gohan dispel the idea of resurrecting the Z fighters. It is estimated that they are all deeply attracted by the powerful fighters in the underworld. Instead of returning to the human world to practice alone, it is better for the Great Realm King Star who stays in the underworld to keep getting stronger. Anyway, they all have physical bodies in the underworld, and there is no difference between dead and alive. That being the case, his goal is clear. Balunga, my second wish is to revive Kalen Immortal and God Servant Bobo. Son Gohan shouted to Balunga in the sky. No problem. The voice fell, and the scarlet light bloomed again in Balunga's eyes. In an instant, an extremely huge wish emerged, and the God Servant Bobo and the immortal Kalen who had died for many years were resurrected. Your second wish has come true. Tell me your third wish. Shenron Palenga said again. With one last wish left, Son Gohan narrowed his eyes slightly. No doubt, he needs to restore his tail. Because only by recovering the tail can he perfectly solve the problem of continuous air leakage during the transformation process of the 3rd stage of Super Saiyan. Moreover, the tail is also indispensable to pursue the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Shenron, my third wish is to grow back my broken tail. Son Gohan made his last wish to Balunga. For Shenron Balunga, it is easy for Shenron Balunga to grow back his tail that has been broken for many years. Yes, after the words fell, Shenron Palanga's eye sockets burst into scarlet light. Son Gohan felt only a strange sensation and a sudden tingle, and when he turned around, a flexible black tail pierced his pants and swayed behind him. The tail is back, as expected. The source of Saiyan's power, my body seems to have changed. While the tail grew back, Son Gohan could clearly see I felt that my body had undergone unexpected changes. All your wishes have been fulfilled, then, goodbye. After the words fell, Shenron Palanga disappeared into the sky without hesitation. The 7 Dragon Balls were transformed back into giant stones, scattered in 7 different corners of Namek. Okay, the wish has been fulfilled. Gohan, is there anything else you need our help for? With a benevolent smile on his face, the Great Elder said unhurriedly like an amiable grandfather. Besides Shenron's wish, I do have one more thing. I hope Mr. Grand Elder can agree. Now that the Grand Elder asked, Son Gohan didn't intend to hide it. As long as it's within my ability, it's okay for you to say it. The Great Elder agreed without hesitation. Nowadays there is a vacancy for the position of God on Earth. I would like to invite one of you Namek people to take up the position of God on Earth. After all, Earth also needs Dragon Ball. Hearing Son Gohan's last request, the Great Elder frowned slightly, with a serious expression, thinking about something thoughtfully. It is naturally a great thing for a Namek to go to Earth to take up the position of a god. After all, their Namek are very good descendants of the dragon race. The Great Elder looked at Son Gohan, kind, powerful, and one of the benefactors of their Namek clan, which just met the requirements in his heart. I agree to this request. After pretending to contemplate for a moment, the First Elder actually already had a suitable candidate in his heart. He turned his gaze, landed on Dend, and said, Dend, come here. Yes, Lord Great Elder. Dend immediately understood and rushed forward. Dend is the best dragon descendant among our Namek people, and he is also your friend. Look, how about letting Dend take up the position of the god of the earth? The elder said. Yeah, hearing this answer, Son Gohan nodded. Without a doubt, Dend is just the right person to be an earth god. The person he originally planned to be a god-level person is Dend. After all, he was also in charge of the original work, and he did it very well. So, Dend, do you agree to go to Earth with Gohan? Grand Priest asked Dend. In fact, it seems to be asking, but it is ordering. Yeah, I can go to Earth as a god. Dend nodded in agreement. In his opinion, if a friend needs help, then he will do anything. That's no problem, Gohan. From now on Dend, 3 zeros, will be taken care of by you. Elder Yin showed a satisfied smile. He has his calculations. Arranging Dend to leave the Earth with Son Gohan is also a protective umbrella he left for the people of Namek. Son Gohan and Dend are friends. If Namek suddenly has some disasters that cannot be handled, you can also contact Son Gohan through Dend and ask him to come forward to solve the problem. After all, although the Namek people are very strong, they are not so powerful. How could Son Gohan not be able to see through the thoughts of the Great Elder? In fact, this can be seen from the original book Son Goku when he elected Dend as the new god. After confirming with Dend, before leaving, Dend said goodbye to his compatriots and friends. In just half an hour or so, Dend has made all the preparations. Here, Son Gohan used instant transmission to leave New Namek with Dend. Earth, Temple of Heaven, Adertisement. At this moment, the Tiantian Temple has been restored to its original state, and Bobo, the servant of the god who had died for more than 10 years, was also resurrected. It was unbelievable for Bobo to return to this familiar place again, and countless feelings emerged in his heart for a while. Back then, when he was still in the Temple of Heaven, an unidentified green bug suddenly appeared in the Temple of Heaven. After the conversation was fruitless, the green bug directly blew up the Temple of Heaven. He thought that his mission had come to an end, and because he was a servant of the gods and gods in the underworld, he was able to retain his body and live in heaven. Now, although he doesn't know what caused his resurrection, he vaguely guessed that it was related to Dragon Ball. After so many years, he really couldn't figure it out, but now he can only wait. A burst of piercing sound of Su resounded on the Temple of Heaven. Behind Pop, Son Gohan and Dend return with instant transmission. Sensing the strangeness behind him, Bobo turned around, and Son Gohan, whom he hadn't seen for many years, came into his sight. Although the appearance of the person in front of him has changed drastically, Bobo didn't recognize him at a glance. You are Gohan. Bobo couldn't believe it. Well, I'm Gohan, long time no see, Mr. Popo. Son Gohan smiled and nodded to Popo. At the same time, Bobo's battle strength value also appeared in front of his eyes. As a servant of the God of Heaven, at this moment, Bobo's combat power value is as high as 5 million points. This level of combat power is much stronger than Bobo in the past time and space 20 years ago. Did you resurrect me with the Dragon Ball? Popo asked. That's right, I went to Namek, borrowed their Dragon Ball to make a wish, and restored the Temple of Heaven and Kalen Tower. I originally wanted to resurrect my father and the others, but they all refused to be resurrected, so I can only resurrect you. I'm with Kalen Immortal. Then, Son Gohan turned his gaze to Den beside him, and introduced to Bobo. He is the Den I found in New Namek, I think, let him be the next god on Earth. Hello, Mr. Popo, please give me your advice. Den stepped forward and bowed to Popo. Ah, please give me more advice. Bobo responded politely. New gods. And also a Namek person, Popo guessed Son Gohan's intention. However, he doesn't care, because there is a new god, which means that he can continue his previous job. After the death of the former god, he could not be resurrected for so many years. If there is no god in the Temple of Heaven, then what is he as a god attendant? Then, I'll leave Den to Mr. Popo from now on. I still have things to deal with, so I'll take a step ahead. I'll come back when I'm done. After explaining everything to be explained, Son Gohan jumped forward, fly down the Temple of Heaven. He flew towards His Royal Highness, and soon arrived at the center of Kalen Tower. The resurrected immortal Kalen looked at everything around him, and felt incredible about his own resurrection. There was a sound of, Su, and Son Gohan swooped down from the sky, heading straight for Exodus. This also caught the attention of immortal Kalen. Gohan, I haven't seen him for so many years and he has grown so big, meow. Immortal Kalen looked at the figure that was gradually disappearing in the distance, and said to himself. Seeing Son Gohan, he also knew in his heart that this resurrection was done by Son Gohan. Time, like streams in a river, keeps passing. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed since Son Gohan returned to the future world and returned from Namek. In a year's time, under the leadership of Satan, the Savior, most of the homes of mankind have been restored. The ruins of the cities have now laid the foundations and are ready to be rebuilt again. In giving them some time, believe that the restoration of the pre-apocalyptic scene will be quick. During this year, Son Gohan's strength has also improved by leaps and bounds. Not only that, the number of energy points has also gained a lot in the daily training with Trunks, and it has reached the jumping unit. A year ago, after 2 years of training in the spiritual time room in the past world, his normal combat power value was as high as 1 billion. Today, his normal combat power value has reached 2.5 billion. The normal combat power of 2.5 billion has more than doubled. Relying on the usual perception and gravity training, as well as tempering in the spiritual time room in the Temple of Heaven, Son Gohan's strength has reached an unmatched level in this era. Even the Z fighters who were still cultivating in the underworld during this period were far behind his speed of strength improvement. As Saiyan with the most unfathomable potential, once he cultivates seriously, the speed of his strength improvement is far beyond what they can match. At this moment, Son Gohan, because the tail grows back, the defect that the third level of Super Saiyan will leak air in the battle is also filled, he even cultivated the main level of Super Saiyan to a higher level. In addition, he also tried the fourth level of Super Saiyan, which is above the third level of Super Saiyan, half a year ago. Fearing that he would lose control after becoming a giant ape and cause the Earth to be destroyed, he performed the Great Ape on an alien planet and tried to enter the fourth level of Super Saiyan. Unfortunately, that breakthrough ended in failure. It was true that he had turned into a giant ape, but he hadn't turned into a golden giant ape. He didn't even have any sense after transforming, and he was completely reduced to a mad beast. Fortunately, the planet where he performed the Great Ape is a dead star, and there is no living body, otherwise, the living beings on the entire planet will be slaughtered by him. Besides, Trunks' combat power value has also undergone earth-shaking changes within this year. After a year of hard training, coupled with the refinement of the spiritual time room, Trunks' normal combat power value has already exceeded 100 million, stabilizing at 50 million units, and he has successfully broken the limit of the first level of Super Saiyan. Entered the second level of Super Saiyan. It has to be said that Trunks is considered a genius, even if he grew up under the guidance of Son Gohan. What about Dend? Under Bobo's guidance, he has become a qualified god. Not only can you gain insight into everything in the lower realm, but also know everything about the Temple of Heaven. Since Dend is the best dragon descendant in Namek, making a Dragon Ball is just a matter of ease for him. He not only created 7 new Dragon Balls, but also changed the wish that Shenron on Earth could realize from 1 to 3. Above the Temple of Heaven, Son Gohan is doing deep meditation training. In the calmest way, bring out the potential in your body to the greatest extent. In addition to the oppression of the outside world, one also needs to guide one's own potential in the calmest way. Only 2 different ways can one maximize one's own potential. Mr. Popo, how long do you think Gohan's meditation will last this time? He has remained motionless in that place for half a month. Dend couldn't help but ask Popo, unable to restrain his inner curiosity. After each meditation training, Son Gohan's strength will be greatly enhanced. As a friend of Son Gohan, he is also very happy for Son Gohan from the bottom of his heart. Master Tianshan, last time Gohan meditated for a month, and I don't know exactly when he will wake up this time. Bobo replied truthfully. The state difference between him and Son Gohan is too great. If he can guess when Son Gohan wakes up from meditation, then he is much stronger than Son Gohan. While the two were discussing, Son Gohan, who was in deep meditation, woke up immediately. After finishing his meditation, his aura became stronger, but compared to just now, the improvement was not that great. This bottleneck period is more difficult to break through than I thought, and half a month of meditation has not made much progress. It seems that I need to change 10 trains of thought. Son Gohan commented on this rethinking training. Very dissatisfied. If we continue to rely on meditation practice, it will be difficult to break through to a higher level and break through this bottleneck period. As for the spiritual time room, Son Gohan has considered whether to go in again. After thinking about it, he knew in his heart that although the spiritual time house is an artifact for him to break through the limit and become stronger in a short period of time, if he wants to break through in it too, it will take a lot of time and energy. The mental torture of time, and no one talks, even he feels a great mental load. This time he wants to change his thinking, and needs the stimulation of a strong external force to force him to break through the limit this time. As for who can bring strong pressure to him, that's one point Son Gohan has yet to find a target. It's not that he didn't think about Majin Buu's words, but until now, he hasn't been able to find the whereabouts of the magician Babidi and his gang. After much deliberation, he finally decided on the underworld. Since Majin Buu has not appeared for a long time, and he does not know when he will show up, he might as well contact King Kai directly and fight with those powerful warriors in the underworld. The screen changed. In the underworld at this moment is unprecedentedly lively. The realm kings of the 4 major galaxies, as well as the great realm kings who live in the great realm king planet, are gathered together at this moment. The current Gifu is holding a new Gifu No. 1 martial arts conference. The 4 major galaxies simultaneously dispatched 5 powerful fighters to compete for the strongest person in the underworld this time. As the competition continued, it soon entered the finals. Son Goku from North Galaxy will face off against Rib Rice player from West Galaxy. One is the strongest person on the northern side of the galaxy, and even King Kai's apprentice, and the other is the strongest person in the West Galaxy. The match between the two had just begun, and the enthusiasm for the underworld number 1 martial arts conference was once pushed to a climax. When the competition was at its hottest, every fighter who was cultivating in the underworld showed a look of shock. Because the battle between Son Goku and Pork Ribs was too fierce, it was completely incomparable to their previous battles. It seems that Son Goku's strength is not very good, but my Pork Rib Rice is much stronger. The corners of the King of the West Realm almost turned up to the sky. At this moment, his heart burst into laughter, and he didn't care about Son Goku at all. During the last Gifu No. 1 martial arts tournament, Pork Ribs crushed Son Goku ruthlessly with overwhelming strength. For Son Goku, the defeated opponent, the King of the Western Realm didn't care at all. King of the West Realm, the outcome is not yet decided, so don't jump to conclusions in such a hurry. King Kai pushed his glasses and retorted. Others don't know how strong Son Goku is, but he, the master, knows it well. In the last Gifu No. 1 martial arts tournament, it was true that Rib Rice won, but the Son Goku at that time was far inferior to the Son Goku at this time. Today's Son Goku has surpassed the limit of Super Saiyan, and his strength is far from being comparable to a Rib Rice. Then let's see who will have the last laugh. The king of the West Realm did not want to get too entangled with King Kai, and showed the truth with his strength. The purpose of satirizing King Kai has been achieved, and the king of the Western Realm turned around and left leisurely. After the king of the West Realm left, the corners of King Kai's mouth fluctuated slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Soon, the battle in the ring entered a fierce stage, and the first round of collision between Son Goku and Pork Ribs ended. The second round is about to begin. At the very moment when the battle started, Son Gohan's voice came from King Kai's mind. King Kai, can you hear my voice? Son Gohan's voice brought King Kai back to his thoughts. I can hear you, Gohan. King Kai calmed down. I want to see my father in the underworld. The words said. Son Gohan did not hide it. Do you want to see Goku? I'm afraid I can't help you with this task. Unless you come to the underworld in person, you and your son will not be able to meet each other. Besides, you are not dead. What King Kai didn't know was that with the coordinates he gave, Son Gohan could follow that line, feel his aura, and reach the great king of the underworld. No one stipulates that you have to die to go to the underworld. I came to the underworld in person, just to see if my father who didn't want to be resurrected was attracted by some strong man in the underworld. Son Gohan, who was far away in the temple of heaven on earth, frowned slightly, showing a special smile. With instant transmission, as long as he can feel the breath, it is not a problem to go to any corner of the world. In the past, he was not strong enough, and the range of breath perception was very limited, but now he is no longer what he used to be. Even the king of the realm who is far away in the underworld, he can feel the breath. What? You said you want to come here? No, this is absolutely not possible. Gohan, you are a living person, the underworld is a place where only the dead can go. If you come here alone, everything will be disrupted. Yes. King Kai panicked and wanted to stop Son Gohan, but unfortunately, it was too late. Son Gohan has already sensed his breath, and rushed towards his position through instant transmission. In the Dragon Ball world, there are 12 universes, and each universe corresponds to a plane of the underworld. This plane of the underworld is not like the divine plane of Supreme Kai and gods of destruction, it is just a level higher than the human world. It can be said that a universe has many different planes. If you look at it as a plane, it is a ring surrounded by countless circles. The most central position is the devil. The circle that wraps around the demon world is the human world. The circle that wraps the human world at a higher level is the underworld. Further up, it is located in the planes where the supreme gods live, the realm of Supreme Kai and the realm of gods of destruction. Underworld, Great Realm King Planet. In front of King Kai, Son Gohan suddenly appeared in front of him, almost made him lose his footing and fell from the viewing area. You actually came to the underworld. You even went directly to the king of the Great Realm. It's impossible, you're just a mortal, it's impossible to come here. That's right. The arrival of Son Gohan completely broke King Kai's cognition of mortals. This is the first time since ancient times, a mortal can directly go to the underworld as a living person, and even came to the king of the Great Realm. This is thanks to King Kai for the coordinates you provided me. Otherwise, I would not be able to perceive the breath of the underworld. A year ago, I was not strong enough to think about the underworld. Now I am strong enough. This world I can already feel the breath, and I can come in and out at will, and it will not be a problem in the future. Looking at the shocked King Kai Son Gohan, he explained unhurriedly. Afterwards, Son Gohan looked at a burly blonde man behind King Kai. He is also one of King Kai's powerful fighters, Oliver. In the original book, he showed very impressive strength. Son Gohan stared at Oliver in front of him, and the combat power value of the opponent appeared in front of him. This guy's combat power value is quite not weak, a full 1 billion. At the same time, Oliver also noticed Son Gohan's gaze, and he showed a vigilant gaze towards this stranger who just appeared. Just the first time he was targeted, he had a creepy feeling, as if he was being targeted by a predator at the top of the food chain. Master Kai, is he the son of Son Goku, the strongest warrior in the northern galaxy that you mentioned to me? Oliver's expression suddenly became serious. That's right, he is the son of Son Goku, and he is also the first person who can directly reach the king of the Great Realm as a living person. I really didn't expect it. Wiping off the cold sweat on his forehead, King Kai calmed down and said to Okuyus explained. At this time, other Z fighters who had already been eliminated from the competition also came to their rest area one after another. As soon as they came back, they found a very familiar but unfamiliar person. When they got closer, they also saw this person's face clearly. Gohan. A voice of surprise and disbelief sounded at the same time. Piccolo, Tianjing Fan, Keelan and Jiaozi. Son Gohan turned his head towards the source of the sound, and the four courtiers entered his line of sight. Long time no see, Piccolo uncle, Tianjing Rice uncle, Keelan uncle, and Dumplings. Son Gohan revealed his identity. At the same time, the combat power values of several people also appeared in front of his eyes. Piccolo, the combat power value is 1.5 billion. Tianjing Rice, 750 million. Kling, 800 million. Dumplings, 30 million. After witnessing the fighting power of other Z fighters, Son Gohan fell into deep thought. Except for Dumpling, everyone's strength is far above that of artificial humans. Adertisement. In the original book, Son Gohan who can resurrect a future world may not have such a difficult battle. It's just that he felt very strange. Why didn't he see Yamcha and Vegeta here? Gohan, why did you appear in the underworld? Could it be that you also? Piccolo was startled. There was only one possibility for the great King Star to appear in the underworld. Son Gohan died. But when he raised his head and didn't see the ring symbolizing the dead man's head on Son Gohan's head, he was stunned again. Gohan doesn't have a ring on his head. Could it be that you came to Great Kaiwang by yourself? Tianjing Fan found out and said in amazement. Gohan, you came to Great Kaiwang while you were still alive. It's unbelievable. How did you get here? Keelan also said in amazement. I am the underworld where I came, everyone, long time no see. As the exchange deepened and ended, Son Gohan also understood the reason why they did not resurrect. For death, they have accepted the result, thinking that the world is not worth going back to. There are better resources here, as well as stronger opponents, which arouse their desire to become stronger. For the world, they don't have many souvenirs. As for why he didn't see Yamcha and Vegeta, he also knew the answer. Probably because Yamcha thinks that even if he cultivates, it doesn't make much sense. Instead of practicing on the great realm king, it is better to go to heaven and live an ordinary life. Calculating the time, he has already been reincarnated. Vegeta's words. That guy did a lot of evil in his lifetime and was sentenced to hell by King Yama. Now he has become a tyrant in hell. With his existence, those evil people in hell will be at ease few. Knowing all the answers he wanted, Son Gohan turned his eyes and landed on the stage of the underworld number 1 martial arts conference. In the ring, his father is in a Super Saiyan state and is inseparable from Rib Rice. No wonder, Dad, he refuses to be resurrected. These masters in the underworld are much stronger than artificial humans. Son Gohan Shenguang watched Son Goku and Rib's Fan who were fighting fiercely in the arena. When the ability was activated, the combat power values of the two also appeared in his eyes. Son Goku in the full power state of the first stage of Super Saiyan, the combat power value is as high as 184 billion. Son Gohan calculates that Son Goku's normal combat power value has reached 2.3 billion with Super Saiyan's first order full power normal combat power 80 times higher. Compared with him now, it is 200 million lower, but the gap is not big. As for the combat power value of Rib's Rice, it looks like 200 billion on the surface, but he hides it even bigger, and if he explodes with all his strength, the combat power value will become even higher. Oddly enough, the pork rib rice in the original book is not so powerful. But think about it, after all, this time and space is 20 years after the original work. Since you have already arrived at the underworld, if you have any questions, please tell Goku yourself, Gohan. Since Son Gohan has already arrived at the underworld, King Kai can only let nature take its course. The day that Son Goku least wanted to face finally came. Son Gohan is not in a hurry to show up to meet Son Goku, he wants to see how strong Son Goku is in this period. As the battle continued to heat up, the battle between Son Goku and Rib's Fan also came to an end. Son Goku took out the second order peak state of Super Saiyan of a higher level. The normal 150-fold increase in combat power raised the limit of Son Goku's combat power to 345 billion. Ribs fan also showed his full strength, with a combat power value as high as 250 billion points. In front of Son Goku, who is at the peak of Super 2, it is not worth mentioning. In the last energy confrontation, Pork Ribs was defeated, and Son Goku won the final victory. At this moment, Son Gohan took the initiative to show up, jumped from the auditorium, and jumped onto the ring. Long time no see, Dad. Slowly descending from the sky of the underworld, Son Gohan landed on the ring. His sudden appearance attracted the attention of countless people. Especially when someone noticed that there was no ring on top of Son Gohan's head, they were all shocked. The one who was most shocked was Son Goku, who just won the championship of the first martial arts tournament in the local server. You are Gohan. Why did you come to the underworld? Son Gohan suddenly descended on the king of the underworld, which made Son Goku startled and felt at a loss for a while. He was even more shocked when he noticed that there was no ring on top of Son Gohan's head. Son Gohan did not come to the underworld as a dead person, but as a living person. I arrived at the underworld through instant transmission, and I finally understand why you refused to be resurrected, Dad. Son Gohan crossed his arms, with a smile on his face. Staring at Son Goku, who had his mind pierced, felt a little embarrassed at first. At the same time, his existence was also discovered by the owner of Great Realm King Star, King Yin Realm. A living person. How could there be a living person here? The Great Realm King stood up suddenly, and he was greatly surprised by the sudden appearance of Son Gohan. At the same time, behind the Great Realm King, a red-faced man wearing Shen's costume slowly appeared. If Son Gohan finds him, he will recognize him at the first sight. He is Supreme Kai's servant, Jebet. Is he the Son Gohan that Supreme Kai once mentioned to me, and he arrived in the underworld as a living person? It's really surprising. Judging from Jebet's tone of voice, it seems that he began to pay attention to Son Gohan a long time ago. At this moment, Supreme Kai's sound transmission sounded in Jebet's mind. Jebet, let this Son Gohan fight Son Goku, and the strongest will emerge. I understand, Lord Supreme Kai. Jabber immediately understood. I'm sorry, Lord Jebet, it's my negligence that caused the living people to appear in the underworld, please let me deal with it. At this moment, the group of nervous Supreme Kai, Son Gohan's sudden appearance, hit his plan was messed up, and at this moment he was deeply afraid that his position would be lost. No, let them continue the game. Jabiter's sudden words caught the Great Realm King by surprise. Ah, Jabet-sama, do you want this living person to fight Son Goku? The Great Realm King showed a puzzled look. Could it be that this mortal who suddenly appeared was a special guest invited by Jabet? Master Supreme Kai has an order to let the martial arts tournament continue. Jebet said with a blank face. As Jabiter's words fell, the Great Realm King stood up in seconds. As a living person, Son Gohan came to King of the Underworld, and now this special case has been noticed by Supreme Kai. The number 1 martial arts tournament in the Hell is not limited to the fighters of the Hell. Since the fighters in the Yangjan have the ability to come to the Hell, they can also participate. Once they are in the ring, they will have a competition. The sudden fall of this rule caused a commotion among the soldiers present. Son Gohan belongs to a special guest. In the arena, hearing the king of the Great Realm, Son Gohan confronted Son Goku, and the atmosphere was not as good as expected. Gohan, Father, there's no need to feel sorry. To be honest, I'm quite happy to meet my father again. Seeing Son Goku's psychology, Son Gohan said, which can be regarded as giving Son Goku a step down. Gohan, as long as you can understand. Son Goku smiled wryly. However, he was very happy again. This son of his is more mature than he imagined, at least he didn't blame him. Unbeknownst to Son Goku, Son Gohan is no longer his original son. And Son Gohan has been shocked by the powerful power currently held by Son Goku, especially the opponent's Super Saiyan Second Order peak, which is almost comparable to his own Super 2 peak. The normal gap between the two is not that big, and Son Gohan guesses in his heart whether Son Goku in this period has already touched the transformation of the third level of Super Saiyan. Since the King of the Great Realm has agreed for you to participate in the competition, Gohan, let me try it. What is your strength now? Closer to home, Son Goku also wants to try Son Gohan's strength. As a fighting maniac, no matter who the powerful opponent is, it is a challenge for him. Just fighting with a pork rib rice can't satisfy him at all. The arrival of Son Gohan gave him an unexpected surprise. His intuition told him that the current Gohan is much stronger than when he communicated with King Kai last time. Looking at Son Goku in front of him, who is full of fighting spirit, this battle is just in line with Son Gohan's wishes. He came to the great world King Star in the underworld, and his purpose was to write about the battle of his father in this life. Before that, Dad should restore his physical strength and energy. Considering the battle that happened before, Son Gohan opened his mouth to remind. This made Son Goku startled, and after thinking about it, he laughed. Indeed, I have exhausted a lot of energy in the battle with pork rib rice, so just wait for me for a while. Saying that, Son Goku flew under the ring and found King Kai. In the underworld great realm Wangxing, although the dead are no different from the living, the replenishment and recovery of energy and physical strength is more troublesome than the living, because the dead recover only by rest, which is very slow. After a brief minute, Son Goku was back in Taijung with the help of King Kai recovering. Come on Gohan, Son Goku said with a smile. Then Dad, you have to be careful. After the words fell, the corner of Son Gohan's mouth frowned, driving the S cells in the body, gathering at the top of the head, and bursting out all at once. The golden aura exploded in an instant, and Son Gohan immediately entered the peak state of the second order Super Saiyan. It is also a normal 150 times increase in combat power. Son Gohan's combat power value is a bit stronger than Son Goku, reaching a terrifying 375 billion. What a powerful aura, it has already surpassed me. I didn't expect you to become so strong. It's hard to imagine. Gohan, what kind of training have you experienced? Feeling the strength of Son Gohan's aura carefully, the look of excitement on Goku's face grew stronger. The reason why he can achieve today's achievement is because he has fought countless powerful opponents in the underworld, and he has achieved it over time. But Son Gohan, relying on his own practice, has caught up with him in about a year. Such a terrifying cultivation talent makes Son Goku feel ashamed. It also reminded him of the potential talent that Gohan showed when he was a child. Son Gohan didn't answer him, but with a confident smile on the corner of his mouth, he silently put on his own fighting posture. Seeing this, Son Goku knew what his son meant, and put on his own fighting posture. The atmosphere became extremely tense during the second order Super Saiyan confrontation between father and son. After a few seconds of stalemate, Son Goku took the lead in attacking. In an instant, Son Goku came violently, with extreme speed. Even Son Gohan only saw a phantom, and Son Goku had already killed in front of him. The intensive fist and foot attack combined with the Kemezan style of attack and defense, suppressed Son Gohan. The fierce attack of fists and kicks was completely blocked by Son Gohan, and the terrifying power was even more shocking, so that Son Gohan's hands and feet went numb. A long-lost passion and excitement emerged in Son Gohan's heart. Even in the case of a certain gap in strength, Son Goku can still fight with him by virtue of his rich combat experience and tried and tested combat skills. Son Gohan has not experienced this level of battle for a long time, and he has decided that it is a correct choice to come to Great King this time. If he didn't come, he wouldn't be able to enjoy this kind of evenly matched battle at all. Under Son Goku's fierce pursuit, Son Gohan was forced to retreat continuously. There was a bang of boom. Son Goku charged up his whole body, and hit Son Gohan's arms with a heavy blow, and the terrifying force forced Son Gohan to chase him 5 meters away. There was a tingling sensation in both arms, and white smoke was emitted due to the strong impact of the breath. The eyes of Son Gohan, who was knocked back by one blow, flashed brightly, and it was time to launch a counterattack. Suddenly, Son Gohan turned into an aurora and descended in front of Son Goku, and began to attack proactively. Boom, pounds, boom, pounds, boom, pounds, boom, pounds, boom, pounds. Using both hands and feet, every attackable part of the whole body has become a tool for Son Gohan's attack. Both sides use their physical strength to the extreme at the same time, so that their strength and combat effectiveness have been greatly improved at the same time. With the continuous collisions and the impact of the sturdy breath, the great realm King Star kept shaking due to the impact of huge force, and the arena under their feet, where they were fighting, had sunk due to their continuous collisions, becoming potholed. This is the end of the warm-up exercise, let's do it for real. Dad, W. After doing a simple warm-up exercise, Son Gohan planned to show some real skills. Drink. With a muffled drink, Son Gohan released all the energy of the second level of Super Saiyan in his body. In an instant, his aura showed a dramatic improvement, directly soared to the ultimate state of the second level of Super Saiyan. This is the realm above the peak of the second level of Super Saiyan, and it is also the acme of the second level of Super Saiyan. The normal 200-fold increase in combat power has raised the limit of Son Gohan's combat power. Sensing the surge of Son Gohan's aura, Son Goku's eyes flashed with astonishment, and he didn't dare to neglect, he also took out his hidden king of power. In a blink of an eye, he also showed the ultimate power of the second level of Super Saiyan, a 200-fold increase in normal combat power, which also greatly improved Son Goku's combat power. Although Son Goku is powerful, he is still much weaker than Son Gohan. If it's just normal, there's no big difference. After all, the normal gap between the two is only 200 million points. When the two of them showed the ultimate power of the second level of Super Saiyan, Great Kaiwangshin couldn't keep calm as before, and began to shake violently. The terrifying aura continued to grow, and the golden arrogance almost swallowed the entire Great Realm King planet. Son Goku's strength is unmatched. Son Gohan's breath is even more unpredictable. The aura of the two kept soaring, and they stopped after they reached a certain level. Son Goku's combat power value stabilized at 460 billion. And Son Gohan's combat power value has reached the level of 500 billion. It's unbelievable, it's also the second level of Super Saiyan, and my chi is slightly inferior to yours. It seems that the cultivation you have experienced is much more cruel than I thought, Gohan. Into the limit state of the second level of Super Saiyan afterwards, Son Goku calmed down a lot and began to analyze. Father, you're not bad either. Son Gohan's eyes were burning with fighting spirit, and since he reached this level, Son Goku was the first existence who could meet his gaze. Haha, although I am not reconciled that I am slightly inferior to you in the same level of transformation, but I am even more excited now, Gohan, you have finally surpassed me. With your current strength, if you want to protect the Earth from future possibilities, the disaster happened easily. Son Goku was so excited that the belligerent factor in his body was completely stimulated, and the next second, he squatted down, set up a fighting posture, and was ready to attack. His aura is retracted inside his body to prevent the aura from leaking out, ensuring that he can exert his full strength 100%. Son Goku's fist slashed through the space, driving towards Son Gohan T with unparalleled power. The power of this blow is terrifying. Even Son Gohan will be traumatized, after all, it is a fist with hundreds of billions of combat power. In an instant, Son Gohan dodged Son Goku's assault easily like a ghost, and took the initiative to punch Son Goku in the abdomen. Bang! There was a thrilling sound of piercing into the flesh, and this powerful and heavy punch hit Wukong firmly in the abdomen. The terrifying shattering force spread from the abdomen to the whole body, and the power of the blow made Son Goku retch in pain. With the help of his willpower, he suppressed the pain in a very short time. Accumulate a kick to Son Gohan's chest. A huge force spread to the whole body, and Son Gohan's body flew uncontrollably upside down 10 meters away before stopping, and the severe pain made him gasp. Swept by the stinging pain, the fighting factor in Son Gohan's body became active, the pain turned into blood, and the joy of fighting rose from his heart. His body began to heat up from the traumatic blow. Without the slightest hesitation, Son Gohan rushed to Son Goku again and launched a dense and fierce offensive. Combining punches and kicks, they continuously put pressure on Son Goku. This horrifying continuous fatal blow swept Son Goku's body like a storm. Fortunately, he has rich experience and superb skills. Otherwise, someone else would have already been here. Under the impenetrable fierce offensive, he was hit hard. But even so, Son Goku still felt a great pressure sweeping over him, which was an unprecedented feeling since he mastered this power in the underworld. He was suppressed. The person who suppressed him was still his own son. The excitement and unwillingness in his heart turned into his motivation, and Son Goku responded with difficulty to Son Gohan's attack. After 2 minutes, the hand-to-hand combat between the two sides ended. In hand-to-hand combat, Son Goku didn't take advantage of the slightest, and even those who were suppressed could only be forced to defend. Son Gohan though. It is said that he has the upper hand, but he cannot completely defeat Son Goku with hand-to-hand combat. The hand-to-hand combat was fruitless, and the energy battle appeared. The energy bombs scattered all over the sky hovered over the sky of the king of the great realm. Either they hit the ring and caused an explosion, or they were crushed by the opponent's palm. The energy bombs all over the sky are as bright and dense as the sea of stars, driving down with unparalleled destructive power. Ding! Automatically absorb the energy dropped by Super Saiyan second order limit Son Goku and convert it into energy points, 50 million. Ding! Automatically absorb the energy dropped by Super Saiyan second order limit Son Goku and convert it into energy points, 80 million. Ding! Automatically absorb the energy dropped by Super Saiyan second order limit Son Goku and convert it into energy points, 100 million. Using energy attacks to expose the opponent to no avail, Son Goku plans to make a ruthless Zhao Wang's attack. The breath of his whole body was released at this moment, smashing all the energy bullets coming from all directions. Put your hands together to form a sunflower shape, and put them on your waist. The light blue energy particles gather in your palms, and Son Goku's aura rises linearly with this energy concentration. Turtle, Pi, Chi, Gong, Wave. Son Goku released his own unique skills with all his strength as soon as he came up. Sensing the approaching crisis, Son Gohan raised his vigilance. Magic flash. The palms of both hands joined together, and pure golden energy starlight burst out in an instant. Two strands of energy with astonishing intensity collided like bulldozers, rolling down towards each other continuously. The energies of the two sides were in a constant stalemate, shooting out countless electric spark tails in the space. Ding! Automatically absorb the energy dropped by the second order limit of Super Saiyan Son Goku Kamehameha, and convert it into energy points, 500 million. Ding! Automatically absorb the energy dropped by the second order limit of Super Saiyan Son Goku Kamehameha, and convert it into energy points, 600 million. Ding! Automatically absorb the energy dropped by the second order limit of Super Saiyan Son Goku Kamehameha, and convert it into energy points, 700 million. The confrontation between the two sides has been stalemate for a long time, and no one can take advantage of it. As bystanders, the underworld warriors, as well as the four realm kings and the great realm king, were all shocked by this scene. Endlessly, fighting to this level is no longer what they can evaluate. The four realm kings only felt an invisible coercion descending on them, making it difficult for them to even breathe, and they could barely see afterimages in the battle. The great realm king was shocked. He couldn't believe that there is actually a mortal's aura in this world that can be so strong. Even Jebet, who is the servant of Supreme Kai, is breaking out in cold sweat at this moment, shocked by the power of mortals. In the constant energy confrontation between the two sides, Son Gohan is also slowly exerting force, constantly increasing the energy output of the magic flash. His sight was blocked by the energy of the magic flash and Kamehameha wave, so he couldn't see clearly what was going on at Son Goku's side. Just because he can't see it doesn't mean he doesn't know it. Through breath perception, he can feel Son Goku's breath fluctuations. At this time, Son Goku is being suppressed by his nirvana and retreating steadily. Next, either take out a higher level Super Saiyan, or be swallowed and defeated by the magic flash. With his current strength, it is absolutely impossible to stop his magic flash. Facing his son's extremely tough suppression, Son Goku blushed, and his eyes were full of shock. He couldn't believe that his son Son Gohan could suppress him in such a mess. At this moment, Son Goku has mixed feelings in his heart, and he doesn't know how to express his feelings. It's only been a year since the last conversation, and Gohan had just mastered the second order transformation of Super Saiyan at that time, right? On the other hand, he has already mastered the second level of Super Saiyan for many years, and his attainment and use of this transformation has already reached its peak. He never thought that one day he would be overtaken by his son so quickly. Of course, even if he was filled with emotion, he didn't want to admit defeat. Ha! In an instant, the golden arrogance skyrocketed, and the terrifying power suddenly skyrocketed. The Kamehameha wave energy gathered in his palm also swelled in a circle in an instant, making his own chi play to the extreme. Sure enough, there is more power. Did you mobilize the energy pool of the third level of Super Saiyan? Feeling the pressure in the palm is increasing, Son Gohan guessed that Son Goku must have used the third level of Super Saiyan energy pool. Although he didn't transform, Son Gohan himself knew the aura that came from the same origin. And with the energy pool bonus of the third level of Super Saiyan, it is easy to surpass him in an instant. Aren't you willing to use your full strength until now? Dad, since you don't want to, then I will force you to use your full strength. The corners of Son Gohan's mouth rose and fell slightly, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Obtained the third order energy pool of Super Saiyan. The 500 billion combat power value skyrocketed again, and the terrifying energy doubled the power of the magic flashing light in an instant. How is it possible? Gohan, your strength has improved so much. The pressure in his palm suddenly increased, which once again refreshed Son Goku's view of his son. Although he looks very unreliable on the surface, careless and silly at the same time, but in terms of fighting, he is an unparalleled genius, and his performance is also incomparable. Ever since his death, he has been cultivating on the great realm Wangsheng. Counting the time, it has been almost 20 years now. It was hard for him to imagine what kind of cruel training his son had gone through to reach this point. Kamehameha retreated with a trend visible to the naked eye, and Son Goku gritted his teeth. He understood that if he kept hiding at this moment and did not show stronger strength, then his end would be swallowed by his son's magic flash. Although he is already dead, if he is hit by his own energy and Son Gohan's magic flash, he is very likely to die again. The third level of Super Saiyan. He doesn't plan to use it now, because what Son Gohan is showing now is only the transformation of the second level of Super Saiyan. If he takes out a more advanced transformation, it means, at the same level, he is far behind his son. It is also the second order limit state of Super Saiyan, and he is not willing to admit defeat. When the energy was about to devour him, Son Goku decisively cast instant transmission, and the jumping space disappeared in place. With his sudden disappearance, Kamehameha had no energy to maintain support, and quickly collapsed and disintegrated under the impact of the magic flash. The energy of the magic flashing light rushed out of the king of the great realm, and exploded in a corner of a certain CJDB edge of the underworld. Although the scope of the underworld is huge and can't be seen to the end, the aftermath after the explosion of the Dangmo flash even set off layer after layer of storms, and also made the great realm king planet tremble non-stop. The aftermath of the explosion dissipated, Son Gohan's perception expanded, and Son Goku was not found wherever he looked. He also guessed something. Instant transmission, whispered in his mouth. Son Gohan concentrated on it. Sensing the changes in the surrounding space, in the next second, he locked behind him suddenly, and swung out a heavy fist. The powerful punch was right in front of him. Son Goku suddenly appeared with instant transmission. He subconsciously turned his head to avoid the blow with his mind tensed. There were strands of golden hair floating in the space, and Son Goku was in a cold sweat. He just wanted to use instant transmission to attack behind Son Gohan while the dodger was flashing, but his thinking was too simple. Instant transmission is not his patent alone, Son Gohan will also. Did you even see through my instant transmission? It's really unexpected, you are so powerful, Gohan. With cold sweat on his forehead, Son Goku said in amazement. At that moment just now, cold sweat broke out on his back. If he was hit by this punch, he would be completely passive. The father and son looked at each other and landed from the sky onto the radio station. The atmosphere on both sides became tense, and Son Gohan broke the calm first. Father, until now, how long do you want to hide your strength? Others can't see it, but it doesn't mean I can't see it. You also hide a transformation that is more advanced than the second level of Super Saiyan. Son Gohan's eyes, his fighting spirit increased instead of diminishing. He urged Son Goku to take out a higher level transformation to fight him. The last concealment was seen through, and Son Goku was also shocked. That was a transformation he had just developed, and it was discovered so directly. You know, this transformation, even King Kai doesn't know it. I didn't expect to be spotted by you, Gohan. Since when did you notice it? Son Goku asked unhurriedly after being discovered and hidden, with a serious expression. From that moment when your energy surged just now, Dad. Son Gohan was waiting, and Son Goku was really at full strength. The third level of Super Saiyan, he has been away from fighting at the same level for a long time. As a Saiyan, only fighting can allow him to complete transformation and growth in a very short period of time. Hey, now that I've been discovered, there's nothing I can do about it. To be honest, I haven't tried this transformation yet. Even Lord Kai and the others don't know about it. Once again, I've surpassed Super Saiyan's appearance. Since Gohan, you asked, so I will use it to show you. Confidently rubbing the bridge of his nose, Son Goku joked before transforming, "Don't be frightened, Gohan." At the same time, all the kings of the realm and the warriors of the underworld. When Son Goku said that this is not his full strength, and he has hidden a stronger transformation, everyone showed disbelief. The power of the second level of Super Saiyan has been so strong that they can't imagine it, they can only look up to it, but now Son Goku tells them that this is not his full strength. Son Goku. As the strongest fighter in the West Galaxy, Pork Ribs has fought against Son Goku, and he has personally experienced how strong Son Goku's Super Saiyan is at the second level. Originally, he felt that he was just slightly inferior, but after seeing the fierce confrontation between Son Gohan and Son Goku, he realized that his strength was still far from theirs. But these are not enough to break the belief of Rib Rice, until Son Goku said that he is above the second level of Super Saiyan, and there is still a layer of transformation. He was shaken. King Kai here, beyond Super Saiyan again. When did Goku do it? Even I don't know it. King Kai was taken aback by Son Goku's words. He knows Super Saiyan's second order transformation because he saw Son Goku break through with his own eyes. But he has never seen the third level of Super Saiyan, which is a higher level, and has never heard Son Goku mention it. In the state that has already surpassed Super Saiyan, once again surpassing Super Saiyan. Can Goku really do it? Performing 3 transformations, this is far beyond Tianjin fans' performance on Saiyan now. He only felt that in front of Saiyan's transformation, even if he practiced hard for 10 years, he still couldn't compare with it. Goku is serious. Above the second level of Super Saiyan, there is a higher level of Super Saiyan third level. He couldn't believe Son Goku's third level of Super Saiyan, but Keelan was convinced of its suspect. Piccolo and Oliver on the side kept silent, but silently clenched their fists. If what Son Goku said is true, it means that the gap between them will be widened again, and this gap cannot be filled by hundreds of years of practice. In the arena, at this moment, Son Goku is finally planning to show his own skills. After many years of penance in the underworld, he has mastered the third level of Super Saiyan. Ha! The frightening blue-white electric arc continued to expand and spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. Because the intensity of the breath is too exaggerated, the climate and environment of the underworld world have undergone earth-shaking changes. The sky of the underworld was shrouded in darkness, and in the darkness, a terrifying golden thunderbolt that could destroy everything was sent down. The entire Great Realm King planet was plunged into unprecedented violent sloshing. Son Goku's body was wrapped in a golden ball of light, and his aura was expanding at an astonishing speed. The extremely frightening breath spread throughout the entire underworld, turning everything upside down, and violent shaking occurred no matter where it was. Boom! Because the king of the great world couldn't bear the impact of the powerful breath, the scenes visible to the naked eye continued to expand and expand. At this moment, as the master of the Great Realm King, Jebet, the Great Realm King and Supreme Kai's servant, was deeply shocked by Son Goku's extremely terrifying aura, his face was pale, and fear appeared in his eyes. Can this level of chi really erupt from a mortal? At this moment, not only them, but even the Supreme Kai who was watching the king of the underworld from far away in the Supreme Kai world was shocked by the extremely terrifying aura emanating from Son Goku. This endless and sturdy aura once reminded him of the monster that killed the 3 Supreme Kai including the Great Realm King Shendu millions of years ago. As the aura continued to increase, Son Goku, who was shrouded in a golden energy halo, also completed his transformation. The eyebrows disappeared, the brow bones were lowered, the long blonde hair reached his waist, and there was a bunch of bangs on his forehead. His expression and temperament had undergone earth-shaking changes, and he was more ruthless than the god of death. This form is exactly the third level of Super Saiyan. Ding! Automatically absorb the third-order grandson of Super Saiyan. Goku drops energy, converted into energy points, 100 million. Ding! Automatically absorb the energy dropped by Super Saiyan's third-order Son Goku and convert it into energy points, 200 million. Ding! automatically absorb the energy dropped by Super Saiyan's third order Son Goku and convert it into energy points, 300 million. As expected by Son Gohan, Son Goku's Super Saiyan third level has not been mastered for a long time, and because he is in the state of initial mastery, there is a fatal problem of air leakage. Not resolved. However, this is the world of the dead. No matter how much energy he releases, he will immediately be supplemented by the rules of this world, and become the Sun Wu of the third level of Super Saiyan. So empty, I didn't notice any discomfort at the first time. Son Gohan stared at Son Goku in front of him, his eyes fixed, and the combat power value appeared in front of his eyes. At this moment, Son Goku's combat power value is as high as 920 billion, which is only one step away from reaching the trillion unit. Chapter 91. With a steady breath, Son Goku turned his head and looked at Son Gohan with cold eyes, and there was no slight emotional fluctuation in the green eyes. This is the Super Saiyan that I once surpassed Super Saiyan. I call it the third level of Super Saiyan. This is also my full strength, Gohan. Son Goku clenched his fists tightly, and the breath of his body formed a flow currents lingered around him. Now he is far better than Son Gohan in breath. He also confidently believed that when he took out this transformation, the outcome had already been announced. As the third level of Super Saiyan, just what I want, Dad. An excited smile appeared on his face, and Son Gohan's eyes were burning with fanatical fighting spirit. Sensing Son Gohan's fighting spirit, Son Goku showed a look of astonishment. He didn't see any unexpected expression on Son Gohan's face. As if he already knew that he would surpass the third level of Saiyans. Since Dad, you have put in all your strength, then I will go all out. Son Gohan's words frightened Son Goku in front of him. You, what did you say? Gohan, could it be that you have? Son Goku's expression changed dramatically, and the shock in his eyes could not be concealed. He had already guessed why Son Gohan kept they all maintained this confident appearance. The third level of Super Saiyan. He also reached it. The third level of Super Saiyan is not patented by you alone, Dad. I spent a lot of energy in the spiritual time room, and finally reached it. After the words fell, Son Gohan moved all the S cells in his body with a thought. Driven by his thoughts, all the S cells were concentrated on the top of the head, and exploded in an instant. Crackling, the blue and white current continued to expand, and Son Gohan's momentum ushered in sublimation and transformation in an instant. Same attitude, same face. Unlike Son Goku's Super Saiyan third order transformation that requires a long time to shake forward, Son Gohan's Super Saiyan third order transformation is done in one go. There is no omission during the transformation. Energy zone. Moreover, even though they are both the third level of Super Saiyan, there are also strengths and weaknesses among the Super Saiyans. Son Gohan's Super Saiyan's third-tier combat strength value has broken through 100 million units, stabilizing at the trillion level. Although the two sides are also Super 3, there is a big gap in terms of strength and aura. Trillions and billions are not at the same level. This is really incredible. Gohan, you really surprised me. The scene before him completely shocked Son Goku to the point of doubting his life. The third level of Super Saiyan, he was able to achieve it after more than 10 years of cultivation in the underworld, but now, his son has also completed the third level of Super Saiyan, and the momentum is vaguely stronger than him. After more than 10 years of painstaking training in the underworld, it is still inferior to his son's cultivation alone in the world. Son Goku only felt his old face turn red. Times change, old and old alternate. Although he was very happy that his son could become so strong, he also felt unwilling. Come on, Dad, no one is allowed to hold back this time, go all out. With an angry shout, Son Gohan put on a fighting stance, his whole body became invisible, and was restrained into the body, making it impossible for people to notice. Okay, this time, I will go all out. Son Goku can't wait to meet an evenly matched opponent. After pondering for a moment, the chi of both sides rose at the same time, reached the peak, and killed each other within 0.01 seconds. The two descended in front of each other, and the violent fist and kick attacks swept towards each other's body like a storm. Bang, pounds, boom, pounds, 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 pounds. The fierce and fiery battle started all at once, and the direct collision of the third level of Super Saiyan, just the aftermath could cause the turmoil of the Great King planet and the shaking of the underworld. After just a few rounds of fighting, the more Son Goku fought, the more frightened he felt. He found that Gohan's attack speed was getting faster and faster, and he even had a feeling that he was going to be unable to keep up. There was a muffled sound of bang. Caught off guard, Son Goku was knocked back several meters by a heavy punch from Son Gohan, almost falling off the ring. Chasing after the victory, Son Gohan came to Son Goku at an extremely fast speed, and began to chase and fight fiercely again. Hand-to-hand combat does not take advantage of the slightest. Son Goku intends to change the way of fighting. In a fit of anger, he flew towards the Great Realm King planet, shifting the battlefield so that he could have more leeway. Sudden storm. Son Gohan caught up violently, his right hand condensed energy, and countless purple coquettish air bullets were quickly used towards Son Goku under his control. If this hit him directly and continued to suffer injuries, Son Goku would definitely suffer serious injuries. Faced with this tracking energy attack, Son Goku knew he couldn't avoid it, but he didn't let Son Gohan dominate him either. In the blink of an eye, he came to the sky hundreds of meters above the Great King. Stopping his body, Son Goku mobilized energy, and around his body, a layer of translucent barrier appeared in front of his eyes, blocking all the energy that was coming to him. Boom, 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 boom. The roaring sound brought by the explosion was endless, and the spreading shock wave shook the entire underworld. Fortunately, they are not on the Great Realm King planet at this moment, otherwise that place will collapse in an instant. This level of power, even the Supreme Kai realm, which is the realm of gods, may not be able to withstand it. A mere Great Kai world will collapse directly under this unimaginable power. I found you. Locking on Son Goku, who was swiftly moving through the explosion with a hidden breath, Son Gohan accelerated his speed again. In the blink of an eye, he stormed into the smoke and I was where Son Goku was. The battle has officially entered a white-hot stage. Numerous afterimages and shock waves spread in the sky, and none of the people present could see clearly what was going on in Chu Tian's sky. The only thing that can be distinguished is the fierce collision of two extremely powerful auras, the sound of explosions one after another, and only the thrilling roar that lingers in the ears like muffled thunder. The battle between Super 3 Son Goku and Super 3 Son Gohan has gone beyond their cognition. The battle intensified, and Son Goku and Son Gohan, who were at an altitude of 1,000 meters, shifted the battlefield again, returned to the Great King, and used some useless planets other than the Great King as pedals to continuously shift the battlefield back and forth to fight. Even a character as strong as Pork Ribs is sweating profusely and his mouth is wide open at the moment. It is hard to believe that there are people in this world who can fight so fiercely. As strong as him, with the naked eye, he could only see a flash of golden light, and his breath perception ability was almost impossible to track. At this point in the battle, both Son Goku and Son Gohan had many scars on their bodies, but even so, their auras not only did not decrease, but became stronger with each battle. Son Goku was enjoying this long-lost hearty battle, and the militant factor in his body was beating, the blood is burning. The same is true for Son Gohan. He can feel the pressure from Son Goku, and he is getting closer and closer to breaking that barrier. Come again, Gohan. With fighting spirit in his eyes, Son Goku was extremely excited, and headed towards Son Gohan. At this moment, Son Gohan felt a great sense of oppression, and that long-lost sense of crisis came to his heart again, making his nerves tense. Make a defense in a short time, skillfully and accurately dodge Son Goku's head-on assault. Son Gohan's dexterous figure appears directly below Son Goku, locking Son Goku's ankle with one hand. Oops, the ankle was locked, and Son Goku understood that this time he was hit. An irresistible force spread all over his body, completely causing him to lose control of his body. In just one breath, he was slammed heavily by Son Gohan on the dilapidated arena of Great Realm King Star. In just an instant, the arena collapsed completely, and the terrifying shattering force spread to Son Goku's whole body. The sharp pain that hit Tianlong spread to every nerve in his body, making Son Goku howl in pain. A mouthful of black blood spewed out from his mouth. From this moment on, the outcome seemed to have been announced. Son Goku's gas fell off a cliff. Son Gohan clicked so far, but did not shoot again. He looked down at Son Goku buried in rubble. It seems, my third-order Super Saiyan is stronger. Son Gohan said with a smile on his face. Ahem. Son Goku struggled to push away the rocks on his body, and stood up slowly. Every time I moved, the bones in my whole body seemed to be collapsing, and the pain was unbearable. Although he can still maintain the transformation of the third level of Super Saiyan, but now he has no intention of fighting again. Having just mastered the third level of Super Saiyan, this form cannot be maintained for a long time, and his physical strength has been exhausted to the critical point in just a few minutes of fighting. He knew very well that if he continued to fight, he would definitely lose. After voluntarily disabling Super Saiyan's third order state, Son Goku raised his hand and said, "Lord Great Kai, I admit defeat." As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the great realm Longxing in an instant. Countless underworld warriors were dumbfounded by this. Son Goku of the third level of Super Saiyan is so strong that they can only look up, but now, he was defeated by a living person from the world. Son Goku's sudden surrender exceeded Son Gohan's expectations. He thought that Son Goku would at least fight to the last moment with him, but he didn't expect that he gave up the fight so decisively. Now that he has no intention of fighting again, Son Gohan will not take the initiative to attack. After disabling Super Saiyan's third order transformation, Son Gohan walked up to Son Goku. This is the first meeting between their father and son belonging to this time and space. Son Goku was not discouraged by admitting defeat, but was very satisfied with Son Gohan's performance. "You played well, Gohan, now your strength has completely surpassed mine." Son Goku had mixed feelings in his heart, which turned into the most sincere recognition of Son Gohan. "No, if Dad doesn't admit defeat, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for me to win. This time, it can only be regarded as a tie," Son Gohan said modestly. Soon, the great realm king appeared and announced the result of this comparison. The champion of this Gifu no. 1 martial arts tournament was born, Son Gohan. Strange to say, it was supposed to be a competition between the dead in the underworld, but the final champion was given to a living person from the world. At this time, Jabiter, the servant of King Yin, appeared. Son Gohan's gaze was also directed towards him. In the beginning, in fact, he had already discovered him. In front of his eyes, Jebet's combat power value, 500 million, that's all. For Jebet, he must be no stranger. Mr. Supreme Kai, Mr. Son Gohan, the champion of the number 1 martial arts tournament in Hell. Supreme Kaiji, Son Gohan, who just won the first martial arts championship in Gifu, came to the Supreme Kai world under Jebet's instant transmission. As this is the Supreme Kai world. Looking around, Son Gohan took a deep breath. The quality of the air is dozens of times that of the earth, which makes him feel full of energy and refreshed. This is the Supreme Kai world. Come with me, Lord Supreme Kai, I'm already waiting for you. Jabiter said with a blank expression, and walked slowly forward. His words made Son Gohan think deeply about the king. It seems that Supreme Kai has noticed my existence a long time ago, and this underworld number 1 martial arts conference is also organized by them. It seems that the plot of Majin Buu is about to begin. Located in the heart of the Supreme Kai world, in an area around a lake, a huge cloud mountain towering straight into the sky came into his sight, and at its peak, something else was faintly shining with white light. Supreme Kai, just at the edge of the lake, is waiting quietly. Master Supreme Kai, Son Gohan has been brought here. Jabiter asked Supreme Kai respectfully. Thank you, Jabet. Hearing this, Supreme Kai turned around and stared at Son Gohan. While he was watching Son Gohan was naturally watching him. He tried to use his ability to listen to Son Gohan's heart, but failed. Hello, Mr. Son Gohan, welcome to Supreme Kai world. Supreme Kai walked forward with a smile on his face. Please come to the Supreme Kai world. If you have anything to say, just talk directly, Supreme Kai. Son Gohan stared at Supreme Kai, and said very bluntly. To tell the truth, it means knowing what to ask, but it has to be like this. Otherwise, if everything is known, then nothing will happen. Since Gohan-san doesn't play tricks, I'll say it directly. Under Supreme Kai's rhetoric, the plot about Majin Buu was slowly told by him. After pondering for a moment, Supreme Kai began to tell Son Gohan the main reason why he summoned Son Gohan. As in the original book, it's because of Majin Buu. As a time traveler, Son Gohan already knew the cause and effect. In addition to this matter, Ghost King God also revealed another purpose for him to summon Son Gohan. I want to use the power of the strongest mortal to pull out the Supreme Kai world and obtain the supreme power that circulates in the Supreme Kai world. You asked him to bring me to the Supreme Kai world just to let me pull out the legendary Supreme Kai sword. If I guessed correctly, the sword above should be the legendary Supreme Kai sword, right? Son Gohan raised his head and pointed towards the top of the huge rock. Located at the highest point in the clouds, there is such a place that is shining. In the original book, the Supreme Kai sword is there. That's right, that is the Supreme Kai sword sealed in the Supreme Kai world. It is rumored that whoever pulls out the Supreme Kai sword will gain the strongest power in the universe. Unfortunately, tens of millions of years have passed, and no one has ever been able to pull it out. Supreme Kai turned his eyes to look at the Supreme Kai sword atop the huge rock. He asked Son Gohan to come to see if he could issue the legendary Supreme Kai sword. After all, their Supreme Kai's strength is not very strong, and they are not qualified to pull out this sword at all. Perhaps, Son Gohan can do it. Located on top of a mountain, Son Gohan landed on the edge of Supreme Kai's sword. Looking at the sword stuck in the rock and looking easy to pull out, Son Gohan stared carefully. With his eyesight could tell at a glance that someone had put a seal on the sword. And on top of this seal, he also felt a faint but unprecedentedly powerful mysterious force. If you guess right, this power is the power of gods of destruction. No, maybe it's not the gods of destruction, maybe it's the power of the angel. After all, the original book doesn't make it clear whether Beerus sealed the old Supreme Kai himself, or with the help of Whis. After thinking for a moment, Son Gohan reached out and grabbed the hilt of the Supreme Kai sword. Take a deep breath and start to exert strength gradually. The heavy force shocked Son Gohan. After all, his current strength is not small, and it must be many times greater than the original book. But I underestimated this seal, is it so heavy? With a move in his heart, Son Gohan took another deep breath, and put his other hand on the hilt of his sword. Use both arms to pull the Supreme Kai sword upwards. Even with both arms, you can't shake it at all. It's an incredible weight. A sword can weigh more than 100 tons. If you hold it for a long time, it can indeed have the effect of exercising your body. He said to himself, and according to the original book, it does have an enhanced effect on the original Son Gohan. Boom! There was a loud noise. The arrogance is rampant, and all the power under normal conditions is actively released by Son Gohan. The terrifying cyclone actively spread in all directions around his body, and the terrifying shock wave caused several spatial ripples in the space. Jabiter and Supreme Kai, who were watching from below, backed away at the same time, and they were full of energy. It would be great if Son Gohan could really pull out the Ghost Master's sword. Son Gohan has exploded with 100% normal power, 2.5 billion level of energy. It is not an exaggeration to call it devastating. However, the Supreme Kai sword was still firmly stuck in the crack, motionless. Such a situation was indeed unexpected. After all, even if Nobihin in the original book transforms, he only has billions of combat power, right? With his current strength, it stands to reason that he should not be unable to pull it out. HMPH, I don't have time to continue wasting with you. With a thought, the Chaosai energy pool surged. In an instant, Son Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan. The 200 billion level energy erupted in an instant, and the terrifying energy directly affected the entire Lord God realm. The golden flames are surrounded by streaks of blue and white electricity. It's not Super 2, but Super 1 is so powerful that it also has the lightning phenomenon that only Super 2 can appear. Come out for me. Pulled out Super Saiyan First Order full power. Boom! With the explosion of power, with Son Gohan as the center, the ground within a radius of 10 miles was violently turbulent. Because the seal of the Supreme Kai sword was touched, an unimaginable super earthquake occurred in the entire Supreme Kai world at this moment. The ground under the feet cracked and expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the dense cracks were like spider webs, making people feel scalp numb and frightened. The earth collapsed and the atmosphere moved. The top of the mountain is crumbling and will collapse at any moment. The Supreme Kai sword was shaken by the absolute power of Son Gohan, and the seal and restriction that was set was also directly disintegrated by the powerful force at this moment. Boom! A loud bang. The entire cliff collapsed and turned into countless gravels that fell from the sky and smashed into the lake, splashing waves of waves. As bystanders, Supreme Kai and Jabber's eyes widened at this time, unable to get along with each other. Such a picture is too shocking. He succeeded. The Supreme Kai sword was really pulled out by him. I knew I was right. East King Kai Shin called out in disbelief. At the same time, his heart also became more excited than ever before. The Supreme Kai sword that Shendu, the king of the past, could not pull out, was issued by the mortals of the lower realm today. Jebet, who was on the side, witnessed the scene of Son Gohan pulling out the Supreme Kai sword with his own eyes, his mouth opened wide. This scene caused a storm in his heart. As Supreme Kai's attendant, he can be said to have always looked down on ordinary people and thought he was great. Now he knows how stupid he is. When a mortal grows stronger, he can completely surpass the gods. Located in the distant realm of gods of destruction, Whis, who is an angel, also felt the changes in the world of Supreme Kai. He turned on the projection of the scepter in his hand, and all the things that happened in the Supreme Kai world at this moment appeared in front of his eyes. As soon as he opened the scepter projection in his hand, the first person who came into view was Son Gohan holding the Supreme Kai sword, which made Whis curious and surprised. Although I don't know how Son Gohan got into the Supreme Kai world, but being able to pull out the Supreme Kai sword is enough to prove that the current Son Gohan's strength is strong, and he is no longer the fledgling when he waited and watched. Huh, did you actually break the restriction set by Lord Beerus back then? It's really surprising. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a meaningful smile appeared on Whis' face. This was a long, long time ago, between the gods of destruction Beerus and the Supreme Kai. Gods of destruction Beerus, who was so angry at the time, directly sealed the Supreme Kai in the Supreme Kai sword at that time, and made up the rumor that whoever can pull out the Supreme Kai sword can get the first power of the universe. Now that the Supreme Kai sword has been pulled out, I just don't know what happened to the Supreme Kai back then. Supreme Kai Ji. The seal of the Supreme Kai sword was broken, and after more than 10 seconds of turmoil in the entire Supreme Kai world, it slowly returned to calm. East King Kai Shin and Jabet raised their heads and stared at the sky, clenched their fists, feeling unspeakable excitement in their hearts. Mid-air. As the Supreme Kai sword was pulled out by Son Gohan, the sword also revealed its true face. The sword exudes an unimaginable divine pressure, giving people a feeling that no profanity is allowed. Especially the weight of the sword itself makes the sword holder feel strenuous. Holding the Supreme Kai sword with one hand, Son Gohan felt the weight of the sword, let alone more than 100 tons. No wonder, let alone the seal, the weight alone is not something ordinary people can shake, let alone send it out. If my guess is correct, this mysterious energy is the power of God emanating from the old Supreme Kai. There was an aura coming from the sword body, and the subtle feeling brought by this power made Son Gohan had an indescribable feeling. It seems to be tangible, but also similar to intangible. Son Goku and Vegeta in the Dragon Ball Super period were taught by Angel Whis and mastered the power of God, which extended the color of Super Saiyan Blue, and even the later higher-level Super Saiyan Dark Blue evolution and Ultra Instinct. When his aura dissipated, Son Gohan returned to normal, and the weight of the heavy Supreme Kai sword in his hand became even stronger. With a thought, he descended from the sky and landed on the ground beside the circular lake. Seeing Son Gohan coming down, East King Kai Shin and Jebet ran up to Son Gohan. It is said that the one who pulls out the Supreme Kai sword will have the strongest power in the universe. Gohan-san, you have pulled out this sword now, do you feel that your body is undergoing some kind of change? East King Kai Shin asked. Although it was not the Supreme Kai sword that he pulled out, but this legend has been circulating for countless years, and he is more anxious than anyone else. To be honest, he is really stupid, because even without this Excalibur, Son Gohan can be said to be the #1 in the entire universe at this time. After pulling out this sword, I didn't feel any changes in my body. To be honest, the first feeling this sword gave me was nothing special except for a bit unexpected weight. I think, the so-called legend that pulling out the Supreme Kai sword can become the first in the universe is false. Son Gohan told the real situation. As a time traveler, he also knows better than anyone else where the Supreme Kai sword has such abilities. Nani, this is the divine sword of the Supreme Kai world. This is a legend that has been passed down for thousands of years in the Supreme Kai world. How could it be just a little heavy? As the servant of Supreme Kai, how could it be possible? Accept this result. Although he is a servant of Supreme Kai, he dreams of pulling out the sword of Supreme Kai every day. It's a pity that he couldn't do it. Now someone can pull out this divine sword, but he was told that this sword is useless except for its weight. How could he accept it? Then I'll give you this sword, you try it. Son Gohan glanced at Jebet, looking at his slightly arrogant face. Son Gohan planned to tease him, throw the Supreme Kai sword in his hand to over him. Seeing this, Jebet was startled, and subconsciously stretched out his hand to hold the hilt and the blade. But the moment he touched it, he found that his strength could not be shaken at all. Bang! A loud bang. The terrifying weight of the Supreme Kai sword smashed the ground under his feet in an instant, and the sword body was deeply embedded in this indestructible ground. Jebiter, who subconsciously stretched out his hand to catch Supreme Kai's sword just now, has already had a tragedy. His hand was tightly pressed, and he couldn't pull it out at all. Really? So heavy. I can't move at all. Jebiter exerted all his strength. Even if he tried his best to push his body, pulling out your hands is completely impossible. No matter how hard he tries. Wang Shenjian just didn't move at all. He is too weak to even shake the Supreme Kai sword. This sword does not have any hidden power. The only thing worth noting is the weight of this sword. It is not easy to pull it out. Maybe you can't pull out this. Reason. Leaving aside the seal, moving his arms, Son Gohan said unhurriedly. East King Kai Shin, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, was silent, and he didn't think about Jabet's situation at all. He felt ashamed for a while because of the untruth of this legend. As Supreme Kai, he was deceived by a small legend for so long. The legend is false. This sword is only amazing in weight, and the person who pulls out this sword will not gain any great power at all. Supreme Kai sighed helplessly and frustrated. Interest rode. At this time, he even had despair. Because if there is no way to obtain the number one power in the universe, then the crisis of Majin Buu will be difficult to solve. He's stuck in his own dead end, feeling that if he doesn't get such power, he will never be able to stand against Majin Buu. The legend is true, but this sword is so heavy, it is indeed an invincible weapon that cuts iron like mud. Son Gohan reached out and picked up the Supreme Kai sword again to help Jebet out of the siege. This old boy is indeed a bit disgusting. Teach him a lesson and let him know what he is. With normal force, Son Gohan swung the Supreme Kai sword. Although it is still a bit laborious, after getting used to it, it should be easy to do. Without the suppression of the Supreme Kai sword, Jebet drew back his hands, panting heavily. The skin was originally crimson red, and coupled with the stimulation brought about by the suppression of the Supreme Kai sword just now, the whole person looked as if he had been injected with chicken blood, making people feel creepy. Looking at the Supreme Kai sword in his hand, the corner of Son Gohan's mouth twitched slightly. For him, there is no need to waste time practicing with this sword, so releasing the old Supreme Kai directly is the right thing to do right now. I don't know how tough is such a heavy sword. Pretending to be talking to himself, Son Gohan directly released the energy pool of the second order limit state of Super Saiyan in his body. The normal 200 times increase in combat power increased his combat power value to 500 billion in an instant. Although it did not reach the unit of a trillion, but the power of this order is more than enough to break this Supreme Kai sword. The breath of the whole body gathers on the left arm, and the fierce breath gathers at the palm of Son Gohan. Crack! Terrifying power erupted in an instant, and the Supreme Kai sword broke from the middle part in response. Quote question mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Quote question mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Shortly after the Supreme Kai sword was pulled out, it was broken again with his own eyes. Jebet and Supreme Kai were stunned by this scene. The sacred object of the Supreme Kai world, the legend that has existed for thousands of years in the Supreme Kai world. It was broken just like that. What kind of shit are you kidding? Broken? How is it possible? The Supreme Kai sword just broke. The Supreme Kai sword was broken, and East King Kai Shin's mentality fell into a breakdown. Jebiter on the side was even more hesitant and unable to say a word. It seems that the value of this sword is indeed only a little heavier. Saying this, Son Gohan brought the broken King Zume to the ground. After it was broken, the weight was still terrifying, and the ground sank directly under the pressure. Son Gohan directly ignored East King Kai and Jebet. At this moment, he is still paying attention to the Supreme Kai sword, because he wondered how the old Supreme Kai would get out. During the observation, nothing special happened, but a subtle change appeared in the breath perception. Finally, after waiting for countless years, this old man finally came out. Suddenly, a voice sounded, causing Son Gohan to turn around and look. With the appearance of this voice, that subtle feeling disappeared. At the same time, Jebet and East King Kai also looked towards the source of the sound. An old man appeared within their line of sight. And this old man is undoubtedly the old Supreme Kai. Mister, who are you? East King Kai Shin was very surprised. You must know that this is the Supreme Kai world, not everyone can come. At this time, the old Supreme Kai finally recovered from the emotion of seeing the sun again. Hearing the question, he looked at the current Supreme Kai, put his hands behind his back, and said in a casual tone, "Your kid should be this new Supreme Kai, right? After waiting for so many years, I have been waiting for a Supreme Kai. One day I was released, but I never thought that the one who released me in the end was a mortal, the current Supreme Kai. It's really disappointing." As soon as these words came out, Yin Wangshen and Jabiter were immediately stunned. You said that he broke the Supreme Kai sword and let you out. What's going on? Who are you? How could you be in the Supreme Kai sword? Hearing this, a mysterious smile appeared on the old Supreme Kai's face, and he said, "It's been too long, no one knows me anymore. If you have to count, I should be Supreme Kai 15 generations before you Kai." What did you say? Supreme Kai 15 generations ago. X2. Both Supreme Kai and Jebet were freaked out by the old Supreme Kai at the same time. 15 generations ago, Supreme Kai was at the level of their ancestors in terms of seniority. Knowing that East King Kai and Jebiter couldn't accept this fact for a while, the old Supreme Kai didn't care, and walked slowly towards Son Gohan. He looked at Son Gohan with his hands behind his back, his eyes gradually changed from casual to surprised and then to appreciative. It looks unfathomable, but in fact there is no trick at all. You are the young man who let me out, you can reach this height at a young age, yes. The old Supreme Kai nodded and praised Son Gohan. After carefully looking at it for a while, the old Supreme Kai said again, "If my guess is right, you will pull out the Supreme Kai sword. The purpose is to obtain the strongest power of the universe, right?" As soon as these words came out, the eyes of Supreme Kai and Jebet suddenly shone. That legend is not false, but the way they think it is wrong. My Lord Ancestor, isn't this legend a lie, is it true? East King Kai Shin couldn't help asking. If the legend is true, then this universe can still be saved. Majin Buu's crisis can only be solved by this method. HMPH. Of course it's true, otherwise, why do you think there are such rumors? The old Supreme Kai glanced at Supreme Kai, and said dissatisfied in his tone. But, Gohan-san has pulled out the Supreme Kai sword, but he doesn't feel anything. Shin's scalp was numb. As Supreme Kai, he was reprimanded like this, and he was powerless to refute, because he was an old ancestor. Boy, drawing the sword is only the first step, releasing the old man is the key. Because only the old man can bestow the first power in the universe to the one who draws the sword. The old Ghost King continues to pretend to be a rich man in the world. This also makes Supreme Kai Shin and Jabiter look like they have never seen the world. If you have something to say, just talk about it, there is no need to beat around the bush, old Supreme Kai. Son Gohan naturally knew the truth, but he didn't want to talk to the old Supreme Kai. Being able to maintain one's character in the face of the number one power in the universe, this willpower is more difficult to obtain than a powerful force. After the old Supreme Kai praised Son Gohan, he took a deep breath and continued, "Simply put, I have the ability to deeply develop the potential power of others. No matter what kind of person it is, as long as it is developed by me, its strength can usher in a rapid improvement in a very short period of time. Pulling out the Supreme Kai sword can obtain the first power in the universe. Frankly speaking, there are existences with such potential. After accepting my potential development, all become the strongest existence in the universe. After finishing speaking, the old Supreme Kai squinted his eyes slightly, and said again, "Since you have pulled out the Supreme Kai sword, then I can develop your potential for a while. Now, you can make your decision, you can accept it, or you can refuse it." The old Supreme Kai straightened his back and observed the change in Son Gohan's eyes with a smile on his face. "The words have already been said for this sake, if you don't accept it, you are a fool. The purpose of being able to come to the Supreme Kai world is also for the development of the old Supreme Kai. The special potential in his body, that mysterious power, can only be developed by the old Supreme Kai at present." At the same time, on Earth, after Son Gohan arrived in the Supreme Kai world, the crisis had quietly struck. Babidi and his men descend to Earth. In order to plunder the energy needed for Majin Buu's resurrection, Babidi controls his subordinates to come to the city where humans live, and forcibly plunders the energy in their bodies to charge Majin Buu's final resurrection. Universe outboard. Babidi and his right-hand man Dabra are standing here, and behind them is the magic egg that seals Majin Buu. At this moment, the magic egg is shining, indicating that the energy will almost reach saturation. "Lord Babidi, there are not many creatures with powerful energy on this planet. I'm afraid it's not enough to use their energy to fill the remaining energy needed by Majin Buu." The Demon King Dabra on the side was a little worried and said, "Don't worry Dabra, Majin Buu's resurrection is just around the corner. I've calculated that as long as all the humans on this planet are killed, their energy can just fill up the last part of Majin Buu's needs." Babidi's eyes are full of greed, and the life and death of human beings are not worth mentioning to him. At this moment, the realization of his dream is just around the corner. Soon, Majin Buu will be resurrected, and he himself will be able to realize his dream of ruling the universe as he wishes. "Although I don't know who you outsiders are, I have killed all the people you sent out just now. Now, it's your turn." Suddenly there was a loud shout. According to reputation, who is it not Trunks? Originally practicing at home, he felt several auras that were stronger than ordinary people and not human. Fortunately, he found out in time and killed all those outsiders, otherwise the Earth that had just recovered not long ago would be destroyed again. "Huh, did you kill the combatants Lord Babidi sent out to collect energy? Interesting." Dapra sensed the intensity of Trunks' aura, and an unexpected smile appeared on his face. "Do people on Earth still have such a strong energy?" After Babidi noticed that the energy pointer was constantly beating, he decisively thought about Trunks, and at the same time ordered Dabra, "There is a very powerful energy in this human being, Dabra. Take it all from me." "Obey, Lord Babidi." Dabra received the order, immediately rushed towards Trunks. It's just the sudden burst of speed that made Trunks feel something was wrong. This guy is not at the same level as the batch of goods that were dealt with just now. Humph. With a cold snort, Trunks activated the S-cells in his body, and in an instant, he surpassed his own limit and became the second-order power of Super Saiyan. The normal 80 times increase in combat power, superimposing his normal combat power of 50 million, instantly raised the limit of his combat power to 4 billion. The sudden surge of energy made Dabra startled, and he lost his mind for a short time, revealing his flaws. There was a muffled sound of bang. Seizing his chance, Trunks punched Dabra in the face. Dabra, who was hit head-on, became distorted, and was thrown flying in an instant, falling to the ground in embarrassment. "Nani?" Dabra was repulsed. Dabra was pushed back by Trunks' punch. This kind of change shocked Babidi to the extreme. For a long time, the enemies that Dabra faced in battles were dealt with in an instant. For his capable subordinate, Babidi knew very well how strong Dabra was. But now, Dabra was punched by Trunks and flew away. "You should all come from the universe. Earth, you are not welcome." Trunks slowly descended from the sky and said indifferently. At this moment, his expression was indifferent, and he could not hear the slightest emotional fluctuation in his words. "The warning has already been said, if you are stubborn, you can only kill the killer. HMPH. It's pretty amazing, I was careless just now." Standing up again from the ground, Dapra wiped off the blood stains from the corner of his mouth, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. Seeing this, Trunks cheered up, and he was able to take a merciless blow from his Super Saiyan first level without any serious injuries. This person in front of him is not easy. Those wastes have finally played a role, and brought back a carrier with powerful energy. As long as you strip all your energy, then resurrecting Majin Buu is not a problem. Dabra looked at Trunks' eyes, eager. Up. As long as you can kill Trunks and gain energy, then resurrecting Majin Buu is within your reach. Majin Buu, I see, those people I killed just now were just to collect energy. It's a pity. With his eyes fixed, Trunks restrained his breath to his body. The body becomes invisible. I don't have any regrets, you're going to die soon. Dabra smiled cruelly, and was furious for a moment. The strength of the surging momentum in his body burst out in an instant was no less than Trunks' super full power, and even stronger one chip. Dabra charged head-on, and suddenly a sharp crescent-shaped long sword condensed in his hand, and slashed towards Trunks. Seeing this, Trunks pulled out the sword of the brave behind him in an instant, and swung it vigorously. There was a loud bang of boom. The weapons of both sides are packed with incomparable energy, setting off layers of storms at the moment of collision. Blocking Dabra's onslaught, the impact from the sword of the brave also made Trunks feel a pressure. This is the first time he has met a well-matched opponent. After Trunks and Dabra looked at each other, they suddenly turned into an afterimage and disappeared out of thin air. Babidi looked confused, and where did the two suddenly disappear? Boom, boom, boom. Countless thunder-like explosions exploded in the sky one after another, instantly attracting Babidi's attention. In the sky, countless destructive aftermaths spread. Both Dabra and Trunks were engaged in an air battle at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The energy scattered from the battle between them also happened to be the energy needed for Majin Buu's resurrection. I didn't expect such a powerful person to exist on a small Earth. After Dabra completely defeats him and strips all his energy, he can directly resurrect the devil. Buu is gone, and he doesn't need other people's energy at all. At this moment, Babidi burst into laughter in his heart. Majin Buu's resurrection was just around the corner, and he had been waiting for this moment in his dreams. As long as Majin Buu can be revived, he holds the two aces of Dabra and Majin Buu, and his dream of becoming the emperor of the universe will come true. Supreme Kaiji. At this time, the Babidi gang on the Earth started to act, and East King Kai Shin seemed to be aware of it. He took out a mysterious crystal ball that could watch what happened in the lower world. The picture shows that on the Earth, the scene of the battle between Trunks and the Demon King Dabra appears on the crystal ball. This is Dapura. Did Babidi even control Dapura, the king of the demon world? East King Kai Shin had an unbelievable light in his eyes, and he was shocked. The name of the demon lord Dabra, as the Supreme Kai, how could he not know? The king of the demon world can be said to be the opposite of their Supreme Kai. East King Kai Shin can't imagine that a king of the demon world like Changcheng Dabura can be controlled. If he doesn't find a powerful and suitable helper, then who can stop Majin Buu's resurrection? Now Son Gohan is still undergoing the old Supreme Kai to develop his potential, it will take some time. Now I can only pray that another Saiyan Trunks on Earth can fight Dabra for a little longer, and let Son Gohan's potential development time end as much as possible. East King Kai Shin's call just happened to fall into the ears of Son Gohan and the old Supreme Kai. Babidi and his gang have arrived on Earth, which Son Gohan did not expect. The old Supreme Kai on the side saw what Son Gohan was thinking. The ritual of potential development cannot be distracted. One wrong step will waste all previous efforts, so concentrate on it. Old Supreme Kai reminded. Yeah, nodding, Son Gohan closed his eyes. On the other side of the Earth, Majin Buu has not been released yet, Trunks should be able to handle it, so don't worry for now. I hope that this potential development will not cause accidents, and the Earth will not experience catastrophe. Earth. The battle between Trunks and Dabra becomes more and more terrifying. The scope of influence has also become wider and wider. The demon lord Dabra in this period has a sturdy strength exceeding the 4 billion standard, even stronger than Trunks in the first order full power state of the Super Binya. Faced with Dabra's fierce pursuit, Trunks suffered a lot of injuries. And, unbeknownst to Trunks, his energy flowed out from the wound and became the energy needed for Majin Buu's resurrection. It wasn't until Trunks felt an extremely powerful evil spirit that he reacted. What the hell is going on here? What an evil breath. Wait, my energy is constantly flowing out. Is that egg absorbing my energy? As his battle with Dabura intensifies, Majin Buu's egg flickers with a hauntingly dark, evil light that intensifies. Trunks could feel that inside this magic egg, there was an evil creature so powerful that he could not imagine. Just when he was distracted, the demon Lord Dabra caught his flaw and launched a fierce offensive against him again. Bang! Pounds, 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 pounds. Continuous air explosions spread in the space, and the battle became more and more intense. Every time there is a collision, a lot of energy will be left on the battlefield, and the magician Babidi, as a spectator, absorbs all the energy overflowing the battlefield through his own black magic, and transfers it into Majin Buu's magic egg middle. As the energy continues to increase, the evil light in the center of the magic egg becomes more and more intense. Even, the evil spirit that was deeply sealed in it was gradually released from the inside of the devil egg. The sky of the earth became dark because of the magic energy released. No, you must not let the things inside this magic egg appear. That power is too scary. Trunks felt a deadly sense of crisis coming from the magic egg. Intuition told him that if this thing is released, unexpected consequences will happen to the whole world. Brother Gohan is not here, he has to resist all this. Ha! With a roar, the S-cells in Trunks' body were driven to concentrate towards the top of his head. He was pulled and exploded in an instant, and his combat power ushered in a dramatic improvement at this moment. The full power of the first stage of Super Saiyan is transformed into the initial stage of the second stage of Super Saiyan in an instant. The normal 100-fold increase in combat power increased Trunks' combat power to 5 billion in an instant. The sudden explosive growth of energy made Dabra's complexion change drastically. Before he came back to his senses, Trunks' sharp sword of the brave had already slashed towards him. Puff, 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 several consecutive splashes of flesh and blood were heard. The sword of the brave in Trunks' hand swung swiftly, mercilessly tearing the Demon King Dabra apart, and in an instant, blood scattered all over the sky. His body was torn apart, but his vitality was still amazing. Even if it is divided into countless fragments, it is still struggling and retains its own consciousness. His eyes were wide open, and he never thought that the mortal who was crushed and beaten by him just now turned around and killed him. As the king of the demon realm, it's ironic that he ended his curtain call in such a way. Die! Trunks withdrew the sword of the brave in his hand, clasped his hands together, and gathered light waves in his heart. Boom! The energy-soaring cannon with all its strength, completely devoured the remaining limbs and arms of the Demon King Dabra, and sent them out of the earth. A generation of Demon Kings has just fallen. So crisp and neat, this is why Trunks wanted to fight hard at the beginning, but he didn't expect to be tricked. The Demon Lord Dabra was killed, and the magician Babidi looked gloomy. His eyes were focused on the indicator for detecting the energy storage of the magic egg. At this moment, the energy needed to revive Majin Buu is already there. Exclamation mark 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 single quote. With the devil egg as the center, an even more frightening, extremely terrifying aura storm swept towards the four directions, and the devil energy in the devil egg began to soar, continuously pouring out from the devil egg. At the same time as the earth's sky became dark, bursts of purple lightning surged out of the smog, whipping the earth continuously. Majin Buu, my Majin Buu is finally going to be resurrected. Immediately, I will be able to dominate the entire universe. The resurrection of Majin Buu is just around the corner, and the magician Babidi can hardly bear his inner emotions. Sensing the terrifying energy threat released by the magic egg when Majin Buu was resurrected, Trunks clenched his teeth, his brows twitched wildly, and fear appeared in his eyes. What's inside that egg? At this time, for the first time in his life, he felt such a profound evil spirit. He understands that the so-called Majin Buu must not be born, otherwise, the whole world will be destroyed. It's just that the turmoil and storm caused by the resurrection are so terrifying, God knows how terrifying it will be after it comes out. Ha! Roaring with all his might, Trunks clasped his hands together, forming a posture of releasing energy. With the full release of his energy, the state of the second-order Super Saiyan has also undergone certain changes. The hair became more erect, and the blue-white electric arc all over his body spread and expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The energy of the whole body is mobilized and condensed into shape. Except, flame-spinning cannon. Boom! A loud bang. The golden energy light waves gathered a terrifying power comparable to a full blow of a tens of billions of powerhouses and killed Majin Buu's magic egg. The destructive energy hit the devil egg, but it couldn't shake the devil egg at all. On the contrary, Babidi was almost hit by Trunks' devastating attack, and was blown to powder on the spot. HMPH, I don't know the heights of the earth, your attack is just to speed up the resurrection of Majin Buu. After Majin Buu is fully revived, you will definitely die. Babidi cursed fiercely at Trunks. With only this level of attack, even the magic egg that seals Majin Buu can't be broken, let alone hurt Majin Buu. Trunks ignored Babidi, gritted his teeth and increased the output of energy. The muscles all over his body bulged, and he surpassed his own limit, releasing energy with overload. Boom! The intensity of the energy light wave soared a lot in an instant. Terrifying energy was constantly scouring and destroying the magic egg, and the impact of energy lasted for about half a minute. Crack! From the center of the magic egg, a crack emerged, and it continued to spread under the impact of Trunks' energy. Boom! In an instant, the magic egg exploded, and the day was divided into two. Following the explosion of the magic egg, Trunks also stopped the energy attack, his hands drooping, panting heavily. He gritted his teeth and raised his head, staring at the broken egg. Great! The magic egg that seals Majin Buu has finally been opened. My Buu, my plan to rule the entire universe depends on you. The magic egg was opened. The happiest thing is the magic at this time, Master Babidi. He hurriedly ran to the side of the magic egg to see if Majin Buu had been released. However, he waited and watched for a long time, but he didn't even find a single figure. Where's Buu? Where's my Majin Buu? Babidi leaned over to the side of the magic egg and saw that there was no one, and was instantly dumbfounded. Could it be that Majin Buu disappeared in smoke during the millions of years of sealing time? Impossible. As the most powerful existence in the universe, how could it be possible to lose to mere time? In any case, Babidi did not believe that Majin Buu would disappear in the long years of being sealed. But the facts were right in front of his eyes, and there was no room for him not to believe it. Babidi, who couldn't find Majin Buu, could only stomp his feet angrily to vent his anger. But Trunks seemed to feel something, his whole body stiffened and he raised his head. In the sky, a cloud of pink shamanchi appeared at some unknown time. The deep and incomparably evil aura just now came from this pink aura. Let him come out, Trunks said inarticulately. Although invisible, Trunks can be sure that the powerful evil spirit emanating from the pink mist in the sky is Majin Buu. Soon, the pink mist in the sky began to gather, forming a human form at a speed visible to the naked eye. Majin Buu's posture gradually appeared, but this Majin Buu is not the fat puppet in the original book. It's Big Buu, known as Evil Incarnate. Buu, you have finally appeared. I have collected energy so painstakingly just for this moment. Soon, there will be no one in this world who can stop us, and the entire universe will surrender at our feet. Bobby after D noticed Big Buu in the sky. He was so excited that he could not close his mouth from ear to ear. He still doesn't seem to understand the seriousness of the problem, why his father risked being killed by Majin Buu to seal Majin Buu. But soon, he knew. After the resurrection, Big Buu had a breathtaking evil smile on his face, and his deep and evil eyes locked on Babidi. With a wave of one hand, a crescent-shaped energy light wave shoots out from the palm. Puff! Unprepared, Li Qianhao, Babidi was caught off guard and separated directly, and the flying crescent light source even raised a huge rocky mountain hundreds of meters away. The eyes of Babidi, whose head had been cut off, were covered with bloodshot eyes. This distorted monster did not die immediately. Now, he finally understands why his father sealed Majin Buu back then. This guy is simply an uncontrollable monster. Obviously, I let you go. Why did you kill me? Babidi exhausted his last breath and died. Fang. Those big eyes were filled with blood and turned red. They were dying, and they couldn't even say the last sealing spell. Big Buu didn't care so much. He descended from the sky, and Dao's kick smashed Babidi's head directly. Is this guy a lunatic? As soon as he appeared, he killed the guy who revived him. The cruel behavior of Big Buu made Trunks sweat a lot. Soon, Big Buu's eyes fell on Trunks. Just after he was resurrected, there was a toy in front of him, which could just pass his boring mood. After noticing Big Buu's gaze, Trunks's whole body tensed up. Just a moment ago, an unimaginable chill ran through the whole body, as if falling into an ice cave. Just one look, almost made me lose my mind. This guy, only the third level of Super Saiyan of Brother Gohan can deal with it. Forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart, Trunks kept on fighting posture, staring at Inabu with vigilant eyes. Hehehehe, I just like the look in your eyes, you were so strong just now, hurry up and attack. Big Boo showed that iconic smile. You don't get carried away. Trunks, who was stimulated, bit the bullet and rushed towards Big Boo. He landed in front of Big Boo in less than a breath, and pulled out the sword of the brave behind him with lightning speed, and with an unstoppable blow, he slashed at Big Boo's forehead. Bang! A loud bang. The sword of the brave slashed at Big Boo's forehead unimpeded, but its sharp slash did not split Big Boo in two, but the terrifying counter-shock force made Trunks' arms tremble. Ma! The sword of the brave collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye, breaking into countless pieces. How is it possible? Seeing the collapse of the sword of the brave, Trunks was stunned. He never imagined that his sword, which cuts iron like mud, would one day be forcibly destroyed by others relying on the powerful counter-shock force. Hey 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 hey. The smile on Big Boo's face became more ferocious and distorted, and the contention of banter in his eyes kept increasing. In his eyes, Trunks is just a toy, a prop for him to have fun. Seeing the smile on Big Boo's face, Trunks was furious. He threw away the weapon in his hand and turned to attack with his fist. Boom, LB, boom, LB, boom, LB, boom, LB, boom, LB, boom, LB. Continuous blows with all their strength, wrapped in an overwhelming force, carried out continuous destruction to Big Boo. However, in the face of Trunks' full attack, Big Boo acted like nothing happened. He didn't even bother to blink his eyes, as if this attack was of no use except to tickle him. How could this happen? All the attacks were ignored by the other party, which made Trunks experience a near-desperate gap. Since artificial man, there is no such feeling. No matter how you attack, you can't even scratch the opponent's fur. Have you finished fighting? Then it's my turn. Big Boo's mouth rose evilly, and the evil smile on his face became more and more intense. The next second, he attacked. There was a sound of bang, piercing into the flesh. A knee that looked so ordinary that it couldn't be more ordinary was heavily embedded in Trunks' abdomen. In an instant, an unimaginable force swept through Trunks' whole body, turning his internal organs upside down. The blood in his body rolled, a mouthful of black blood spewed out, and his body was also shot out as a shell in an instant, smashing into thousands of pieces in an instant. A huge rocky mountain meters away. Is it so brittle? With one hit, Big Boo lost the patience to continue playing. This toy is so easy to lose. It's better to kill him quickly, and then go find other fun. Big Boo floated slowly and flew towards where Trunks was. The screen changes and returns to the world of Supreme Kai. East King Kai Shin and Jebbit trembled, and the panic in their hearts was indescribable. Majin Buu is still released. Gritting his teeth tightly, East King Kai Shin clenched his fists tightly, sweating profusely all over his body, and his spirit was even more tense. Even through the crystal ball, he could feel the extremely deep evil spirit. 5 million years ago, the psychological shadow brought to him by Majin Buu emerged, which made the fear in his heart even deeper. It's too scary. Just pure evil can spread to the Holy Land. Jebbit was also shocked by Big Boo so much that he couldn't close his mouth from ear to ear. Before he thought that Majin Buu might not be a big deal, but East King Kai Shin made a fuss too much. Now it seems that it is himself who is wrong. Majin Buu's horror is far more terrifying than he thought. This evil spirit alone made him lose even the thought of resisting. East King Kai Shin glanced at Son Gohan, who was still accepting the potential development of the old Supreme Kai not far away. Now that it is in the final stage, Son Gohan cannot be distracted. Jebbit, you go and save Trunks. The strong man in the lower realm can save only one. East King Kai Shin made a decision and sent Jebbit to rescue Trunks. Master Supreme Kai, are you asking me to rescue this mortal from Majin Buu? Jebbit was stunned. Isn't this mission just to send himself to death? For a mortal to take his own life, this kind of thing. Jebbit, until now, only you can save that mortal. This matter, only you can do it. East King Kai Shin's words instantly made Jebbit stupefied. The screen changed. Earth. On the battlefield. Trunks, who was fatally hit by Big Boo, flew upside down for several kilometers, and finally stopped after passing through several rocky mountains. At this moment, his breath was sluggish, he fell like a cliff, his internal organs were bleeding, and his ribs were broken. The state of the second-order Super Saiyan is not guaranteed, and under normal conditions, it even loses the ability to move. Just one blow caused me so much damage. PFF'd. Trembling his body, Trunks spurted out another mouthful of black blood. With a pale face, he has completely lost his ability to fight. The second level of Super Saiyan is not enough to look at in front of Big Boo, and the combat power of less than 10 billion can only be killed in seconds. He struggled to stand up, but Big Boo came to him at some point. Goodbye. The cruel and bloodthirsty smile appeared on Big Boo's face again. Raising his right hand, purple light waves gathered in his palm. Feeling the terrifying power emanating from this light wave, Trunks trembled with fright, and his pupils constricted sharply. In this case, there is no way to dodge, only to be hit. He will definitely die. Am I going to die here? I'm sorry, Brother Gohan. Trunks couldn't think of anything to reverse this desperate situation. At the critical moment, Jebbit came from Supreme Kai in time, and cleverly appeared beside Trunks. Big Boo was slightly taken aback after noticing the existence of Jebbit. The energy wave in his hand hit Jebbit's head uncontrollably. Oops. With his life hanging by a thread, Jebbit hurriedly grabbed the dying Trunks, cast instant transmission and fled the earth directly. Boom. The energy bomb that fell into the air crashed into the ground 100 meters away, causing a big explosion that shook the sky and the earth. A huge mushroom cloud towered into the sky, and the huge crater created by the explosion was 10,000 meters in diameter. Jebbit's sudden appearance and Trunks' disappearance stunned Big Boo. A sense of shame of being teased welled up in his heart, making Big Boo's anger uncontrollable. Big Boo roared madly, the energy in his body formed a huge tornado capable of destroying everything, sweeping all the boundaries within a radius of thousands of miles. Big Boo's anger caused the earth to tremble, and also caused the space to distort. Supreme Kaiji. The space was broken, and Jupiter successfully returned with the dying Trunks without any risk. Successful. Well done, Jebbit, East King Kai Shinksen CJEG said extremely. Originally, he just had the idea of letting Jupiter try it out, but now, Jupiter has successfully brought Trunks back, so that Son Gohan will not have any scruples. It is my duty to carry out Master Supreme Kai's orders. Jebbit, who escaped from death, wiped off the cold sweat on his head, and said with a deep breath. The 1 in a billion probability of escaping from Big Boo's hands was met by him. Who are you? Trunks, who was rescued, regained a little consciousness. He glanced around, and he had never seen Jebi Road East King Kaixin. Before he had time to explain, East King Kai Shin asked Jebbit to activate his healing ability and cast a healing spell on Trunks. As the emerald green energy particles poured into Son Gohan's body, the internal organs that were destroyed by Big Boo's heavy blow quickly repaired, his injuries were completely cured in a short time, and his whole body was revitalized. Breathing stable, Trunks stood up abruptly, took a deep breath, bowed to Jebbit and East King Kai Shin, and thanked him. It was at this moment that Trunks noticed Son Gohan not far away, who was accepting the potential development of the old Supreme Kai. Brother Gohan, why is he here? Brother Gohan was also here, which surprised Trunks. When he was on Earth before, he didn't feel the breath of Brother Gohan, so he didn't think much about it. At this time, he suddenly realized something and connected everything together. However, he still couldn't figure it out, his mind was full of what exactly happened? Old Supreme Kai here. After Son Gohan felt the breath of Trunks appear in the Supreme Kai world, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he was ready to use instant transmission to rush directly to the rescue, but he didn't expect Jebbit to save Trunks one step ahead of him. Glancing at the old Supreme Kai, who was still developing his potential. This ritual of developing potential seems to be difficult because he is much stronger than in the original book. The old Supreme Kai is also in a state of sweating profusely, panting from exhaustion, but fortunately, he has no intention of stopping. It's still 1 point away. Majin Buu will no longer be my opponent. Son Gohan thought, closing his eyes. Carefully feel the changes in my body after accepting the potential development of the old Supreme Kai. At this moment, no one seemed to notice that Majin Buu, who was in the projection of the crystal ball, made a strange move. He didn't go crazy to destroy any city, nor did he go to any enemy law, but just stayed in place quietly, doing nothing and not moving. Soon, another hour passed. The potential development of the old Supreme Kai has finally come to an end. With the final step completed, Son Gohan's potential guide ends here. For 2 full hours, for Son Gohan to develop his potential, the old Supreme Kai spent 2 full hours. At the end of the ceremony, the old Supreme Kai was panting tiredly, and Son Gohan also woke up from meditation. You really surprised me, kid. I didn't expect that the potential is so great that even I can't touch the bottom line. All I can do is to develop it to this point. The old Supreme Kai, who finished the potential development ceremony, tried his best to be stable. Hold your own mind, the words are full of surprise and disbelief. Son Gohan's potential is so great that even he can't figure it out. Even if he can develop it deeply, he can't fully develop it. Thank you, old Supreme Kai. Son Gohan stood up and couldn't help but want to test his calendar. In the past time and space of the original book, Son Gohan, even though he had abandoned his cultivation, after developing the potential of the old Supreme Kai, not only his strength increased sharply, but he also mastered the mysterious state, becoming the strongest single fighter in the Z era. Now he has also developed the potential of the old Supreme Kai, and he can't wait to give it a try. The old Supreme Kai also saw how strong Son Gohan wanted to test his strength. Fa turned around, and walked in the direction of East King Kai Shin. At this moment, everyone is very curious about how strong Son Gohan can be after the potential of the old Supreme Kai is developed. Ha! Son Gohan released the power in his body decisively. Boom! Suddenly, a majestic white flame rose from the bottom of his feet, and the terrifying coercion descended on this Supreme Kai world, and it has already retreated to the few people who were 100 meters away were paralyzed by this horrifying aura, and fear arose in their hearts. The sky in the Supreme Kai world was covered with dark clouds, and the thunder was rolling. Son Gohan continuously rushed towards the space wall of the Supreme Kai world, vaguely threatening to crush the space barrier. Potential. This, so strong. Brother Gohan. Can he become so strong after going through the development of his potential? Trunks' pupils constricted violently, and was caught by Son Gohan's breath shock. His face was pale. This is the first time in his history that he felt such an astonishing and terrifying aura. Even Big Boo, who had defeated him before, seemed as small as an ant in front of this aura. His chi is still rising. It's unbelievable. Is this really the energy erupting from a mortal? Jebbet was completely dumbfounded, his eyes filled with horror. I can't believe it at all. With this extremely sturdy energy, Majin Buu was as insignificant as a baby in front of it. What the ancestors said really didn't lie. Judging from the aura, Gohan-san's aura has far surpassed the current Majin Buu. With this level of strength, it can be called the strongest in the universe that deserves it. East King Kai Shin shouted in surprise. Universe is the strongest, old Supreme Kai muttered, staring at Son Gohan. It is indeed far beyond his expectations to be able to burst out with this level of power, but at this level, it is still far from being called the strongest in the universe. Not to mention anything else, just the gods of destruction who sealed him up, can stab the current Son Gohan to death with one finger. Ha! Silver-white electric light wrapped around his body, and the golden light that shot straight into the sky roared like a giant dragon penetrating the sky and the earth. Supreme Kai world, hell, demon world. Son Gohan's extremely terrifying aura, except for the higher level dimensions, almost spread throughout the lower thoughts. When the energy storm dissipated, Son Gohan didn't turn into Super Saiyan. He still had black hair, but his hair looked like the second level of Super Saiyan. In terms of momentum, it is more than 100 times stronger than the third-order Super Saiyan that became in the underworld before. This form is neither normal nor Super Saiyan, but belongs to Son Gohan's exclusive form. State of mystery, country. The power of mortals can reach this level. Even gods are far behind. Jebbet clenched his fists tightly, facing the extremely terrifying Son Gohan. The energy was astounding. What a terrifying power this is, even God seems insignificant in front of it. With this kind of power, Majin Buu is nothing at all. East King Kai Shin was surprised and delighted, and was extremely fortunate in his heart. He brought Son Gohan to the Supreme Kai world and pulled out the Supreme Kai sword, is a correct choice. His strength, wanting to kill Big Boo, is not a problem at all. This power, it's terrifying. Trunks forced himself to calm down, but he found that he couldn't calm down at all. Son Gohan's strength has already left him thousands of miles away. Now after the potential development of the old Supreme Kai, his strength has completely crushed him. The difference between them is not as simple as one dimension. Now he is not even an ant in front of his big brother Gohan superior. Gods of Destruction Realm. Angel Whis has been quietly following the changes in the Supreme Kai world. After Son Gohan developed the potential of the old Supreme Kai, his strength can be enhanced to such a degree that even he himself was taken aback. The old Supreme Kai's potential development ability is really good. Son Gohan's strength has skyrocketed so much. Now he is indeed qualified to be called the #1 fighter in the universe. Angel Whis felt Son Gohan's strength, and commented from the bottom of his heart. Of course, this universe's #1 warrior is limited to gods of destruction. At the same time, on the Earth, Big Boo, who had been silent for 2 hours just to sense the breath of Trunks in the vast universe, suddenly felt the breath of Son Gohan. Although it was only for a moment, the intensity of the burst of energy cannot be underestimated. He was more intrigued than Nanks. There was a burst of piercing sound. Big Boo disappeared out of nowhere as if the world had evaporated. Supreme Kaiji. After the burst of breath was over, Son Gohan held all the energy back into his body, without leaking anything, and without letting the enemy notice his energy. Is this my current strength? It's more than 100 times stronger than before. Clenching his fists, Son Gohan carefully felt the surging energy in his body like a volcano. According to his preliminary estimation, in this mysterious state, his combat power value is at least at the 100 trillion level. He finally understands why Nobihin in the original book can become the strongest single fighter in the period after experiencing the potential development of the old Supreme Kai. The power increase of the mysterious state is far above the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Host: Son Gohan. Age: 30. Bloodline: Earthman Hybrid Saiyan Special. Normal Combat Power Index: 100 billion. Mysterious Status Combat Power Index: 100 trillion. Currently holding System Energy Points: 1,113,067,948,500 points. Opening the system list, Son Gohan can clearly see his current combat power value. After the potential development of the old Supreme Kai, his normal combat power value reached as high as 100 billion, and the increase in the mysterious state directly raised him to the 100 trillion level by 1,000 times. At this time, the world of Supreme Kai ushered in an uninvited guest. Whoosh! There was a piercing sound from the space. 10 meters away in front of Son Gohan, Imbu appeared out of nowhere. Majin Buu. The sudden appearance of Big Boo caused Son Gohan's surprise. Especially, this Majin Buu turned out to be Big Boo, not Fat Boo. And, what's outrageous is the skill of instant transmission. Imbu will know it. Majin Buu. He came to the Supreme Kai realm. The sudden appearance of Majin Buu made Jabata's eyes widen. This is a holy place, not a mortal world. Majin Buu, how did you get here again? It seems that when Jabata you saved Trunks before, Majin Buu used you to cast instant transmission, so he learned it. East King Kai Shin showed a serious expression. He remembered that Majin Buu didn't know the skill of instant transmission, so he could only learn it in this way. You can learn instant transmission just by looking at it, and reach the Supreme Kai world. The monster Majin Buu is even more terrifying than he thought at the beginning. Trunks put on a posture as if he was facing an enemy, feeling powerless and worried in his heart. Majin Buu's strength, he has experienced it personally, his own strength can't even shake the opponent. I said, why are you all so nervous? Isn't it just a little Majin Buu? It scares you, it's embarrassing. The old Supreme Kai glanced at the surrounding people with contempt, and he pointed, don't panic, even as stable as an old dog. In front of the power that Son Gohan erupted just now, what Majin Buu is simply a giant baby. Old ancestor. Hearing this, East King Kai Shin blushed, and he felt embarrassed when he suddenly recovered. Now, what is Majin Buu? The current Supreme Kai has never been seen in the world. I don't even know how you became a Supreme Kai. A mere Majin Buu can scare you like this. You know, when the old man was not sealed, among the existences I know, there are quite a few people who can stab Majin Buu to death with one finger. The words of the old Supreme Kai caused a sensation. The East King Kai Shin and Jabatat involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of monster is this Supreme Kai 15 generations ago? Not only the ability is terrible, but also the monster who can stab Buu to death with one finger. This completely subverted their cognition. Okay, let's get out of here first. Majin Buu is here, and that kid can get rid of him. Old Supreme Kai said to East King Kai Shin. He didn't panic on the surface, but he was still scared in his heart and wanted to leave quickly. After all, his strength is not that great, Majin Buu is indeed not that strong, not even worthy to lift the shoes of gods of destruction, but it is enough to kill him. So that's the case, then let's go to the lower realm first, and leave this place to Gohan-san. East King Kai Shin dared not refuse, and said decisively. If you stay here, you won't be able to do anything, so it's better to leave as soon as you are obedient, so as not to hold back Son Gohan. Son Gohan this way. He stared at Big Buu with both eyes, and his combat power value also appeared in front of his eyes. 1,200 billion. This power is slightly stronger than the third level of his previous Super Saiyan. But now, after experiencing the potential of the old Supreme Kai, Imbu is an ant. At this time, Big Buu looked at him unscrupulously. This look is very similar to the expression of a hunter when he is sizing up his prey. Hey, hey, hey. The excitement in his eyes couldn't hide that Big Buu was staring at Son Gohan. He was sure that the powerful and extraordinary aura he felt just now came from the person in front of him. Idiot, what are you smirking about? Son Gohan made a mocking look on his face, leapt forward, and landed in front of Big Buu with lightning speed. A powerful whip leg pierced the space, and hit Big Boo's face heavily, driving his body to fly sideways. The speed was so fast that Big Buu didn't even have a chance to react. There was a loud bang. Big Buu was caught off guard and turned into a cannonball and shot out, flying upside down at a speed even exceeding supersonic speed. Boom! Big Buu flew upside down, smashing dozens of huge rocky mountains to pieces. A deafening roar echoed for hundreds of kilometers around. The terrifying power brought by Son Gohan's blow directly changed the terrain within a radius of 10 miles, and countless huge rocks protruded in different shapes. Big Buu, who was located dozens of kilometers away, had his head burst open like mud, and returned to its original state in the next second. The attack that happened just now made it too late for him to even defend. The sharp pain from the bursting of the head made him completely awake, and also completely ignited the anger in his heart. As a demon, this is the first time he has felt such severe pain since his birth. Big Buu was furious, and immediately violently shattered the rocks around him, and the terror leaked out in all directions like a tide. Boom! The ground under his feet was undulating, countless huge rocks suddenly protruded, and the entire Supreme Kai world trembled due to the energy released by Big Buu. However, with only this level of strength, it was far from the strength of the aura that Son Gohan erupted just now. In the distance, Son Gohan locked on Big Buu's position, his eyes became sharper, his legs gathered strength, and he jumped. The ground under his feet collapsed, and he turned into an aurora and shuttled through the space, killing Big Buu at supersonic speed. Die! Big Buu, who was already angry, opened his mouth, and a huge pink energy ball spewed out from his mouth, killing Son Gohan. Your attack, I'll give it back to you. A smirk appeared on Son Gohan's face as he was sprinting. He caught Big Buu's energy wave with one hand. Using the breath to fix it on the palm, he descended to Big Buu in an instant, and stuffed the energy bomb into his mouth under the other's horrified eyes. The energy bullet entered Big Buu's mouth, and purple light bloomed instantly. There was a loud boom. The energy exploded in the body, and Big Buu's body collapsed like a puddle of mud. Ding! Automatically absorbed the energy dropped by Big Buu's mouth wave and converted into energy points, 100 million. Does the majestic Majin Buu only have this level of strength? It's really disappointing. Looking at the mud in front of him, the corners of Son Gohan's mouth rose and fell slightly, and joked. Gulu gulu. Big Buu's body was wriggling constantly, and his body was slowly returning to its original shape. Son Gohan, how could he get what he wanted? If the strength of the two of them is between equals, he can have a hearty fight with Big Buu. But now, Big Boo didn't interest him at all. Soon Majin Buu's body returned to its original shape. I'm going to kill you. Angry, Big Boo twisted his rubber band-like body to wrap Son Gohan around him. Hearing this, the corners of Son Gohan's mouth fluctuated slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. He exploded with half of his aura, and the energy of 50 trillion levels ruthlessly pressed on Big Boo. In just an instant, Big Boo's body was deflated, and he was directly pressed from the air to the ground and couldn't move an inch. How could this happen? Who the hell are you? Being ruthlessly suppressed by Son Gohan, Big Boo was dumbfounded. Son Gohan's attack just now made him feel that the other party was just a fluke, but now, this oppressive feeling directly made him unable to move to share. There is an unimaginably huge gap in strength between them. Only this level of combat power can't kill me. I have to say, you really let me down, so I won't waste my time playing with you, Majin Buu. When you raise your hands, the energy in your palm gathers, and the golden light becomes more and more dazzling. The energy light waves became more and more intense, and Yin Bu felt an unprecedented deadly threat. Wait. There was only time to say these few words in his mouth, and he struggled desperately, trying to break free from the suppression of Son Gohan's breath, but to no avail. His death, after Son Gohan's strength improved, was already doomed. Boom! Powerful golden energy light waves shot out from Son Gohan's palm. The energy devoured Majin Buu's body, destroyed the ground under his feet, and caused extremely terrifying roars and continuous explosions of corpses. Gods of Destruction Realm. Angel Whis witnessed the demise of Big Boo, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. After that, he took the initiative to turn off the projection, thinking that he had confirmed it. Turning his gaze, he looked towards the bedroom of Gods of Destruction Beerus. Today's Gods of Destruction is still sleeping, but it won't be long before they wake up. In 2 years, Gods of Destruction Beerus will wake up. I don't know if the Super Saiyan God in this prophecy will appear during the time when Beerus wakes up. Son Gohan. Expectation appeared in Whis' eyes. 2 years seems to be a long time, but to them, who have evolved to the peak, it is just a fleeting moment, just a short moment. Nether. East King Kai Shin, the old Supreme Kai, Jebat and Trunks, who had just left the Supreme Kai world, came to a planet in the lower world and observed the battle situation of the Supreme Kai world through a crystal ball. The battle between Son Gohan and Big Boo was all in their eyes. Except for the old Supreme Kai, everyone's eyes were dull, with shock and fear in their eyes. Big Boo's fearfulness, even standing in front of them and emanating the surging evil spirit invisible, can make them stop breathing. But now, in front of Son Gohan, Big Boo seems like a baby. The fighting situation is completely one-sided, and even Son Gohan hasn't turned into Super Saiyan yet. It was only a short minute, and the winner had already been decided. Did the demon BU 863 be wiped out so quickly? If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, East King Kai Shin couldn't believe it at all. This nightmare existence that has plagued him for millions of years was directly killed in front of Son Gohan after the old Supreme Kai developed his potential. It's unbelievable. Son Gohan's violent power has reached such a terrifying level. Jupiter completely refreshed his views on human beings. He used to think that human beings are lowly creatures, and they are only worthy of bowing in front of gods like them. Now, it's the other way around. In front of powerful mortals like Son Gohan, he doesn't even have the qualifications to look at him. That Majin Buu, was it so easy to get rid of by Brother Gohan? Trunks yearned for and admired Brother Gohan's mighty strength. However, he felt extremely unwilling in his heart. He practiced desperately just to catch up with Brother Gohan, but the result was so cruel that the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. As I said before, after the development of my potential, the old man, Majin Buu, is not worth mentioning at all. When killing Majin Buu, that kid didn't even show 1/10 of his strength. If he uses all his strength, then the entire Supreme Kai world will collapse. A faint smile appeared on the face of the old Supreme Kai, and he explained to several people with a proud face. Having personally created Son Gohan as the #1 fighter in the universe, the old Supreme Kai felt a sense of accomplishment. Let's go. Now that Majin Buu has been dealt with, it's time for us to go back to the Supreme Kai realm. With his hands on his back, the old Supreme Kai instructed East King Kai Shin. Yes, old ancestor. Now that the scourge of Big Boo has been eliminated, East King Kai Shin has no worries. Jebet on the side stepped forward, took a few people, and cast instant transmission back to the Supreme Kai realm. Supreme Kai is within bounds. The energy output lasted for nearly a minute, and the extremely terrifying energy beams left a wide gap of nearly a kilometer on the ground under their feet. In order to ensure that not a single cell of Big Boo was left, Son Gohan fired with all his might, regardless of the damage caused to the Supreme Kai world. A third of the Supreme Kai world was transformed by this destructive energy blast. Rubbles flew all over the sky, thick smoke billowed up, Big Boo's body disappeared without a trace, and Son Gohan stood on the spot as a victor. Even so, Son Gohan is still vigilant. He expands his breath perception ability, activates the Eye of Insight, and looks for the whereabouts of Big Boo. 1 minute passed. Big Boo did not appear for a long time, and his breath perception did not detect his whereabouts. It's over. Son Gohan felt relieved and announced the demise of Big Boo. This battle is completely one-sided, crushing. In front of his hundreds of trillions of combat power in a mysterious state, even Big Boo can only be killed in seconds. After getting rid of Big Boo, Son Gohan calmed down and carefully felt the difference in the mysterious state. This form is perfect to impeccable. Not only does it not have the terrible physical exertion of the third level of Super Saiyan, it will not produce unbearable energy to the body and cause load damage, it is also as easy and comfortable as the normal state to maintain. However, this form seems to be in a normal state, but it is already in a state of transformation. If he wants to use this form as a basis to transform again, he still cannot do it now. It is equivalent to either maintaining this state, or exiting this state and choosing the state of Super Saiyan. The mysterious state is a 1,000-fold increase from the normal state, far above the third level of Super Saiyan. Now I should go one step further. Perhaps, by transforming on the basis of the mysterious state, I can reach the beast form of Super Saiyan maybe. The completion of the mysterious state also gave Son Gohan a new goal. In the mysterious state, he cannot become a Super Saiyan, but it does not mean that he cannot become a Super Saiyan in the future. As a time traveler, he knows that beyond the mysterious state, there is another transformation that belongs only to him. What is certain is that the power of this transformation has increased to the extreme, even far surpassing the blue color of Super Saiyan God. There was a sound of Su, and East King Kai Shin, Jebet, the old Supreme Kai, and Trunks returned from the lower realm. Noticing the dilapidated environment of the Supreme Kai world around them, several people couldn't help but gasp. Just a single blow has caused such huge damage to the Supreme Kai world. If Son Gohan pulls out all the stops, he can destroy the Supreme Kai world. Seeing a few people coming back, Son Gohan took the initiative to talk to them. Now the troubles caused by Majin Buu have been solved, so there is no follow-up crisis to speak of. Old Supreme Kai, I want to ask you for another favor. Before leaving, Son Gohan took the initiative to talk to the old Supreme Kai. But it's okay to say, as long as it's within the scope of my ability. The old Supreme Kai didn't refuse, and agreed very readily. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Son Gohan's face, and he turned his gaze to Trunks. Old Supreme Kai, I would like to ask you to help Trunks develop his potential. This kid's potential is not inferior to mine. Son Gohan said politely, which shocked Trunks on the side. There was a look of surprise and emotion in his eyes. Develop the potential of this kid. The old Supreme Kai narrowed his eyes slightly, and glanced at Trunks. In just a split second, Trunks felt as if his whole body had been seen through. The old Supreme Kai frowned for a moment and then let go, and a smile appeared on his face. His eyes can see through the hearts of others, and the doubts in his heart are dispelled at this moment. Because you killed Majin Buu and solved a huge hidden danger for the universe, it's not impossible to help this kid develop his potential, but, just. The old Supreme Kai smiled strangely, the aged face became even more wretched. This old man has his own conditions. Son Gohan looked at the obscene smile on the old pervert, and immediately understood. What conditions does the old Supreme Kai have? But it's okay to say, as long as I can do it, I will definitely fulfill my promise in the future. Seeing through the old Supreme Kai's mind, Son Gohan pretended to ask. After all, it is not known when it will be realized. Okay, I have a promise from you. If I need your strength in the future, I will naturally come to you. At that time, I hope you will not regret it. Seeing Son Gohan agreeing, the old Supreme Kai was overjoyed, and then turned his attention to Tenen. He quickly corrected his posture and said, "Boy, come with me." Yes, Trunks didn't know what was going on, nodded again, and Trot followed. In his opinion, the opportunity that Brother Gohan fought for him is right in front of him, how could he miss it? With the potential development of the old Supreme Kai, he also believes that his strength will definitely increase greatly, even if he is not as strong as the current Big Brother Gohan, at least it will not be like it is now, the gap #BT. If Gohan-san wants to go back first, I can ask Jebbit to send you back to Earth. As for Trunks, I will ask Jebbit to send him back after he has completed the development of the potential of the old ancestor. East King on the side Kai Shin looked at Son Gohan and asked. If you send me back, there is no need. I can go back by myself. As for Trunks, I will trouble you. Not intending to stay in the Supreme Kai world, Son Gohan's mind moved, and the breath perception expanded, spreading from the Supreme Kai world to the world on the earth in the lower realm. He locked the breath of Dend and Bobo. Instant transmission casts, Earth at this time. Temple of Heaven. As a god of heaven, Dend has insight into what is happening in every corner of the earth through his own abilities. Before, when Majin Buu appeared, the extremely terrifying evil aura erupted, and he also noticed it. Trunks went to stop him, but was almost killed by the opponent, and finally rescued by the mysterious existence. Then Majin Buu stopped at the same place without moving, and even disappeared a few minutes ago, and his whereabouts are still unknown. My lord, that monster seems to have left the earth. After a long silence, Bobo finally said with certainty. I wish he really left the earth. If that monster continues to stay on the earth, the consequences will be unimaginable, and Gohan is not here, maybe everyone on the earth will be killed by him. Dend opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. It would be great if Gohan is here at this time. As long as he is, the image of Son Gohan emerges in Dend's mind. At the moment when he had this idea, Son Gohan came to him from the Supreme Kai world. Gohan. Son Gohan finally came back. Dend seemed to see hope, and told all the things that happened on the earth just now, as well as the news that Trunks was severely injured by Big Boo and taken away by the mysterious man. I thought something was making you uneasy. Regarding Trunks, you don't have to worry. He will come back in a short time, and the pink monster that appeared on the earth just now has been solved by me. Son Gohan's words calmed Dend's restless heart. Majin Buu is dealt with, then there is nothing to worry about. Bobo, can you help me prepare again? I want to enter the spiritual time room to practice again. Son Gohan's words shocked Bobo and Dend again. The monster has just been solved, and Wu wants to enter the spiritual time room to practice again. Even the evil and powerful monsters like Big Boo were killed by him, and there is no threat on the earth now, and Son Gohan has to enter the spiritual time room to practice, which is really hard for them to understand. Although the mind is full of doubts, but neither Bobo nor Dend could say no. About 5 minutes later, Bobo has prepared the daily supplies needed for long-term living in the spiritual time house. Take Son Gohan to the entrance of the spiritual time room. Gohan, before, you entered the spiritual time room more than once to practice, but each time the time was not too long. This time, you can live in it for a maximum of 16 months, otherwise. Then the exit of the spiritual time room will disappear. Before opening the gate, Popo exhorted Son Gohan who was about to enter it. Once the entrance of the spiritual time room disappears, it will never come out again. Thank you for your reminder, Bobo, I know that well. Son Gohan resolutely opened the door of the spiritual time room, and walked in with heavy steps. He didn't care about the issue of entering and exiting the spiritual time room at all, and he didn't even take it to heart at all. So what if the exit disappears? For a powerful existence, whether there is an exit is not important at all. In the original book, Big Boo forcibly tore apart the link between the spiritual time house and the real world by roaring and roaring in a state of anger. Now he is countless times stronger than Big Boo. Even if the exit is blocked, he still has a way to leave. Gearing up, moving his limbs. There are 2 reasons why I can't wait to enter the spiritual time room again. For one thing, it was Son Gohan who wanted to stabilize his mysterious state as soon as possible, without any slack. After all, this form has just been achieved not long ago, and it seems stable, but in fact it is still unstable, and the phenomenon of realm drop will occur if you are not careful. Like Son Gohan in the original book, even the feeling of the mysterious form was forgotten later. The second reason is to reach a higher level in one breath. According to his understanding of the original work, the current plot has developed to this point, and he also understands that his time is running out. Majin Buu was born, and although he was easily dealt with, the opponents who will appear in the future will only be more terrifying than he imagined. Moreover, there is one thing that he can't be sure, whether the future of this time and space is Dragon Ball GT or Dragon Ball Super Dimension. Although the Majin Buu in this world appeared nearly 10 years later than in the previous world, but there are strong people in the original book, and this time and space will definitely have them. If it is Dragon Ball GT time and space, there is no need to worry about any troublesome existence in the future, because there is only one opponent, Baby and the Evil Dragon. As long as the Dragon Ball is not used indiscriminately, the evil dragon will never appear. But if it's Dragon Ball time and space, it becomes bad. The appearance of Majin Buu also means that gods of destruction Beerus will wake up in the near future, and the power of gods of destruction can far surpass Majin Buu. This is no longer simply a difference of tens of thousands of times. Even if he has the ability to kill Big Buu with ease, it is impossible for him to stand shoulder to shoulder with gods of destruction Beerus. He still has self-knowledge. With a combat power of hundreds of megabytes, it is indeed very powerful in this period, and has even reached a level that no one can match. However, in the face of gods of destruction, 100M is far from enough. At least, they have to reach the 29th level of the Super Saiyan Beast before they can initially have the strength to compete with gods of destruction. He tried his best to cultivate and exercise in the spiritual time house, and he had to transform all the potentials in this body into pure power. Cultivation, start. With fire in his eyes, Son Gohan walked towards the white world in front of him. He wants to open a new world, the future. He will write it. Time passes like running water, as if in the blink of an eye. 5 days passed silently on earth, on the temple of heaven. Because Son Gohan has not come out of the spiritual time room for a long time, God Servant Popo and God Dend, including Trunks who has completed the potential development of the old Supreme Kai, are waiting anxiously. It's been so long, and Gohan hasn't come out yet. Could it be that there's really no other way? In the past few days, the God of Heaven, Dend, has become more and more anxious. The more time passed, the more certain he was that the situation was not good. 5 days outside, 5 years inside, the exit of the spiritual time house has long since disappeared. Gohan. I'm afraid he really won't come back. Although Bobo said very euphemistic, but it has been explained that such a situation is completely beyond his control. Before Son Gohan entered the spiritual time room to practice, he had already reminded that the time to practice was only 16 months. Although the prepared resources and food are very sufficient, at least it can meet the needs of normal people for more than 10 years. However, according to Saiyan's appetite, at most 2 years will be exhausted. Now the time between the spiritual time room and the real world has reached 5 years, and the resources can't last much longer. In that dimensional world where there is nothing, once there is no food, there is only one fate waiting for Son Gohan, death. On the side, unlike the worried expressions of the other two, Trunks firmly believed that Son Gohan was not dead even though he was worried. Brother Gohan, I know you will never die. You have always been sure to do anything. This time you have practiced in the spiritual time room for 5 years, I think. You didn't come out on purpose, right? Now you must arrive the next day, which is far beyond my imagination. Inside the spiritual time room. The outside world is 5 days, and the Ministry of Yin is 5 years. In this long-term concentrated practice, Son Gohan perfectly transformed the potential in his body into his own combat power. With the help of the development of one's own potential, with the help of continuous training of one's own, plus the combat power improvement card provided by the system. Compared with his current combat power 5 years ago, one in the sky and one in the ground, it is completely impossible to compare them together. 5 years ago, he needed to rely on his mysterious state to easily kill Big Buu. Now, he doesn't even need to transform into a mysterious state. Under normal conditions less than a 10,000th of the energy can instantly wipe out Big Buu. In the heart of the spiritual time house. At this moment, Son Gohan's breath is restrained in his body, his momentum is as stable as the surface of the sea, and can be transformed into raging waves at any time. Most importantly, he is now in a state that has never been seen before. Not Super Saiyan, nor God state. Silver hair, blood-colored pupils, and the whole body exude the coercion of beasts comparable to the prehistoric times all the time. This form also has a name, Super Saiyan Beast. Turning around, because the huge clock recording time in the temple came into his sight again. Without the existence of this clock, Son Gohan would not even know how much time has passed now. Today, the temple still exists, but the exit to leave has disappeared without a trace. But wanting to get out of here is enough for Son Gohan. Time flies so fast, before you know it, 5 years have passed. When he came back to his senses, he carefully felt the surging energy in his body. Compared with himself 5 years ago, he is now, it's like two different people. In fact, as early as 3 years ago, he had cultivated the mysterious state to the extreme in the spiritual time room, and developed his potential to a certain limit. But as the time of practice continued to prolong, he vaguely felt the realm above the mysterious state. In order to break through that level of realm, he extended the training time in the spiritual time room again. Unknowingly, 5 years have passed like this, and he has fulfilled his wish, breaking the limit of the mysterious state, and stepping into a higher realm of Super Saiyan Beast. For the rest of the time, he also practiced the transformation of the Super Saiyan Beast to the extreme. Now, not only has his realm ushered in a dramatic improvement, but his strength has also crossed several dimensions one after another. It's just that under normal circumstances, his combat power value has been deduced over time, surpassing 100 million, crossing trillion, crossing Beijing, until now, it has reached the 7th dimension, the unit of Gai. Now, his normal state is 10 Gai. The Super Saiyan Beast's superficial combat power has even reached the terrifying 8th dimension, or even the 9th dimension. With this level of strength, even if Gods of Destruction appears, even if he cannot defeat him, he still has the power to fight. It's time to go out and have a look. With a thought, Son Gohan mobilized the Berserk sub-energy zone sleeping in his body. If the exit is gone, it is simpler to open an exit by yourself and you are done. Before him, he possessed the power to tear apart the dimension. Now, it is even easier for him to break the barrier of this dimension and return to the earth. Ha! There was a loud bang of boom. The unstoppable power of the beast soared into the sky and spread to every corner of this different dimensional world. Suddenly, the earth was shaken, and the different dimension of the spiritual time room was greatly affected. The space barrier swayed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the next second, countless cracks continued to spread and expand at an extremely fast speed, making one's scalp tingle like a spider's web. The dimensional barriers in the world of spiritual time house are on the verge of collapse due to the power of Son Gohan. Son Gohan's breath, through the cracks in these different dimensional worlds, has also been introduced into the real world. The first to bear the brunt is the Temple of Heaven on Earth. The originally stable Temple of Heaven was suddenly impacted by the explosive momentum from Son Gohan in a different dimension world. The entire Temple of Heaven began to shake violently. The rock-solid bricks under the feet were cracked and expanded. Son Gohan's aura came out, and when his heaven-defying aura appeared, the 3 people in the Temple of Heaven all showed expressions of tension and panic. This aura is Gohan. He is going to come out of the spiritual time room. Feeling the aura of Son Gohan and the violent shaking, Bobo guessed that Son Gohan was breaking open in the different dimensional space in the spiritual time room. He is about to return to reality. It's a horrible smell. It's a different person from 5 days ago. What kind of cruel training did Gohan go through? Dende gasped in disbelief, shocked by this incomparably sturdy aura. He was speechless. Brother Gohan's aura, is it so strong that it is now? Trunks felt the overwhelming aura carefully, and at the same time, his heart tightened. An unimaginable coercion brought him an extremely terrifying impact on his soul. The 3 of them were expecting in their hearts that Son Gohan, who had been training hard in the spiritual time room for 5 years, would finally come out. In the spiritual time room at this moment, under the impact of Son Gohan's sturdy breath, the space barrier in this different dimensional world is only a short distance from collapse. It's stronger than I thought, but, now. Break it for me. With a loud shout, Son Gohan exerted all his strength. The energy of the Super Saiyan beast sword, and the power of the shock wave broke out again. Boom! With a loud bang, the different dimensional world in the spiritual time room suffered a huge impact and collapsed. At the center of the collapsed sky, a huge vortex with a diameter of 100 meters emerged, and at the end of this vortex, it was connected to the real world. With his legs accumulating power, Son Gohan jumped forward and rushed towards the huge vortex in the sky. With his entry, the turbulent spiritual time room began to gradually become stable. The temple of heaven on earth also stopped shaking. Dend, Popo, and Trunks held their breath and concentrated their attention, waiting for Son Gohan to appear. They stared fixedly at the entrance of the spiritual time room, waiting for Son Gohan to appear from here. However, they waited for a long time, but they were disappointed. Son Gohan didn't show up for a long time, and the burst of breath just lasted for a while before completely disappearing without a trace. In another parallel time and space world, IG 778 years. It's been 4 years since Son Goku collected energy to form a spirit bomb to kill Majin Buu. In the past 4 years, the Earth has been living a peaceful life without any invasion. But today, it's beautiful. Life is broken. As the most supreme gods of destruction Beerus in this universe wakes up and embarks on the road to find the Super Saiyan God, the Earth once again ushers in a new round of crises and challenges. Located at sea, on the private luxury cruise ship owned by Universal Capsule Company. Gods of destruction Beerus, Angel Whis of this world has come here. They gave the Saiyan on this planet one last chance. If they can't summon the Super Saiyan God, then they will turn the Earth into the dust of the universe. On the premise of gathering 6 Saiyans, the ceremony of summoning Super Saiyan God begins. Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Trunks, Son Goten, and the unborn fetus in Vital's womb, Xiaofeng. The birth ceremony of Chaos-I God is sacred and inviolable. Day and night alternate, seasons rotate, and auspicious clouds appear in the sky that can only appear when becoming a god. Son Goku, who was instilled with a heart of justice by the 5 Saiyans, is gradually completing his path to becoming a god. After an unknown period of time, the power of God released by the righteous hearts of the 5 Saiyans helped Son Goku complete the final transformation of Super Saiyan God. From the sky to the center of the plywood of the cruise ship, all eyes are on Son Goku at this moment. Their hearts were solemn, their fists were clenched, and their nerves were extremely tense. The current Son Goku is filled with dark blue light, people can't see what he looks like now. No one knows whether they succeeded or failed. It seems that they have succeeded, Master Beerus. Feeling the invisible power of God emanating from Son Goku, Angel Whis chuckled lightly. HMPH. Finally, I didn't make me wait in vain. The formidable enemy in the prophecy, Super Saiyan God, finally appeared. Gods of destruction Beerus slowly got up, and finally appeared in his eyes. A little bit of joy. This time and space world is the super time and space of the main line of Dragon Ball. In this world of time and space, the plot happens to develop to the chapter of God and God. Earth, on a luxury cruise ship sailing in the sea. Ho 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 ho. It seems that the energy intensity of Super Saiyan God that Son Goku-san has mastered is quite astonishing. This power is already enough to make you, Master Beerus, a little more serious. If Master Beerus still treats you like before, I'm afraid I'll suffer some losses. Looking at Son Goku who became a god, Angel Whis laughed heartlessly with a mocking spoken language. No doubt, this is his usual way of communicating with gods of destruction Beerus. Of course, saying so, in fact, even if Son Goku has mastered the energy of Super Saiyan God, it is far inferior to gods of destruction Beerus. Although this power is quite strong, it can only be said that stepping into the threshold of the gods is the beginning of a real transformation. HMPH. You haven't talked to me like that for a long time, Whis, you just want me to be defeated by others. Beerus glanced angrily, and said something to Whis disregarding his image. After all, how could he not know what kind of personality Whis is? He has long been used to this kind of lifestyle. Well, I just hope Master Beerus can be more serious in the battle, and don't lose in the battle, otherwise if you lose, you will really lose your face, oh. Whis continued to tease. Then you think too much, even if you become a god, that's all. Beerus continued his disdain. The mutual teasing ended, and the eyes of each other fell on Son Goku at the same time. The fiery red light on Son Goku's body completely dissipated, revealing his current appearance. Dark red hair, looks slightly thin body. Unlike any of the previous transformations, Super Saiyan God looks calm and normal. This appearance, this form, made Gods of Destruction Beerus suddenly recall the scene in his dream. Yes. This is it. Super Saiyan God. This appearance, this power of God, the Super Saiyan I am looking for, the God of Man is this boy. Gods of Destruction Beerus's tone was a little excited, and it could be seen that he was a little excited. At this moment, Son Goku, after transforming into Super Saiyan God, now he has reached the strength of the 6th dimension. Just the transformation of Super Saiyan God, his transformation has reached 4,500 Jing. Of course, Son Goku, the person involved, still doesn't know how far he has reached. He only knows that the current self is very strong, dozens of times stronger than the self in the 3rd stage of Super Saiyan. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Master Beerus, I have become a Super Saiyan God now. With my current state, I should be qualified to fight with you. The Super Saiyan God has given Son Goku the abyss-measured energy. He thinks that with his current strength, he already has the strength to become the opponent of Gods of Destruction Beerus. However, he didn't understand that he was still just a frog in a well. He doesn't understand anything. The transformation of Super Saiyan God has indeed improved his strength too much in a short period of time, and this transformation has initially allowed him to touch the realm of God. But the cruel reality is that his current strength is still very weak in front of Gods of Destruction Beerus. To really defeat him, Gods of Destruction Beerus just needs to be a little more serious. In the original book, Son Goku and Gods of Destruction Beerus played against each other, and they seemed to be on par, and Song was just Gods of Destruction Beerus with a playful attitude. Otherwise, with his ability, how could he force the dignified Gods of Destruction to use all his strength? As Gods of Destruction, their strength is guaranteed to be at the Chengai level. The current Son Goku has a combat power of less than 5,000 capitals, how can it be compared? Hey ha ha ha, confidence is a good thing, but too much self-confidence is arrogance. Even if you become a Super Saiyan God, how much strength can you display? Let my God, let's experience it for myself, and add fun to my endless years. Gods of Destruction Beerus came to the interest, and he rushed to the earth from the Gods of Destruction world at endless distances, just to fight against Super Saiyan God. Now, Super Saiyan God is right in front of you, so let's take a look. By the way, after becoming a Super Saiyan God, how far has this kid advanced? Don't worry, Master Beerus will not disappoint you. With permission, the corners of Son Goku's mouth rose and fell slightly, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. He was completely defeated at the hands of Gods of Destruction Beerus before, and now, it's his turn to recover. Casting flying technique, his body slowly floated into the sky, followed by Gods of Destruction Beerus, intending to play with Son Goku. This battle has not yet begun, but the result is already doomed. The two are suspended in the sky, their eyes facing each other. Just at that moment, the fierce battle was on the verge of breaking out. At the same time, the Temple of Heaven in this world. Because of being invited by Bulma, God Dend and God Servant Popo went to a luxury cruise ship on the sea to attend the banquet. This also led to the fact that there is no one here now. In the empty Temple of Heaven, a sudden change occurred. The space above the platform twisted violently, turning into a terrifying dark vortex. This is the entrance and exit connecting different dimensions. A few seconds after it appeared, a man with silver-white hair reaching the sky came out. He, none other than Son Gohan, who had been in penance for 5 years in the spiritual time house. Finally, it's out. Taking a breath of fresh air outside, Son Gohan smiled slightly, and immediately lifted Super Saiyan Beast's transformation. After living in the cruel environment in the spiritual time room for 5 years, the environment of the earth is simply heaven in comparison. At least, without the torture of the ever-changing temperature difference, the oxygen content is sufficient. Looking around, Son Gohan sensed something was wrong. Strange, where are Dend and Bobo? Son Gohan muttered to himself with a puzzled expression on his face. Logically speaking, neither Bobo nor Dend belong to the Li Tian Temple, and now they are not in the Tian Temple, which is a bit strange. With a thought, Son Gohan expanded his breath perception. He wanted to find the breath of Trunks, but it was okay if he didn't perceive it. Once he sensed it, his whole body was shocked. The human breath on the earth. When did it become so much? The breath of life on the earth today is hundreds of thousands of times that before he entered the spiritual time room. The population is conservatively estimated to have reached tens of billions. He has only been in the spiritual time room for 5 years, and the outside world has only passed 5 days at most. How can there be such a huge change in 5 days? Wait, these auras are so strong. Expanding the perception of aura, Son Gohan also felt several familiar and extremely powerful auras. Among them, including those soldiers who have long died, all appeared on the earth. Keelan, Tianjing Rice, Piccolo, Yamcha, Dumplings, Vegeta, Trunks, and an aura that is exactly the same as myself, and another aura that is somewhat similar to myself. But these are not the most important. Most importantly, he felt 2 auras that did not belong to humans, but belong to gods. It is so powerful that even if it is the power of God, he can feel it. Could it be that I have traveled through time and space again? These 2 breaths are the father of Super Saiyan God, and gods of destruction Beerus. Son Gohan carefully felt the 2 familiar breaths, and then came to a conclusion that even he himself could not believe. If this is not the case, it really cannot be explained. As for the reason, it may be because the power of the Super Saiyan beast is too powerful, not only breaking the barrier of dimensions in the spiritual time house, but also breaking the barrier of the world separated from it. The deep passage before was not simply a passage back to his world, Earth, but a tunnel leading to another parallel world. It's unbelievable. Just after I finished training, I strayed into the time and space of the Dragon Ball, and the timeline here seems to be just the beginning of the stage of God and God. Son Gohan, who calmed down, his face an unpredictable smile appeared on his face. It can be said that this was too sudden, which made him very helpless now. This time, by mistake, he broke the world barrier and returned to the real world, but it was not his original world. However, what can be done? The security. He has come to this world, and that's all. The most powerful gods of destruction in the universe. It seems that it is destined to come to this world. After all, this is my goal. Feeling the faint horror power, Son Gohan also narrowed his eyes, his body trembling involuntarily. This is the reaction only when encountering a powerful existence. Entering the spiritual time room to practice penance is also to deal with gods of destruction Beerus, who does not know when his time and space will come. Now that the training is complete, he accidentally travels through time and space. In this world, Beerus happens to be there too. With a thought, he cast instant transmission, and Son Gohan disappeared in the Temple of Heaven in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already concealed his breath, and came to the most hidden location of the private luxury cruise ship of Universal Capsule Company. Conceal all the aura of oneself, hide in the dark, and watch the battle quietly. After all, this is a rare battle, watching the whole process will help him. Sure enough, everything is the same as I thought, no difference. After seeing the scene in front of him with his own eyes, Son Gohan immediately confirmed all the previous conjectures. Boom, 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 boom. There were several muffled sounds in the sky one after another. Son Gohan also raised his head and looked towards the sky. Now everyone's attention is attracted by the ongoing battle between gods and gods in the sky. When Son Gohan raised his head, the system also displayed the combat power values of Super Saiyan God Son Goku and Gods of Destruction Beerus. Son Goku of Super Saiyan God has a combat power value of 4,500 Jing. This level of combat power, looking at this period, is definitely capable of provoking the existence of the number 1 fighter in the universe. However, in Son Gohan's view, this force is still too weak. 5 years ago when he entered the spiritual time room, he was far from being able to touch it. But now, Qianjing's combat power is not even 1,000th of his normal. As for Gods of Destruction Beerus, the opponent's combat power value is not stable, but it is also stable at the level of tens of Gai, and it jumps up and down from time to time. Battle power at the Gai level, is this the power of Gods of Destruction? Gods of Destruction Beerus's combat power value. The performance is not too outrageous, but I have to say, if it is true, get it, it will be weird. The original book has already said that Beerus at this time is just using a little bit of power, playing with Son Goku. He retracted his gaze and landed on the crowd watching the battle. What surprised him was that during this period, 3 artificial humans were also here. Android 16, Android 17 and Android 18. Slightly frowned. According to the plot in the original book, Android 16 died long ago, and Android 17 is also guarding Monster Island. But in this world, number 16 seems to have survived for some reason, and Android 17 also came to this banquet. The most important thing is that Android 18 in this period does not seem to have come together with Keelan, nor did I see her and Keelan's daughter in the original work. What's going on? Is it a brand new parallel time and space? He said to himself. The combat power values of the Z fighters of this period also appeared in his sight. Keelan's strength is neither strong nor weak, but it also has a strength of 3.2 billion. Tianjing Fan was slightly inferior, with a combat power value of around 3 billion. As a battle-shaped Namek, Piccolo also has a combat power of hundreds of billions. Trunks, who are still children, have a combat power value of 18 million under normal conditions. Son Goten is slightly inferior to Nanks, with a combat power value of 16 million under normal conditions. Under normal conditions, Vegeta also has a combat power of 30 billion. As for myself in this period, Son Gohan took a look and shook his head involuntarily. Less than 10 billion, or even less than 2 billion. It seems that no matter which time and space I am, I will be slowly abolished due to the main storyline. Son Gohan had a panoramic view of the combat power values of all the Z fighters present. With a certain understanding of the Z fighters of this period, Son Gohan's attention slowly fell on Whis on the other side. The originally omnipotent system seems to have bugs at this time. The values were originally displayed, but suddenly there was a mosaic frame drop. The feedback combat power values were not materialized, but directly blurred into one piece. Such a situation made Son Gohan gasp involuntarily. Even the system couldn't measure Angel Whis combat effectiveness. What does that mean? Angel is on top of the system. This is also impossible. What's going on here? System, is it true that even you can't detect Angel's accurate strength value? Son Gohan frowned slightly, asking the system why. At the same time, his fear of Angel deepened. You know, Gods of Destruction is already too strong, but the system can still accurately detect what unit the current combat power value is in, but Angel Whis cannot detect it. This is enough to prove that Angel's life level has reached an incomparably terrifying level. Ding. Please rest assured the host, the system is not wrong, and it is not impossible to detect Angel's accurate strength. It's just that the host's current strength is too weak and the realm touched cannot meet the requirements. The system's answer made Son Gohan slightly relieved. At least, that means the system's capabilities are on top of Angel. Otherwise, he's done playing. You know, he is an odd number with such a system, as the supreme existence of the local world, how can he turn a blind eye to him? With his strength, it is not yet known whether he can shake the strongest gods of destruction Beerus, let alone Angel. In the original book, Angel has never really made a move, but the mysterious identity and powerful strength he maintains are far above gods of destruction. Son Gohan sighed secretly in his heart. Fortunately, the current battle situation is very anxious, and everyone's attention is focused on Son Goku of Super Saiyan God and Gods of Destruction Beerus. Angel Whis probably didn't notice his arrival. He is a little too confident. Also underrated Angel. As the most mysterious and unfathomable existence in the Dragon Ball world, Angel is far from being as simple as he thought. Without Son Gohan's knowledge, as early as when he landed on this luxury cruise ship through instant transmission, Whis, who is an angel, had already discovered his existence. It's just that he didn't care, and he showed disapproval, which gave Son Gohan the illusion that he hadn't been discovered. His every move is under the detection of Whis. When no one was paying attention, a meaningful smile appeared on Angel Whis' face. Son Gohan from the future world, have you appeared again? It's only 3 things. You have violated the time rule 3 times, this time, I can't turn a blind eye. Angel Whis murmured in his heart. Above the sky, the battle between Gods of Destruction Beerus and Super Saiyan God Son Goku has entered a stage of heating up. Gods of Destruction Beerus played with Son Goku in the Super Saiyan God state, and stimulated Son Goku's God power through constant fighting, so that his combat power value continued to rise. The potential is stimulated, and the characteristics of the fighting nation becoming stronger as it fights are activated. Son Goku's combat power value has increased from 4,500 Kyochi at the beginning, and has continuously climbed to 5,000 Kyo, and then expanded linearly to 6,000 Kyochi. It is still constantly increasing. It's amazing. Is this a battle between gods? We are too far behind. Keelan was so shocked by the fierce battle in the sky that he couldn't speak. His current strength is only a few billion units. The combat strength shown by Son Goku and Beerus has surpassed the units of billions and trillions, which is the level of Jing. For those existences whose strength is not enough, it is an absolute dimensionality reduction blow. I didn't expect to be lucky enough to witness this level of battle in my lifetime. There is a huge difference in the dimensions between us. Clenching his fists tightly, Tianjing Fan resented his own weakness. In the face of the battle between gods and gods, he felt like a little ant that could be crushed to death. This is a field that only gods can do, and we can only observe. Taking a deep breath, Piccolo watched the unimaginable battle in the sky continue to intensify, with a lot of thoughts in his heart but didn't know what to do. What to do? He used to be the top combatant among this group of people, but now, among them, only Son Goku can stand alone. Everyone else has been eliminated. No, one of them can do it too, but he's been CJFH deserted for a long time. This person, of course, is the Son Gohan of this period. Known as the warrior with the most unfathomable potential among them, it's a pity that he gave up his cultivation and is now abolished. Kakarot, the power of Super Saiyan God, it's more than that, you still have power that hasn't been displayed. Gods of Destruction, surpass him for me. Vegeta clenched his fists and shouted in his heart. Today, all the hopes of the earth are pinned on Son Goku alone. If Super Saiyan God cannot reverse the situation, the earth will be finished. Unfortunately, what he didn't understand was that the outcome of the battle was already doomed from the very beginning. As frogs in a well, how could they have imagined that this fierce battle was just the tip of the iceberg displayed by the bottomless terrifying power of gods of destruction? It's really intense. Ever since Majin Buu, the battle can still be sublimated to this level. Number 17 looked at the tumbling and burning flames in the sky, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his heart terrified to the extreme. As an artificial man with an eternal energy furnace, he was also a human being before, and he also has the characteristics of growing and becoming stronger. The current him has entered the ranks of hundreds of billions in this period, and Cell is just an ant in front of him. But after seeing the power of gods of destruction, he finally understood what it means to have someone beyond the human and beyond the sky in this world. God, standing at the apex of the world. The energy is beyond the calculable range. It cannot be calculated with pure numerical values. Android 16 said in its own mechanical voice. As a purely mechanized artificial human, his strength is fixed. But over the years, he's been hired by Bulma from the Magnum Capsule Company to work on Bulma, who also gave him a small upgrade. The energy furnace in his body has been upgraded, and his strength has reached the 60 billion node, which cannot be further improved. Unless he finds something that can sublimate the energy intensity again, his strength will always be fixed. Android 18 on the side didn't say a word, raised his fist, his eyes were sharp and dignified. Number 18, up to now, are you still waiting for that man to appear? As the younger brother, number 17, he could see right away what his sister was thinking. After so long, my sister still misses that man. Obviously they are all Son Gohan, but the Son Gohan of this world can't arouse no 18's interest at all. His elder sister has been waiting for the man who saved her life, and this wait lasted for 12 years. It's not your turn to take care of my affairs, number 17. His thoughts were seen through, and number 18 glared at number 17 angrily. For some reason, today the premonition in no 18's heart is particularly strong. Her intuition as a woman told her that just today, that man might show up. She also guessed right, a woman's intuition is indeed very scary. Son Gohan, indeed, is here too. If Son Gohan knew, he would be surprised. Because this time and space world is the future world of past time and space that he has been to. High in the air, The fighting situation is getting worse for Son Goku. Ha, ha, the rhythm of breathing quickened, and a sense of fatigue swept over Son Goku's whole body. This kind of high-intensity battle made him constantly overdrawn. He is constantly launching energy attacks, and is also desperately growing. It seems to be constantly improving, but in fact it is also constantly being consumed. On the other hand, the current gods of destruction Beerus, fighting until now, has kept his aura extremely calm and unaffected at all. He has been teasing Son Goku with a playful attitude. What's the matter? Is the power of Super Saiyan God only at this level? If you lose, this planet will be destroyed by me. A smile appeared on Beerus's face, and he once again stimulated Son Goku with words. As expected, it was Son Goku's bottom line. Now he is carrying the entire planet on his back. No matter what, he cannot give up easily. How could I end it so easily? This battle has just begun. Lin was offended, and Son Goku erupted again. The crimson divine power of Super Saiyan God, affected by his strong emotional fluctuations, burned again, and the intensity of the divine power soared again. Now, his combat power value has risen again, reaching the point of 7,000 Beijing. With a roar, he charged at gods of destruction Beerus again with full firepower. Every move has mustered strength, and the destructive power is even more astonishing, far surpassing before. But even so, he is still a toy in the hands of gods of destruction Beerus, to be played with in the palm of his hand. Boom, pounds, boom, pounds, boom, pounds, boom, pounds, boom, pounds. The shock waves produced by the collision are endless, and the space is constantly poisonous. Son Goku from Super Saiyan God turned into a crimson streamer and chased Beerus fiercely. On the surface, the attack is fierce and extremely ferocious. Every move has overwhelming power, causing huge waves and space vibrations. But these attacks were either easily resolved by gods of destruction Beerus, or they were dodged by the opponent. No matter how strong the attack is, it's useless if you can't hit it. The fighting spirit remains undiminished. Not bad, keep it up. Gods of destruction Beerus had a smirk on his lips. He is about to start to develop. The battle situation continues to heat up. Son Gohan, hiding in the dark, sees all this. This battle will end soon. The power of Super Saiyan God is only temporary and will disappear soon. Son Gohan said to himself. With his realm and his eyesight, one can tell what stage Son Goku is in now. Others only see Son Goku of Super Saiyan God competing with gods of destruction Beerus, and they are on a par. But in fact, this battle has been unilaterally crushed from the beginning to the present. Fighting till now, gods of destruction Beerus's divine aura has not wavered or fluctuated in the slightest. Not even a decent injury on his body. On the other hand, Sun Wu. Sora, although the power of God has been growing, but the realm is unstable, and the transformation of Super Saiyan God is just a burden for him. Soon, this transformation will disappear. However, according to Son Gohan's guess, with Son Goku's comprehension ability, even if he is no longer Super Saiyan God, his realm and strength will not drop too much. Just like the scene in the original book, Son Goku is no longer Super Saiyan God, but he can use the full power of the first level of Super Saiyan to exert the power no less than that of Super Saiyan God. Even stronger. The battle continued, and nearly 5 minutes passed quickly. After gods of destruction Beerus exerted strength, Son Goku of Super Saiyan God began to suffer from one-sided slings, and the pressure on offense continued to increase. Soon, Son Goku's Super Saiyan God state failed, and he directly returned to the first-order full-power state of Super Saiyan. However, even so, his strength has not declined, but is showing a straight-line rise. As Son Gohan said a few minutes ago, this is not a normal Super Saiyan first-level full-power state, but a Super Saiyan with the power of Super Saiyan God. Thinking that Son Goku lost the blessing of the God realm, Beerus also relaxed his vigilance and began to become rich and careless. But because of this, he was deflated twice by Son Goku, but because the fight with Son Goku was very interesting, he didn't get angry, but gave Son Goku a step to admit defeat. Instead of destroying him directly, Son Goku now finally understands what kind of terrifying existence gods of destruction is. There is more than one dimension difference between them, so simple. Now he feels very embarrassed. From the very beginning, he was counted by gods of destruction Beerus, and he foolishly thought that after becoming a Super Saiyan god, he would be comparable to the gods of destruction. Bad god Beerus. Now he understands that Super Saiyan God is just the beginning. But even if he knew that the gap in strength was huge, he didn't want to just admit defeat. He didn't try his best to achieve his satisfaction. No matter what, he was unwilling to admit defeat. Master Beerus, thank you for allowing me to experience the power of gods of destruction, but I will not admit defeat. Eyes fixed, Son Goku mustered his strength, all the energy in his body. At this moment ushered in explosive growth. With all his energy on tap, he assumed his ancestral stance, intending to end the fight with his final Kamehameha wave. Well, if that's the case, then I'll do what you wish. What a hopeless idiot. Seeing this, Beerus also planned Son Goku's wish. Since you want to fight to the end, then send a super wrecking ball by yourself. If you can stop it, everything can be treated as if it never happened. If it can't be stopped, it will turn into the dust of the universe along with this planet. Gods of destruction Beerus rubbed out a super wrecking ball with a diameter of a kilometer, exuding an astonishing destructive energy invisible. All affected objects will disappear in an instant. Son Goku also exploded in full force. With the energy blessing of Super Saiyan God, his explosive combat power this time is unprecedentedly powerful. Not only has it reached the pinnacle of the Beijing unit, it is only one step away from breaking through to the realm of Gai. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.